Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, November 15th. It is 9:30 a.m. and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues joining me today. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us as well is our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, as well as Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel, Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler are assisting us today, and as well as Biba Malatek and Michael Reed. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. This is a hybrid meeting, and so you're either here with us one of two ways. You're on the platform, on the Zoom platform that is, if you're intending to comment on any items today, or you're viewing us through our customary live stream on YouTube Live or the CalEPA website. If you intend, again, to comment on any item, you should be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda. If you're having any challenges, though, please do email our clerk assistants at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and they can help ensure that you can get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to speak on. For those of you in the room, good morning. Thank you for joining us here. We're in the CalEPA building here in Sacramento. A few announcements for you as well. Please do notice the exits here in the room. If we happen to have an emergency, we will calmly file out over to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further instruction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on any of the items on today's agenda, please do go to the side of the room here where we have a tablet set up for you to enter your information, or you can use the QR code and just do so yourself. Once you do come up, and please do state your name, any affiliation you have, and speak clearly into the microphone. With that, I think we can proceed to our board business. First, we have up is public forum, which we provide at every board meeting, an opportunity for the public to address the board on any item not pending before the board and or calendared. And I believe this morning we have about 6 or so commenters currently, I believe. And I think we can take up our first public forum commenter with Andrea Ventura.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. I am here in regard to a letter that Clean Water Action and several of our allies sent to the board yesterday regarding hexavalent chromium. And in that letter, we used a very strong word. We used the word demand. We are here today to speak on behalf of our members, on behalf of the many communities around this state that are affected by this potent carcinogen, to say that we need this MCL to be established in 2023. We cannot continue to delay this. What we set forth was an agenda that we think is both doable, achievable, and acceptable, that would get us that MCL finalized by October of 2023, with actually the first release of it for public comment by January 3rd. I've been advocating on behalf of Clean Water Action and our tens of thousands of members across the state for a hexavalent drinking water standard for over a decade. And when I started this work, we were already going into the 10th year of delay in setting an MCL for this carcinogen, in direct contradiction to state law. And over the last decade, I've seen this issue politicized. I've seen the science challenged, not due to merit, but as a delay tactic. And in the end, what we ended up with was an MCL that was not legally defensible and would have allowed many Californians to continue to be exposed. I would note that that only happened when the Environmental Working Group and Natural Resources Defense Council took legal action. We that since 2017, when the court basically threw out the MCL at that time, we hoped that we could work with the board and the Division of Drinking Water to ensure that a health protective standard for hexachrome could be established with all expediency. As I've said before, and before this board, this was not rocket science. We were not starting from scratch. And yet here we are again. It feels like my annual visit to the board saying, where is the drinking water standard? Because what we get is a lot of promises that it's a priority, a lot of recognition that it's important for our communities, but we get silence and nothing to see, nothing to respond to, and nothing that protects the public. And that's why, with all due respect to this board, and you know me, you know that I do respect this board, I respect the work that's going on here. This is unconscionable. It is not legal, and it is morally wrong to continue to fail in the mission of protecting people, their health, and their drinking water. And so we are, as I said, in this letter, demanding that action be taken. It shouldn't take a lawsuit to get this thing out and our water systems complying with it. I might add that we are frustrated by continued discussions about the cost, continued discussions about the burden this places on drinking water systems. We have always understood that, but this was supposed to happen. The law that required that this happen was passed in 2001. That is a lot of years for the state, our drinking water systems, and our regulators to prepare for this and get our people protected. So we hope that you will read that letter with all seriousness, and I thank you for listening to me this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura. I think we need to turn down the mic a little in the room, sorry. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Ventura, and do know that we have had progress on getting out the MCL. I'm not going to make extensive comments now. I appreciate the letter, but know that it has been a priority. It's been part of our strategic work plan, and we need to ensure that we get the MCL right. So I appreciate the letter, the pressure here to get it done, and agree with you that it's time that we do. So thank you. Yes, Board Member Firestone, please.
Is there a timeline we can give an update, or a way they can get an update, or we can respond just so that folks have a sense of timeline? And what
yeah, we just received the letter yesterday, so I think we're definitely making sure that when we respond, we'll include a timeline. And I just don't know. I don't think Darren would be prepared to just address it quick now. So thank you. Yeah, Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. And I know that this is not officially before us today, but recalling, many conversations like this, I'm just thinking that if we could include it, I know we've asked for it to be included in the executive director's report, but maybe just elevating a bit by having an update coming before us periodically. I don't know if it could just be slid into the drought update or some appropriate place to just always keep it before us, periodically once a month or so.
I appreciate that, Vice Chair. I agree. And I think when do we have a timeline in response to the letter? How's that, Darren? We can at least provide folks something.
Yeah, good morning. Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for Division of Drinking Water. And I can assure everybody, no one wants to get this MCL done more than my staff and myself. It has definitely been our top priority. There's been unfortunate delays like COVID and emergency response and other things that do slow us down. It's definitely, I would not consider this timeline unacceptable under normal circumstances, but it has taken much longer than we ought. We're on the verge of briefing all the board members. That package is going to arrive on my desk here this week. We'll be briefing the board members. From that standpoint, we were brave enough to, we're going to launch the required timelines associated with getting finance approval. This isn't our own show, right? We have to have Office of Administrative Law, Department of Finance, and the Secretary's office all sign off on what we're moving forward with. We're going to assume that the board's going to be happy with that. If we find that that's not the case, then we'll have to backstep a little bit, but we're trying to overlap as much as we can to get this forward. That means that we're really looking at February for officially publishing the rulemaking draft, going out just on the timelines alone that we have to give finance and others of the agencies that do weigh in on this. So that's our goal at this moment in time is to get that through there. So you'll be seeing us all soon with the briefing package. It has taken an extra long time to get all the costs together. They go up every week. And as you know, we're certain that this package will be sued. And the last thing we want is a package that is vulnerable to that suit. So we've worked extra diligence to do it, probably more than we would on other MCLs, to try to make sure that we're doing that. So that's an unfortunate consequence of this controversial MCL, but we're on the verge of getting that going, and it is everything we're working towards at the moment. So that's a sketch of it, and I will be happy to give a more detailed outline once we get a little bit more down the road on it.
Thank you, Mr. Palamas. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up our next public forum speaker, Marcus Yasutake.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I just wanted to take a minute to thank Board Member Morgan for attending a Save Our Water campaign event, media event that was held here at the city back in the third week of October. She joined Secretary Crowfoot, Amy Talbot and Jim Piper from the Regional Water Authority, and the city's mayor, Carrie Howell, to recognize a landscape transformation project for one of the businesses here in the city of Folsom. So the Save Our Water campaign did want to showcase and highlight a non-residential sector business that performed the transformation program. And I just wanted to take a second to thank Board Member Morgan for attending and speaking for the State Water Resources Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your thanks and participation this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, who will be followed by Michael Claiborne, and then our final speaker this morning is Nick Jocelyn. Microphone.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Chair Esquivel, members of the board, good morning. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance, and I'm using this public forum opportunity today to request that the board hold an informational item on what the different regional boards have done to manage grazing since the Grazing Regulatory Action Project, or GRAP, was ended in 2015. GRAP was a program designed to engage stakeholders and develop regulatory strategies to promote efficiency and clarity in regulating grazing to address water quality impacts. It was meant to fill a gap in the regulatory landscape, as grazing can be shoehorned into other ill-suited water quality programs or just go completely unregulated. However, the program was ended in 2015 under the belief that California's landscapes are so varied across the state that grazing regulation was best left to the different regional boards. In the order which ended GRAP, regional boards were directed to consider working with stakeholders to develop BMPs, prioritize actions to address grazing that causes impairments, and develop monitoring requirements to assess the effectiveness of their regional approach to grazing. The regional boards have had these directives since 2015, and over the past few months, I've reached out to different regions with significant grazing to better understand exactly what had been done since GRAP was ended. As you can expect, the approaches do vary among the different regional boards. Some have prioritized grazing and have programs dedicated to addressing the associated water quality impacts. Others don't prioritize the issue and do not view themselves as authorities, and still others have done nothing. One regional board, for example, has described itself as in a holding pattern, waiting for guidance from the State Water Board on how to best manage grazing in its region. We do recognize that the State Board is in the process of updating the Rangeland Management Plan, which should be finalized in the first quarter of 2023, and we're happy to see this plan come through. However, that document only compiles BMPs that ranchers can use to maintain water quality and helps with the compliance aspect of grazing, but does not contribute much toward helping the regional boards identify regulatory approaches that will be successful in their areas. For these reasons, we're requesting that the State Water Board schedule an informational update on the different regulatory approaches that the regional boards have taken to regulate and control grazing pollution since GRAP was ended in 2015. This will not only help the State Water Board members to understand what their regional boards are doing in more detail, but will also help the regional boards to build off of each other's efforts in this field. In my talks with the different regions, one of the most common questions I received was, hey, what are the other regional boards doing? Every region seemed interested in how their counterparts were managing grazing, and this informational session could work as a way to facilitate those important conversations. Although GRAP ended in 2015, grazing continues to be a significant non-point source of pollution in California, preventing us from achieving the beneficial uses of our waterways. Because the State Water Board delegated its responsibility in this matter to the regional boards, we feel that the State Board has a duty of oversight and should ensure that its regional boards are appropriately managing this source of pollution. Please consider scheduling an informational update from each of the regional boards on the actions they've taken since GRAP ended in 2015. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the recommendation, Mr. Phillips, and your time for addressing the board this morning. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Claiborne, and again, last speaker will be Nick Jocelyn. Good morning, Mr. Claiborne. Good to have you with us virtually.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, and to the board. So I am, well, I should say I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and happy to be here this morning to discuss the same topic that Andrea brought up a few minutes ago, and that's the board's effort to establish a health protective maximum contaminant level for hexavalent chromium. As Andrea noted, my comments follow a letter that we submitted yesterday with NRDC, Community Water Center, Clean Water Action, and Leadership Council. And I appreciate the discussion a few minutes ago about providing more information regarding the expected timeline to set an MCL. This has been identified as a top priority by the board since the old regulation was struck down in 2017, which is more than 5 years ago at this point. And an administrative review draft, which we supported the release of, was released earlier in March of this year with public comments due on April 29th. Since that time, we're told that staff has been revising the draft in response to public comments regarding the revisions and progress towards release of the draft regulation. Consideration of public comment on the administrative draft and incorporation of those comments where it makes sense is appropriate. However, it's now been more than 6 months, and in our opinion, that's too much time. We demand that there be no additional delay and that the board commit to a specific and firm timeline, and would really like to see the draft regulation by no later than January 3rd of next year. I note that Leadership Council works alongside community residents of the San Joaquin Valley and the East Coachella Valley who are directly impacted by the continued delay in regulating this dangerous drinking water contaminant. We know that the board's regulatory work takes time, and it's important that we set a standard that's health protective and that's legally justified, that holds up in court. But really, this has taken too much time and people continue to be exposed. We thus ask that the board ensure that the public process to set a new standard set immediately upon the new year, or start immediately upon the new year. Thank you for the time and consideration of these comments. We look forward to engaging in the public process once it begins, and also to a response to our letter we submitted yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Claiborne. Appreciate the engagement, the letter, and the push to make sure that we're being protective and moving quickly on what I know. I think of a number of other MCLs that are on deck as well, and getting this one off can help us make sure we're addressing those others. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Jocelyn. Good morning, Mr. Jocelyn. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me speak this morning. I think you might know me by this point, as I've spoken many times recently. I'm president of Friends of the Shasta River and staff at the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center. My family got to California in 1854 by wagon, worked as farmhands, and eventually bought land in the Little Shasta Valley. In the early years of my family being in Siskiyou County, it was not easy, as everything that was needed to build your life back had to be built from scratch. Trees felled and milled, fields plowed, houses built. It all happened simultaneously while the actual state of California was forming and creating laws. Many of these laws had acted to strip the lands and resources from the California Native tribes and give it to the settlers. And then the state simply and violently killed or removed tribes from their ancestral lands. November is Native American Heritage Month. I believe we are long past the time where we must acknowledge and reverse our course in recognizing the past events that occurred during the formative years of California statehood. We've now nearly wiped out the remaining original river-dependent communities with our resource management practices. We've nearly wiped out the last salmon species that still return to their native spawning grounds. In the 6 generations that my family has walked this land in northern Siskiyou County, We, the settlers, having been given everything we have ever asked for from the state, in these few generations, fertile land and plentiful water provided us everything we needed to prosper. Now it's apparent we've asked too much of the land. In a short 170 years, we have decimated the lands for our own selfish benefit. My family got out in the late 20-aughts, and by got out, I mean sold out. We didn't go extinct. We didn't lose everything. We simply lost the tradition of a patriarch passing down the ranch to a son. That's it. We still carry our history of hard work and resourcefulness. And there's even a plaque about it on the corner of a dusty dirt road where a small town used to stand. But our story is not over because there's a lot of work to do to turn things around. Sadly, we have not done enough as a state to educate our residents of the past injustices that were waged against the California tribes, and our regulations still have not acted to begin to unwind the same injustices. The recently adopted Racial Equity Action Plan by the Water Board is certainly a move in the right direction, but I would urge that our movement in the right direction must be swift and decisive, and it's going to hurt, and it has to come with a healthy serving of honesty. Honesty about our traditions and resource use, and plainly stating that we are living out of balance with nature. Agriculture in many places in the state has lost touch with the tendencies of stewardship, and that must be unapologetically pointed out. Nature is attempting to point that out with drought and fire, but most have failed to take the time to understand these lessons. Drought has reminded us that our massive expansion of irrigated acreages is not sustainable. Practices that are unsustainable have been codified by regulators in an attempt to cooperate or collaborate or give the appearance of being holistic. It isn't working anymore. While our natural resources, the public trust, and the tribal trust have suffered massive losses, some of which will never be recovered, I would urge that regulators must now move out of their comfort zone where our state has lain for the last 2 decades. Regulators should be prepared to face a period of discomfort that has never been actualized, though many have known was necessary. Water rights are racial equity issues that are not going away. We do not have the time to kick the can down the road. These water rights have to be meshed with current conditions and to undo past harms. With regulators describing the sluggishness in addressing the water rights issues as a simple problem of funding, we are losing more and more. It is clear to many that this isn't simply a funding issue. This is an issue of control and power. The state continues to delay facing realities with 10, 20, and 40-year plans, simply waiting on rain and snow to wet over these hard realities. We wait for wet years so we can forget about the dry ones. We move from one emergency declaration to the next. We are paralyzed by the prospects of legal challenges to new regulations. This is not a strategy that provides long-term resilience. Long-term resilience can only begin with open honesty about future resource availability in a much drier climate. It's going to upset people in power, but it's the only way forward to address the current inequities. Can't we all just get along? I think we can, but it's going to need those in power who have controlled our resources to change their practices to meet current conditions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Appreciate your words and for addressing the board this morning. Thank you. That wraps up our public forum, and want to thank everyone again that contributed to this morning's public forum. We now can move on to our board business, and our first item is consideration of adoption of here, the August 16, 17 board meeting minutes have not been distributed, so those will still be further delayed. And instead, it'll just be consideration of our October 3rd and October 18, 19 board meetings. Do we have to pull those apart? Were there any? We were all there, right? So we can keep them together as one. So entertain a motion.
I'll move adoption of both October board meeting minutes.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
All right, Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Next, we have a tranche of 2 uncontested items. These are items number 2 and 3. Ms. Tyler, are they still uncontested, or do we have anyone wishing? Okay, great. And board members, Seeing that they are still amongst us.
I'll move to adopt items 2 and 3.
I'll second.
Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate everyone's good work on those items. The fact that they're uncontested means that they were done so well that we're able to quickly get them and continue on our calendar. So thank you, or our schedule rather. This now brings us to our tranche of 5 informational items. This will be an information-heavy board meeting. Everyone will come back enriched and informed. So we will start with our first, which is item number 4, and is an update on the drought and current hydrologic conditions. Glad to welcome up Mr. Ekdahl and Mr. Trin. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights. Today, I'm joined by Benjamin Trin, an engineering geologist in our Bay Delta section, who will provide the bulk of the hydrologic update before I jump in and kind of give an overview of where curtailments are to date. We go to the next slide, please. So again, we'll jump right into current hydrologic conditions, and I'll turn it over to Benjamin.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Benjamin Trin, an engineering geologist in the Division of Water Rights Drought Planning Unit. I will be providing an update on water year precipitation totals, reservoir conditions, Term 91 diversion limitations, drought status, and near-term meteorological forecasts. The Deputy Director of Division of Water Rights, Eric Dahl, will be presenting the drought update. Next slide, please. There has been a modest uptick in the precipitation status at most Central Valley watershed assessment sites. For the Northern Sierra Index, looking at the blue line, we gained a little over 4 inches in the last month and are at 91% of average for this date. Next slide, please. For the San Joaquin Index, there has also been 4 inches of precipitation over the last month, putting this index at 123% of average for this date. Next slide, please. Similarly, for the Southern Sierra, the gain of 3.5 inches over the last month leaves this index at 167% of average for this date. Next slide, please. Here is a look at the reservoir conditions. The first panel in this series summarizes 17 major reservoirs around the state. Most are below historical average levels for this time of year. The next graph will focus on 4 project reservoirs. Each graph shows the trace of the new water year compared to last year and several notable wet or dry years, as well as historical average. Next slide, please. At Lake Shasta, storage sits at just over 1.4 million acre feet, which is 31% of total storage and 57% of historical average. Next slide, please. At Lake Oroville, storage sits at just over 1 million acre feet, which is 30% of total storage and 59% of historical average. Next slide, please. At Folsom Lake, storage sits at around 273,000 acre feet, which is 28% of total storage and 67% of historical average. Next slide, please. At New Melones Lake, storage sits at around 585,000 acre feet, which is 24% of total storage and 45% of historical average. Next slide, please. For Chichuma Reservoir, we are at 32% of capacity. Diamond Valley is at 61% of capacity. San Luis Reservoir is at just 24% of capacity and 52% of average. Next slide, please. Term 91 is currently in effect. Board staff are monitoring closely and will lift curtailments when appropriate. Next slide, please. This is the drought monitor synopsis for California as of November 3rd. There has been a very slight improvement in some of the statistics because of the recent precipitation discussed earlier. For example, over the last week, the portion of the state that is in the D2 severe drought or worse, labeled D2 to D4, has declined from about 92 to 88%. There was no improvement in the exceptional drought area, labeled D4, afflicting the southern half of the Central Valley primarily. Next slide, please. Colorado Basin, drought indicators have improved since the middle of the dry season, with most of the basin now out of the worst tiers of drought intensity. Next slide, please. This forecast comes from the NOAA Climate Prediction Center and shows the likelihood that the temperatures over the month of November will be normal, above, or below what would be expected for this time of year. The outlook is showing equal odds of normal temperatures for all of California. Next slide, please. The forecast from NOAA for precipitation shows that the most of the state, there is a somewhat elevated chance that precipitation will be above normal for November. Next slide, please. NOAA is also predicting a 76% chance that the La Niña pattern will persist through February 2023, with conditions of a neutral pattern slightly favored after that. Next slide, please. This final page portrays NOAA's outlook for drought persistence for the November 2022 through January 2023 period. For the most part, the prediction is that drought will persist for most of California, except a slight improvement along the North Coast area and much of the Klamath and Trinity basins in the far north. Unless there are any other questions that the board members may have, I'll transfer the drought update over to Eric Dahl.
Nice to have that first storm of the water year.
Oh, definitely. And I think kind of as a high level, we've seen an initial storm, a couple of inches in most of the Sierra watersheds. And that's definitely helped. But if you think back to the reservoir storage conditions, we didn't see an uptick. We didn't really see a blip up. And that reflects, that soil conditions, especially at the early part of the year, typically are still very dry from the long summer. And it takes a couple of wetting events to essentially see a significant response in stream flow and to really start to accumulate a lot of water in the reservoirs. November does see an uptick in total precipitation, but again, the average amounts for November are typically pretty small, usually around 2 inches or so. And it's not until December, January, or February where we really start to see significant upticks in precipitation. We did get the early November storm, and it's been dry for about 2 weeks, but we do see some indications, according to the state climatologist, that there may be some more significant precipitation events aiming for California around the Thanksgiving week. So we'll stay tuned and provide another update at our next board meeting, which I think is in December. So let's go to the next slide. I'll run through kind of the watershed specific drought updates very quickly. Next slide, please. In the Delta watershed, we had a staff workshop on November 9th that talked about proposed refinements to the watershed water availability analysis and adjusting priority dates for Friant-related diversions. That is recorded and available on the Delta drought webpage. And we are still seeking public comments. And if you do have them, you can submit them through November 16th at 5 p.m. We do have a very few number of curtailments still in effect. Most of the watersheds the curtailments have been lifted. Where curtailments are still in place, it's some of the smaller, more flashy watersheds in the Sacramento and also the Fresno River in the San Joaquin Valley. But those dates are largely in the mid 1900s or so. And then lastly, as mentioned, Term 91 is still in effect. It's very close. We did see some negative dips over the last week or so, but then it kind of returns back towards project supplemented water. So Term 91 is still in effect for the time being. We'll see if conditions change after these potential November or Thanksgiving related storms. Next slide, please. In Mill and Deer Creeks on October 7th, the state board issued curtailment orders for Mill and Deer Creek, requiring flows of 50 CFS. We did get a note from CDFW that fish were first observed beginning around October 2nd. And since that time, since the curtailment orders were issued, we have maintained that 50 CFS requirement. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, curtailments were lifted for the entire watershed. And as such, the voluntary water sharing program is also suspended. Although there are steering committee meetings to prepare for a retrospective report and discussing improvements for carrying that process forward next year if it's needed. Next slide, please. And just a graph showing kind of where things are in the Russian River related to flow. Things are above the 25 CFS that we highlight in the emergency regulations and in the NIMS biological opinion. Though flows are still pretty low for this time of year overall, and storage in Lake Mendocino is about at 37,000 acre feet. It's dropping, or it was dropping, at about 1,000 feet or 1,000 acre feet per week, although the recent precipitation may have mellowed that out a little bit. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta, we still have curtailments in effect for all surface and groundwater. The minimum flows for the Scott are 60 CFS. Right now, the observed flow this morning was about 9.8 CFS. It's still been very kind of slow to respond. The precipitation that was received up there was not significant enough to really kick it up into higher flow regimes, in part because some of it may have fallen as snow, which is still kind of held up in the higher elevations. In the Shasta, the minimum flow is 125 CFS, and the flows this morning were about 116. So we're closer in the Shasta. The livestock prohibition is still in effect September 1st through March 31st. And as a note, we still have a number of local cooperative solutions in operation. And if there's interest, to review the website and take a look there. Next slide, please. A bit of additional information in the Scott River. We do plan on releasing an information order today for the Scott River watershed to sync up statements of diversion with adjudicated water rights. Even after a couple of years, it's still been difficult to draw a one-to-one correlation between what's listed in the adjudication and what's actually a claimed statement of diversion and where those points of diversion are. So hopefully this information order can help clarify that. And later today, we are hosting a funding webinar in coordination with the United States Department of Agriculture and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And basically, it's going to run through what options are available, the resources that are available, where you can go to obtain loans, grants, and other funding resources to address watershed health or other kind of on-farm and agricultural related funding opportunities. Next slide, please. And a couple graphs showing kind of where we are in terms of flow. This is for the Scott River. So on the far, the right side, you can see we've had some adult Chinook returning into the system as of late October. Flows, though, are still pretty low. We do have connection in the system, although by the time you get up into the higher parts of the watershed, the tributaries may not have consistent water flowing through them. At least that was as of about a week ago. Next slide, please. And then in the Shasta, you can again see the flows are higher in the Shasta, which is typically the case. It's just a different hydrologic system. And we do, again, have a number of adult Chinook, about 4,500 that have returned as of the end of October. Next slide, please. No other division activities to highlight at this time. In either December or January, we're contemplating having the enforcement team kind of come back in and give an overview of where things are. There's still a lot of ongoing activity, so we're trying to also give them room to do those enforcement actions as they are needed. And next slide, please. I think there is our additional information updates. As always, please consult the drought webpage and sign up for the email subscription lists. Next slide. There may be one more slide on dry wells. This isn't normally something that the division covers, but I think it was added on here. And just a note that we had about 118 dry wells reported in October compared to 174 last year. So it's a decrease overall, but still a pretty high number. And you can see the trend since 2014, where we've had, again, just a lot of dry wells reported statewide, and a map showing the distribution primarily located in the San Joaquin Valley, but also an increasing number in the mid-Sacramento around the Colusa area, I believe, and kind of an ongoing emerging groundwater depression or cone of depression forming there. And with that, I think that concludes the hydrologic / curtailment related portion of the drought update. We'll turn it over to Division of Drinking Water with the next slide.
Many thanks. Good morning, Mr. Zuniga. Good to see you. Oh, you may need to be unmuted. Yeah, sorry.
I apologize. My sign language is a little rusty, so I wasn't able to do it that way. But thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go to the next slide. Just quickly to view the response triage 3 levels. No changes from the last time that I submitted this report. There is one system we are watching for drought emergency. It's a small system, Sierra Linda Mutual Water Company by Bass Lake. And it is out of water. SHE is on site delivering bottled water and delivering hauled water as well. But the system needs to be repaired. There's some major leaks in the system. It's not a drought related issue, so I didn't increase the number, but we do still track non-drought related water outage issues and respond to them similarly as we would a drought system. But just wanted to note that there is that one on there. Next slide. The heart of what I'm going to talk about today and the main part is really about SB 552. And SB 552 is an attempt by the legislature to get drought resiliency requirements and drought resiliency planning into our water systems, especially our small water suppliers. We know that our urbans are covered. We know that our non-communities, there's less concerns there. But with the small community systems, we have these required reporting elements. Three major categories of things that folks will have to do for SB 552. So with these 3 elements, we've decided to split them up into 2 different reporting systems. So we'll have drought infrastructure requirements. Just some examples of drought infrastructure requirements is having ability to monitor your wells starting January 1st, having a CalWarn or mutual aid system, having multiple sources, backup sources, or inner ties that allow you to have resiliency, and fire flow requirements. There's a couple of things that is required to do. That's going to stay in the EAR. The EAR will request to see if this has been done, and if it's been done, it's checked off, and that's it for that. It's as they complete these requirements, they only need to be reported once a year. But there's 2 other aspects of reporting. One of them is drought planning requirements. This requires small water systems to either do drought planning in their emergency response plan or to do a water shortage contingency plan that's sort of an abridged version. And we're creating a draft with DWR as we speak. So we're going to ask for this on a one-time basis through the clearinghouse. Because we already asked for that for drought order systems. We're utilizing existing systems and trying to repurpose them for this effort. We'll ask for it once, and then they'll be able to refill or pre-fill from what they've previously uploaded into future fields. And that's certainly something in later briefings we're going to go through with some of the board members, just to kind of show them what the reporting looks like and explain this in a little bit more detail in briefings. But this last part is the source, supply, and demand reporting requirements. So typically, we have collected supply and demand on an annual basis in the EAR. As you may know, the EAR is not due until the second quarter of the year after the reporting year. So for many purposes, for drought planning purposes, we don't get that information in time to really act that summer on information that we may have received in January. So because of that, we have identified a rollout strategy for supply and demand reporting requirements that collect from a source level the fields that not just the Division of Drinking Water needs, but potentially DWR needs, the monthly conservation reports that ORPP needs, and the CPUC requests from water systems as well. So there's a lot of folks that need this data and that we're going to be able to collect from a source basis. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll explain a little bit about what the timeline looks like. So first of all, we need to do a lot of outreach. So in addition to the regular LIRIS lists, and we've done our staff training already, we plan on doing a water system reporting workshop, explaining to them how the reporting works, how they're expected to put this source information into the clearinghouse, creating an account, all of the things that are required. We've developed a user guide in terms of how they're going to need to interface with that system. And of course, we'll have that workshop recorded and available on a website so that they can view it on their time and on their convenience. But all community water systems and NTNC schools will be required to report on a quarterly basis next year, starting in April 2023. So for the first couple of months, they'll be able to report sort of voluntarily, and then they'll be required to report at the end of April. And this is going to give us seasonality of groundwater levels. It's very hard to make a decision based on what one data point a year says about your water source. It's more important to have that seasonality where we know how it's behaving in the winter versus how it's behaving in the summer. And we feel we're going to be able to get that quality data from here. The non-community water systems, in order to eliminate duplicative reporting and not having a subset report in the AR, a subset report in the clearinghouse, we're going to ask for non-community systems also to report in the clearinghouse portal starting the fourth quarter of 2023. So by the end of next year, all public water systems will be reporting their supply and demand into the clearinghouse, and we'll be able to have that information available for the different stakeholders, agencies, and even the public who need that information. And that being said, the water system will no longer need to report production and demand into the EAR for the 2023 reporting year. This 2022 reporting year will be due in April timeframe of 2023, so that's not going to change. But the year after that, that EAR is not expected to have production and demand questions. It hopefully will streamline and simplify the EAR and make it much more easier for users to fill that out while shifting some of that over, so it's done on a monthly basis. It doesn't have to be done all at once at the end of the year. So that's what I wanted to share. Don't know if there's any questions, but that is the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. I appreciate you covering that. And I especially appreciate the removal of a reporting requirement as we're trying to consolidate these and incorporate what is new direction from the legislature. I think that's really important. I know that all of our systems only have so much time. And so this real critical work of consolidating and understanding how best we not over ask and here align what are multiple requests from the legislature for different types of information is just really great. So I really appreciate it. Any questions or comments on the drinking water or water rights side for folks?
Yeah, thank you. On the drinking water side, thank you, Mr. Zuniga, for that report and the information about the updated reporting and water supply and demand reporting. I do think about the number of reports that we ask for, and I think over this past year that ask through the electronic annual report has grown, and I appreciate you looking for ways to streamline that reporting. I just wanted to clarify, this year, I think we also sent out drought information orders to quite a few systems as well. So is there an overlap here with this enhanced drought reporting, the supply and demand piece, and those information orders? Or do you anticipate both those processes will continue to go forward?
Certainly, yeah. Some of those efforts are currently in planning right now. We are constructing, as you may recall, last year we did a drought technical order for the entire year. And then we made people applicable or not applicable to it on a case-by-case basis. This next year, we may have to tweak that a little bit. So we're working on a draft right now. We'll share with you guys a little bit about what we're working on and get some feedback in our briefings with you guys. I think this week and next week we'll talk about it a little bit more. But we want to do a one-stop shop. You go to one or maybe two technical orders and you understand all your reporting requirements for the year. This is what's in the ear and this is what's in the clearinghouse, so that we don't have as much overlap. My anticipation is that this is going to be that drought watch. What is in general, how are folks doing on water quantity issues? And from that, we'll be able to pick who then gets put on these higher level orders. So it can be an adjustment. It's a lot of the same information that we're asking. So there's certainly a really good opportunity here to harmonize both efforts. And since I'm involved in both efforts, I think it makes sense for me too, so I don't get confused. But yeah, this is something that we're planning for 2023. Drought planning is to do some harmonization of all these different data asks into something that is a little bit more manageable for systems to keep track of.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the answer I was looking for, and I look forward to the discussion on that. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you both. Other colleagues with any questions? Vice Chair, please.
First of all, just want to thank you and working with CDFA and USDA for today's webinar. I'm really excited about some progress in that area and would like to receive a report back on level of interest and to the extent that you're able to provide information as to the number of applicants or follow through on these potential grant and other benefits that are out there. And then on the staff workshop on the methodology, I tracked it and I've tracked previous ones too. And I find it interesting that we just don't get a lot of interaction from the stakeholders. And so I know that there's an opportunity for written comment, but also just want to get your thoughts on that. Do you feel that you're getting a lot of interaction, just sort of one-on-one with stakeholders that are concerned about the methodology? And, just want to make sure that there's lots of opportunities for dialogue, because I think what we're trying to avoid is litigation in this area as much as possible.
Yeah, and the amount of interaction, the workshops that we've had have been fairly consistent for the last year or so. We do hold them all virtually, which I do think expands access, and it makes it easier for, the Delta is a huge watershed, so everyone can kind of participate. But the presentations are pretty, cut and dry at this point too. And I think the modifications that we're making to the methodology at this point, this last one was more substantial, and it does include some elements that address kind of geography. And I think the issue of return flow is one that we'll still need to look at additionally in the future. But there hasn't been a huge amount of change since the initial methodology has come through. And so I think because we're largely kind of modifying around the edges, it hasn't risen to that level where there's a lot of input back and forth about specific topics. That being said, there is a lot of input back and forth at the staff level, and diverters in the Delta are constantly communicating and working with staff, either one-on-one or with groups. And so it's kind of an ongoing and iterative process. And I think a lot of what we're seeing at these workshops is, there's not a lot there because we've already worked through it or have already talked to a lot of the stakeholders going forward.
Great, that was my sense, but just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. And then lastly, on the Scott, just continue to have concerns about the number that we put out there, which sort of, was in question at the original adoption. And I know that this is a very unique system, and it's not directly, you can't directly tie it to a curtailment at any given time because of, the groundwater interaction with the stream. But just looking for, as we move toward readoption, looking to have some additional information. I know that we've got that contract with UC Davis and Professor Harder. And then also, more than likely, compliance enters into this. Are the vast majority, do we have high compliance? And if we do, then how to sort of tease out that lag time? And so just really hoping that when we do go to readoption, that we will have an opportunity in a public setting to vet those issues. And I know that has to be balanced against moving quickly. So just really asking that, either we do a workshop on that or some sort of, maybe staff meeting, some way to have a public vetting of those issues.
Absolutely. The flow in the Scott, as we showed in the graph, really hasn't responded. And it's just been a very different hydrologic system. Flows have kind of ranged at the Fort Jones gauge from about 7 to 9, 10 CFS pretty consistently through the last 3-4 months. And the flow target, I believe, is around 30 or 33 CFS during these summer months. Whether that's too high of a number, or even if we lowered that number to 20, there's still not hitting that target. And so at some level, it's kind of we can argue about what the right number is, but we're still not anywhere close to it. And why is that? Is it because the system is so different? Is it because of ongoing drought? Is it because of compliance? The enforcement team is doing a lot of work in that watershed in particular, and there is a separation of functions, but to the degree that there's public information and we can talk about it, we'll have the enforcement team come forward. We do have the ongoing work with Thomas Harder at UC Davis. And so our anticipation, if we move towards readoption, and by all indications, looking at kind of the long-term hydrologic forecasts, it looks like another drought year. And so we're at this point anticipating moving towards readoption, plan to work in as many opportunities for public comments and staff, discussion of what those targets are, the data and the science that we have around it in advance, and as well at the adoption meeting itself. So it's a very long-winded way of saying, yes, we're going to try and respond and be as responsive as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other colleagues? Questions or comments? And we have a couple commenters, so we can go to them. Our first is Nick Jocelyn, who will then be followed by Kaya Rivers. You should be provided an opportunity. Oh, there you are. Good to
Thank
see you,
you
Mr. Johnson.
for the update. I just wanted to say a little bit about the Scott and Shasta watersheds. Difficulties in being a stakeholder, not a water rights holder in threatened watersheds, makes it very difficult to participate in these processes. Advocates don't get asked to meetings or calls. We have to ask for them. So here are some of the issues that we continue to work on and some of the continuing issues with ongoing regulations that we see. Our current structure for fines against violators of environmental regulations are not deterrents to future violations. Several stories appeared last week detailing extremely small fines in the Scott and Shasta and violators openly stating they will violate again. Serial violators need fines that send a strong message. Examples of these can be seen in the fines that cannabis operators face. Persons in positions of power who violate the law need to receive fines that send a message. Violators who have received taxpayer funding for infrastructure upgrades should be required to pay back taxpayers. In many of these watersheds, we see changes to water rights, and water rights petitions with dishonest details should be flatly rejected. In the case of the Shasta, Grenada Irrigation District used dishonest water use reporting, and now myself as a protestant to their petition change have to collaborate on a dishonest petition to show that I'm willing to collaborate. I believe it should just be thrown out. Montague Water Conservation District has water quality issues that ruin most downstream work of willing landowners, layers upon layers of compliance with settlement agreements and regulations, and somehow credits given while there's been no meaningful improvement in the operations of their infrastructure. Now they've received a local cooperative solution for simply attempting to comply with regulations they violated for decades. An 18 degrees centigrade temperature threshold is not an appropriate target temp because coho have been shown to scatter for colder water at that temperature, and most will die in that effort to find colder water in the Shasta. Taxpayers should not be paying for projects that have been shown to have dishonest claims made. Spent money, if shown to have gone to dishonest projects, should be clawed back. Paying for 1707 dedicated water needs to show that wet water ends up in the river. The Scott and Shasta Water Master District is playing a game of chicken with the Water Board as to whether they are legally obligated to shepherd dedicated water through the Shasta River to the mouth. The local cooperative solutions in the Scott Valley and Shasta Valley, too much water has been given away when looking at previous year's usage. While in a drought, 30% was simply not enough of a reduction. 15% in the Shasta is completely without reason as the river is overallocated and the flow cannot support the paper water rights that currently exist. We were wondering where the supporting science is to justify the 30% in the Scott Valley. The river remains disconnected and the salmon run imperiled. We need honesty from regulators to the ag community that next year will be worse if drought continues, and it must be plainly stated with the suggestion of fallowing irrigatable lands. A new concept, managed aquifer recharge, should not be done in drought years, and it should not be part of experiments done in watersheds where salmon species are imperiled and hanging by the final threads of their existence. A recent presentation given about Scott Valley efforts with MAR stated that positive effects of MAR are much less during a drought. For MAR to work, there needs to be permanent in-stream flow recommendations so that we actually quantify what in-stream needs are before we suggest that managed aquifer recharge out of stream uses are appropriate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Appreciate your comments and engagement on these issues. Thank you. And next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, highlighting the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. even though the state of California isn't currently dealing with the extreme high temperatures of the past summer. At least 1,372 households throughout California have lost access to their domestic wells because of low water levels. I'm sorry. Throughout California have lost access to drinking water due to their wells going dry. More specifically, within the last 30 days, there have been 84 new dry wells. And as we venture into 2023, and water levels continue to drop as a result of another projected drought year, the scope of this problem will likely increase. It is unlikely that the households that have already lost access to their domestic wells because of low water levels will regain their access to water in the future, and more wells will go dry due to the cumulative effects of the drought. Because of this, the state must prepare not only for the drought impacts that we have observed so far, but for the intensification of drought and its impacts in the near future. In order to prepare, we asked the State Water Board to work with the governor's office to ensure that there is sufficient funding in the next budget to provide relief to drought-impacted households and communities. Further, to address the root cause of chronically low water levels, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act must be implemented in a manner that prevents groundwater over-extraction in order to avoid further exacerbating the drought we are currently and will likely continue to experience. However, the revised groundwater sustainability plans submitted within the critically overdrafted subbasins of Kauai, Kings, and Madera minimally address the issue of overextraction, leaving many households vulnerable to water outages. We encourage the State Water Board to work in close consultation with the Department of Water Resources to ensure that drinking water needs are truly protected by identifying lingering deficiencies of these plans and welcoming GSAs to make the necessary changes under the State Water Board's management. Thank you again, and always for the opportunity to provide comment today.
Thank you as well, Ms. Rivers, for continuing to highlight the important work that needs to get done as we respond to drought, and here emphasizing the great relationship that it really takes with DWR to get all this work done. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola.
Hello, I apologize. I'm wearing sunglasses. I actually got bit in the face by a yellow jacket and have swollen eyes. So luckily I don't have to be down there.
Understandable. And they look great.
Yeah,
you look very fashionable this morning.
Okay, rural people issues. Sorry about that. Anyway, I wanted to do a little comment on this agenda item very quickly. As you're aware, it's a Native American Heritage Month. And we recently had a bunch of meetings on the Klamath River and the North Coast about the racial equity plans and resolutions for the North Coast region. And then we also recently commented on the racial equity action plan on the state level. And one of the main things that I felt like I needed that we brought up both at the North Coast meetings and at the state level is that the fact that agriculture does not have to follow the same rules as everyone else is one of the biggest racial equity issues that the Water Board is facing. I think we all know a majority of the pollution that we're seeing in a lot of these more rural areas and in drinking water supplies are coming from agricultural waste and lack of flows. We're dealing with things like toxic algae, and then we're also dealing with complete non-compliance of these curtailments in the Scott and Shasta River. And a lot of people did bring up in the meetings on the Klamath River that the #1 issue that's impacting the Klamath salmon and water quality and things such as people's rights to practice their religion in the Klamath region is the Scott and Shasta farmers and them feeling like they do not have to comply with the laws or be responsible for their actions. And I'm really happy that Nick really laid out some of the details of this. But seeing that these fines are so low that the water masters refuse to actually make sure that this in-stream flow is in the rivers, and that we're already having a lot of rain, but the Klamath salmon, we finally got a good salmon run, or not good, but better than we've had in years. And the salmon are all holed up, unable to make it up the Scott River. And I just feel like that it needs to be said that, there's so much going on that's so great to see from the board, like the racial equity plan, establishing tribal beneficial uses, putting laws and plans in place to make sure that cities are conserving water. But the latest plan that I heard said that cities' indoor use are supposed to go down to about 40 gallons a day indoor. Of course, outdoor would be different. And that's about the same amount of water a day, or actually probably less than one single almond tree can use in California. But there's no plan on how to deal with agriculture besides these curtailments that are only in emergency situations and have very small fines. And so I know that this board is working really hard to figure out how to deal with California's massive water issues. But in a lot of these meetings I've been to too, Southern California is going to be getting cut off of a lot of their water sources because they're not there anymore, and are looking to build way more storage and diversions from Northern California. But truthfully, that water is also not there. And a lot of that water would also be going to agriculture from these new dams and diversions. And I just think that it needs to be thought about, like, what is in the public good? The California Constitution speaks of this, and I really don't think using some of the cleanest water sources in the state to grow things like almond and alfalfa for export, why people in the cities are getting cut so low, is the best use of water for our state during a drought. And so I really hope that this board, while thinking ahead for next year, think about ways to actually deal with long-term flow plans for some of these critical watersheds, that were already supposed to happen, like in the Shasta River watershed. And also think about, how do we deal with the water rights system? I mean, in areas like the Shasta River, which has been brought up a lot during this meeting, the city of Montague does not have a reliable water source, and has to deal with having polluted water, while, people in the upper watershed dam up clean water sources and flood irrigate cow fields, and that's not a good use of water. Anyway, I know that there's a lot of planning going on right now, and a lot does also have to come through Department of Water Resources and the governor's office. But you, as the water board, are there to protect these waterways and to protect our communities. And there's no way we're actually going to be able to move forward with racial equity plans and tribal beneficial uses and making sure that all communities have access to clean water if we do not get a handle on agricultural water use and agricultural water pollution. So I really urge you to prioritize this at the state board level, and to bring it to the other agencies as a priority of this board. So I think that's all I'll say for now. I'm not sure if I've used all my time or not, and I am not thinking as clearly as normal due to my allergic reaction happening right now. But thank you for the chance to speak. I look forward to working with you in the future on this.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. I appreciate your good comments and always engagement here with the board. And I know at least here from myself in this seat, it's not an either or, and we are trying to make progress on all these fronts, knowing that our watersheds and these drops connect us, and we have an integrated system truly. So we need to understand how it all fits together into the future. And I appreciate your comments, so thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of our commenters. Was there anything further from any board members? Any thoughts, questions, requests for future informational item on drought? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Akhtal. Thank you, Mr. Trin. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the good presentation. Let's go ahead and let's just take a 10-minute break. It doesn't have to be a long one, just to give us a moment before we dive into deeper discussion on water use efficiency. And so let's go ahead and we'll bring ourselves back here. We'll just say at 10:50, and appreciate everyone's moment to take a break here. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're at 10:50, so we can begin to gather back. And we are now moving on to item number 5, which is our update on our monthly water production and conservation data reported by urban retail water suppliers. Good to see you, Charlotte. Good to see you, Marielle.
Good morning, all. My name is Charlotte Ely. I supervise the conservation program in the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. And today, Marielle and I are here to provide the conservation update, as well as to give our conservation tip. We'll be joined afterwards by our eager colleagues with the Department of Water Resources to provide an overview presentation on their recommendations for the Making Conservation a California Way of Life legislation. And with that, I'll hand it over to Marielle.
Charlotte, if we could go to the next slide, please. So September was kind of an odd month from a climatological perspective. Here in Sacramento, for example, the first week of the month was consistently in the triple digits, only to drop into the mid 70s 2 weeks later as monsoon conditions led to unusually wet weather for this time of year. In the southern part of the state, a tropical storm brought strong winds and localized heavy rain. So overall, these conditions translated into a slightly less arid September this year compared to last year, as seen by the colors of the bars in the figure. Still, fairly dry, but less so. So this, combined with ongoing conservation efforts by water agencies, have resulted in a 9 GPCD drop in residential per capita water use, from 109 GPCD in 2021 to 100 GPCD in 2022. And if we, consider the 2020 baseline year, that's a 15 GPCD drop. Next slide, please. Double-digit savings were observed throughout most of the summer and continue to inch upwards, mirroring the observations in the previous slide. Californians' water savings totaled 10.9% in September of this year relative to 2020, with a cumulative savings of 4.6% statewide. Next slides, please. More than half of the hydrologic regions in the state saw double-digit savings in September relative to 2020. The South Lahontan region is at the top of the list with 18.6% savings, followed by the Colorado River and North Coast regions with 14.3% savings, the San Francisco Bay region with 13.2%, the South Coast and North Lahontan regions at 11.9%, and the Sacramento River region with 10.5%. The remaining ones were less than 10%, but still pretty good. Next slide, please.
All right. So today we wanted to talk about compost. So organic waste material like food scraps, yard trimmings, paper, cardboard make up half of what Californians dump into landfills. And this organic waste in landfills is responsible for about 20% of the state's methane emissions. So that is a climate superpollutant that is 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. It also releases particulate matter like PM 2.5, which contributes to health conditions like asthma. So the recycling of organic waste is really a sort of fast track way to fight climate change, as well as to protect public health and the environment. So these yard trimmings, food scraps, and other types of organic waste can be recycled into new products like compost and mulch. Senate Bill 1383 requires cities and counties to annually procure a certain quantity of recovered organic waste products to meet their annual procurement targets. So CalRecycle, one of our sister agencies, assigns these annual procurement targets to each jurisdiction based on its population. And jurisdictions can fulfill their procurement obligations by procuring recovered organic waste products like compost and mulch. So the application of these organic waste products can support local environmental initiatives such as climate action plans. They can benefit local communities and spaces. They can improve local air quality, and they can improve soil quality. So healthy soils do a better job of filtering pollution, of providing plant nutrients, of sequestering carbon, and helping pests with pest resistance, and then they can do a better job of storing water. So applying compost and mulch can increase both the soil's water holding capacity as well as the permeability of the soil. And so it's estimated that every 1% increase in organic matter can result in as much as 20,000 gallons of available soil water per acre. This is sort of roughly translating to each 1% of soil organic matter can increase the sort of water holding capacity of the soil by 3.7%. When we couple this with deeply rooted shrubs and trees, we create landscapes that are much better at slowing, spreading, and sinking stormwater. So healthy soils become kind of like a water bank, helping to increase the hydration of our soils, which would allow us to reduce the amount of time that we need to water our landscapes, the amount of water that we need to apply to our landscapes. So as we are entering into the wet season, right, and we have the opportunity to capture and retain some of that water on site to offset our irrigation needs, our conservation tip for this month is just add compost. I think one last note before we hand things over to our colleagues at the department. Just sort of in recognition of Native American Heritage Month, our team wanted to, point out that conservation could help to keep water in rivers and streams and protect tribal beneficial uses. So thanks for your time, and yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ely. Thank you, Ms. Rodero. We have a question from Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the update. I always appreciate the tips as well. And I take notes for what things I can do better at home. In your updates, I'm really encouraged by the progress that we've made as a state with getting closer, although, we haven't quite hit that 15% goal yet, but still inching ever closer. And I'm hopeful that we will soon if the drought continues. But one element of the report that, I know we used to have in prior updates, but isn't there anymore, is the volume. And the amount of water saved. And I know that the California Water Strategy lays out some goals for long-term conservation and achieving a certain amount of water savings to account for hotter and drier climates. And so what I'm hoping is, if you don't have this handy, but perhaps in future reports, if you could incorporate some of the quantities of water that we're saving statewide, I think that would be very helpful information to have included here. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. Any other questions on the update? All right, that concludes item number 5, and now brings us to item number 6, which is a continuation of this conservation discussion as the Department of Water Resources, Chris Chernell here, good to see you this morning, presents on their outdoor recommendation. And as a reminder, this outdoor recommendation will come together with an indoor number, our water loss standards, variances over the next year as the board adopts long-term conservation standards for water agencies. Really great to have you this morning with us. Good to see you, Mr. Chernell.
Good to see you as well, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Pleasure to be here this morning in front of all of you for this informational item. And happy to engage in the future, of course, as desired. So again, pleasure to be here. Chris Chernell, Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management, the California Department of Water Resources. I am here with my entourage of doctors. We have Dr. Manager Alemi here to my immediate left, Policy Advisor for the Division of Planning water use efficiency expert in his own right, Dr. Sabrina Cook, the water use efficiency implementation section manager. Online, we have Ryan Bailey, water use efficiency branch manager, as well as Dr. Bakela Temesgen, land and water use section manager. So really, in a way, the leadership team at the Department of Water Resources that focuses in some way or another on fundamental water use efficiency and related water management issues for the department and for the state, of course. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of context setting. This is most certainly not an exhaustive list of recent happenings related to drought and conservation milestones. You'll note, for example, that even the most recent governor actions related to water use efficiency, some of which were just discussed by your staff, are not listed up there. Really the point I'd like to make with this slide is that there's been a natural and meaningful and purposeful evolution of how the state has addressed water use efficiency at the statewide regulated or otherwise required perspective, mostly legislative in the past. I think in direct contrast with what we're talking about today, which I'll get into in a moment, is the 20 by 2020 legislation from 2009, that large water package that was passed back in that year, otherwise known as 20 by 20 or SB 7X7, that really took and this is a gross oversimplification, so bear with me, but or rather forgive me, but generally took a 20% off the top approach to looking at the potential and mandated water use efficiency improvements for the urban sector, which of course I should have said from the beginning is really what we are focused on here today, the urban sector exclusively, both residential and commercial, industrial, and institutional water uses. So compare that with legislation that was passed in 2018, AB 1668 by Assemblymember Friedman and SB 606 by Senator Hertzberg, that really started to shift in a significant way via state law, a shift in how water use efficiency is dealt with at that level. Again, from this more one size fits all 20 by 2020 approach from back in 2009 to a water budget based approach, which I think is pretty universally seen as a much more significant way to factor in simply the fact that we have a large and complex and very diverse state, lots of different climate zones, hydrologic conditions. What's happening in one area can be basically completely unreflective of what's happening in another area. Past investments, not necessarily true in other areas. So how do we and acknowledge those differences, and in doing so, continue to move efficiency always in the right direction? I do want to say here that there's a couple examples mentioned of more drought-related executive orders related to mandatory cutbacks. And again, similar theme that your staff was just presenting on. It's our general belief, of course, no surprise, that that type of an approach will always be potentially required in drought emergency type situations. But what we are talking about here today is not in contrast to that, or rather it's not contrary to that. What we are talking about is how do we continue to move the ratchet in the right direction as we look at long-term water use efficiency gains in the state. So again, there's always the need for more short-term tools that might look significantly different. This is not that. This is looking long-term. Next slide, please. So what were we required to do as a department? First, we were required to, and this is not going to be a focus of this conversation today, but we wanted to mention it for context, of course, is we needed to come up with, working in coordination with the Water Board, legislative recommendations for residential indoor water use. We've made those recommendations. I'll touch on those in a bit here, and they've been subsequently reflected in legislation that was signed into law successfully. So that's a significant milestone and step forward that really does, because we are talking about a water budget approach to water use efficiency, certainly factor into this conversation and help set a good foundation for your upcoming work here. The other work we were required to do that really is the substance of the recommendations that we have over the last number of weeks provided to the board formally from the department, our staff and executive, really are recommendations for water use efficiency associated with each of the components, if you will, of an urban water supplier's water budget or water portfolio. So things like outdoor water use efficiency standards, variances that need to be taken into consideration consistent with the legislative requirement. CII performance measures. Turns out that we don't have the ability yet at the local or state level to measure every single part of the CII sector and its water use. Lots of variation there. Maybe we'll get there someday, but we're not quite there yet. So what are the BMPs, if you will, type of an approach to address aspects of the CII sector? And then also clarity on the guidelines and methodologies that both we used to come up with our recommendations, but in a way more importantly, guidelines and methodologies that we would recommend for your adoption. They would be used in turn by local suppliers when and you when coming up with individualized water use objectives. Again, based on this more water budget type approach to improving water efficiency across the board. Outdoor water use efficiency standards is highlighted here. I could have also highlighted number 1 here, residential indoor standards. These are 2 large drivers of the numbers that we are really talking about and represent some of the most variability between the, water suppliers in the urban sector. So we'll be spending more time on those today, touching, I would say, very briefly on some of the other measures that Ryan will get into later, but really wanted to focus the conversation today on those first 2. Next slide, please. So a little bit of punchline up front. We can certainly come back to this, of course, but before we get into what our recommendations actually are and a little bit about how we got to them, just want to put the estimated effect of our recommendations were the board to take action as proposed to you. What would that look like for water supply across the state? So DWR's recommended standards, if adopted as is, expected to achieve roughly 450,000 acre feet of water savings per year by 2030. There's a ramp up to that 2030, which I'll get into. In addition to those other kind of dealt with slightly differently CII conservation measures that are more difficult to get our arms around quantitatively, but would certainly be in addition to that 450 acre feet per year. Just for context, that's roughly enough to supply more than $1.6 million, not just $6 million homes, all homes, 1.6 million homes across the state, excuse me, or 4.7 million residents for both indoor and outdoor annual needs. Interestingly, looking at the Department of Finance's estimated population growth in the state between now and 2030, that's roughly the same number of residents that we expect to gain between now and, again, as I mentioned, 2030. Not necessarily an apples to apples comparison. There's some nuance there, of course, but I think gross scale, kind of an interesting fact and alignment there. It's certainly not one that we were driving towards per se or back calculating from, but an interesting fact nonetheless. In the near term, as I mentioned, there's also going to be savings expected as we ramp up to the more stringent efficiency standards, again, at least as recommended by the department in 2030. And so what that would look like in the meantime is a roughly 100,000 acre feet a year water conservation savings in the urban sector starting in 2023 or whenever the regulations would begin to take effect. Last thing I want to mention on this page, just for, again, context setting and big picture, is that similar numbers are reflected in the governor's recent water supply strategy that was published in August, rather, of this year. It mentions, to be clear, a goal of at least 500,000 acre feet per year. That was not a cap by any stretch of the imagination, but that at least 500,000 acre feet per year was in part based off of the expected savings from the recommendations from the department, were those to be adopted. Next slide, please. So really briefly on the indoor residential water use recommendations, again, to be clear, these are not coming to the water board. They were jointly proposed by the department and the water board to the legislature based off of an earlier deadline rather. The 2018 legislation kind of split the indoor residential from the other pieces of the conversation, and it set in law 55 GPCD standard for 2020, ramping down to 52.5 in 2025 and 50 in 2030, and tasked us to work together with your staff to basically look at whether or not that is a reasonable legislative estimate of efficient water use for indoor residential sector. And it tasked us to, again, work together to really question that assumption and to make recommendations for different numbers to be adopted by the legislature subsequently, where we define those numbers to be some either unreasonable or otherwise not reflective of current trends in that particular piece of the water sector. And that is in fact what we found, that those numbers did not adequately reflect the current conditions, if you will, the state of technology and current trends in the indoor residential sector. And so we made a joint recommendation to the legislature for maintenance of 55 gallons per capita per day for 2020, a significantly reduced 47 gallons per capita per day for 2025. And as you can see here, of course, landing at 42 gallons per capita per day for 2030. So I would say a significant improvement in efficiency or ratcheting up of efficiency that's now reflected in state law. I'll take this moment to just say, as I should have also at the outset, that it has been a pleasure, both professional and personal, working with your staff on the evolution and the work being put into this effort here that's reflected on the screen, and also the broader water use efficiency proposals that we're talking about today. It's been really good working with different perspectives and getting to where we are today. So just wanted to make that clear. Really appreciate the time and energy that the board has put into this effort along with us. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we talk about outdoor water use efficiency, what are we really talking about here? It gets a little bit tricky, and so I'm going to try to break this down, and we can absolutely turn to the experts in the room and online to get more detailed explanations here. But when we say an outdoor water use standard, whether that's for the residential sector or for the CII sector, what do we really mean? We talk about an evapotranspiration factor, which is a piece of a relatively straightforward but still also relatively complex equation that basically looks at relative plant needs for any given species of plant, the variable of irrigation efficiency, and when applied to a particular climate area, is an objective determination of how much water is needed to irrigate that healthy landscape. So really, it's a combination of different variables that looks at the relationship between water use efficiency and what it takes to keep a plant in any given climate area healthy and alive. DWR is required to determine a statewide evapotranspiration factor that can be applied to each local agency in its water budget for efficient outdoor water use. And like I mentioned, when that ETF, that proposed ETF, is applied to local climate conditions, it's a relative indicator of irrigation efficiency and the types of plants in the landscape. Another way to think about this is that the lower the ETF is, it requires less thirsty plants or more efficient landscapes. And the higher that number, it allows for less water efficient plants and less efficient irrigation, or a combination of those two. So when we say outdoor water use standard, that's really what we are talking about. It is this somewhat complex evapotranspiration factor, or ETF. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? How did we get to our recommendations for a statewide evapotranspiration factor, which we'll talk the specifics of in a couple of subsequent slides. A lot of different ways that we got to this number. So data and calculated ETF values. We looked at statewide representatives, urban water suppliers, and really what this ETF was based on their current water use. We looked at over 240 water suppliers for that pilot study. We measured all irrigable residential landscape area for urban retail water suppliers. We looked at 3 different methods to assess efficient outdoor water use, 2 based on the model water efficient landscape ordinance methodologies, 1 based on published horticultural and irrigation science information. We employed an expert consultation team with extensive experience in California water use and data analysis, remote sensing, statistics, and statistical design. Next slide, please. Also had more in-depth conversations with a number of water suppliers looking at the data that they have been able to provide us from actual on-the-ground information. So water suppliers that included Irvine Ranch, East Bay Municipal Utility District, Coachella Valley Water District, and others. We looked at published University of California research, some of which was sponsored by our department along the way and in the past. And we also looked at published information from from landscape design criteria manuals published by groups like the American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers and the American Society of Civil Engineers, as well as others. We also discussed this with landscaping professionals and really worked with them to figure out their methodologies for measurement, and did so in close consultation with several key industry leaders there. Next slide, please. And of course, and this is what Ryan will get into in a moment here, had an extensive process for stakeholder engagement and feedback. And that also factored into where we ultimately landed with our recommendation for this outdoor standard to you all. To be very clear, and it should be of no surprise, of course, that some in the kind of water industry world and in the NGO community and the public at large felt that we were not being stringent enough with our recommendation. We took that into consideration. Where could we do more? Where are there opportunities? Where were there blind spots in any of the analyses that we did? Where could we fill some of those gaps and feel confident in doing so? And some, of course, felt that our proposals were too aggressive along the way and not feasible within the timeline that the legislation set out for both us to do our work and also given your process, directing your process, and the timelines that they would then have in turn to employ different improvements to meet those standards. There's climate considerations. Part of the governor's water supply strategy is really based off of this concept that some of your staff earlier today mentioned of aridification and the increased soil dryness and atmospheric thirst, if you will, an interesting term that I've found useful to use. What does that mean for these types of standards? And are we going far enough to both push the envelope but keep it within the realm of feasibility for water suppliers? And as I just mentioned, the governor's water supply strategy and the targets laid out in there. Took those into consideration as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the actual numbers for the outdoor water use efficiency standards for both existing outdoor residential landscapes and existing outdoor CII landscapes, a little bit of actually not difference between them. Those are recommended to be the same. So for 2023, again, looking at this idea of ramping up into these new water use efficiency standards, giving agencies some time to get there between now and 2030. So we're proposing an ETF, evapotranspiration factor of 0.80 for both existing outdoor residential landscapes and existing outdoor CII landscapes. And then similarly, identical numbers in 2030, 0.63 for existing outdoor residential landscapes and 0.63 for existing outdoor CII landscapes. You'll also note here a couple other numbers: newly developed outdoor residential landscapes. So those that are not in existence today, basically bare earth, and you can think of that as new construction in the outdoor residential landscape world and also in the CII sector. So where there's nothing today and there is new construction or a complete revamping of landscape, significantly more stringent proposed efficiency standards for those, 0.55 for outdoor residential landscapes in both 2023 and 2030, and 0.45, a little bit more stringent for CII landscapes. And all four of those are consistent with existing model water efficient landscape ordinance numbers. And part of our recommendation to you is, as the state takes steps to continue making MWELO standards more and more stringent and reflecting the direction the state is moving in, that these numbers here, as they apply to an urban water supplier's objective, would be modified commensurate with those MWELO changes. Next slide, please. So what does this mean across the board? So what we have here are each of the urban water suppliers in the state. I believe this represents all 400 and some odd urban suppliers, but it might be a somewhat smaller representative sample of those, but it gives a solid distribution of those agencies. Size of the circle is relative population. And what we are looking at here is all of those who are above the line and also in red are those that were the board to adopt DWR's recommended water use efficiency standards, those are those that would have to do employ significantly more water use efficiency measures, either through investment or other approaches to achieve the individual agency's water use objective. So basically, the distance between each of those red lines, the vertical difference between each of those red circles, rather, and that bold line that goes through the middle there on the 1-to-1 line is the distance, so to speak, that each of those urban agencies would need to travel in improved water use efficiency to achieve its objective water use for 2030. This does take into consideration the now legislatively set indoor water use efficiency standard, and then all of the proposed standards that we've put in front of you a couple weeks ago. A couple things to note here is that there's 65% of suppliers are in that red category. So again, our proposed recommendations would require at least 65% of urban suppliers to do more in the realm of urban water use efficiency. There are a significant number of agencies, the remaining, of course, 35%, that are in green and below that line. I would also note here that it's our expectation, though, given current trends, what we've seen in the past, is that we would expect those agencies, even though they would have, if you will, already met their water use objective per those pending regulations, that we would expect them to continue to be more efficient. We continue to see that across the board in the state, that there are trends with code, building code improvements, new technologies, and just a basic trend that's oftentimes bolstered by campaigns like Save Our Water, and behavioral change is really what I'm getting at there, that we would expect to be reflected in continued improvements in efficiency, irrespective of whether or not an agency would need to make changes consistent with these requirements or not.
Can I ask a quick question on that, Mr. Trinnell? When it comes to that sort of trend that'll naturally be there, absent, say, these regs or not, was that factored into the recommendations on indoor and outdoor?
It was factored into, I might look at my team to answer that on the outdoor. It was definitely factored into our recommendations for the indoor standard. Absolutely. There's pretty clear trend lines where indoor water use is headed, and we wanted to do certainly nothing to soft pedal that. So we really wanted to reflect that and then also go beyond. But can someone from the team answer the question about whether or not that trend in outdoor water use is reflected?
For the overall, everything you see up there, we did not predict or try to predict long-term trends because there are so many factors and variables that if we were to predict or try to predict one trend, we would have to try to predict all the trends, which was just way beyond what we could do.
Yeah. So perhaps with indoor, but not a trend with outdoor.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing I'd mention here, not to call out any particular agency, but Los Angeles Department of Water and Power stands out certainly, given its service area. It's that largest circle down there in the bottom left-hand corner of that graph. Consistent with a study that it did recently that really noted, I forgot what the title of it was, but just several years old, I believe, really noted that outdoor water use efficiency in the residential sector is the next frontier of a lot of their water use efficiency improvements and investments and local requirements. And so even LADWP, it's oftentimes really held up as a model for improved water use efficiency over the last number of decades. They're close to meeting their water use objective per our proposed standards, but they would have to do more as well, which I think, again, always challenging and potentially somewhat dangerous to pull out individual examples. But I would say they are both being rewarded in a way in for their past investments, and that's reflected by the fact that they are close to meeting their water use objective per our proposed standards, but they're not quite there. And this would, if adopted again, or something similar to it, would continue to incentivize agencies, even those like LADWP, who have done a lot in the past, to do that bit more that even they themselves have acknowledged is possible and beneficial to their region and then the future of their water supplies. Anything else on this slide? I don't think so. Next slide, please. This is my last slide before I pass it over to my colleague Ryan Bailey, but I wanted to show a little bit here about what this all means a bit more rolled up. So we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the SB 7X7 or 20 by 2020 standards. What did that really mean statewide? In aggregate, on average, that set a standard, a statewide target of 159 gallons per capita per day across the state. Of course, lots of variability, but if you take the average, it's 159, basically 160 GPCD. How does that compare to current use? Well, current use, given a lot of the measures that were talked about already, the fact that 20 by 20 is now passed by a couple years, and the trends continue to go in the right direction. Current use across the state, at least, when I say current use, I should be clear, this is over the course of our study window, which were the years of
2017 to 19.
2017 to 2019. So admittedly, those do not reflect, and this came up in the last conversation a bit, and I expect we'll probably talk about it a little bit in the follow-up to this. They do not reflect recent gains given the drought emergency. So given our kind of baseline water years of 2017 to 2019, current use was then roughly 137 GPCD. And again, were the water board to adopt our recommendations, we would expect at least an additional in aggregate average statewide GPCD to fall further to roughly 126 across the state. Again, of course, as was indicated in that last slide, there's a lot of variability really based off of where an agency begins today. Their mix of CII water uses, which is hugely variable across the state, but on average 126 GPCD. And this is that roughly 450,000 acre feet per year savings indicated here at the bottom. And I believe it's actually closer to a 9% savings from our current use here. Next slide, please. And this is where I'm going to pass it off to my colleague Ryan Bailey, who's online, just to talk about some of the other pieces of the recommendations package that the department delivered to the water board, at least at that high level. And then we'll talk a little bit about the public process that we used to get to where we are today, and some thoughts for your consideration as you transition into your process. So Ryan, take it away.
Yes, good morning. Just doing a sound check here. Hopefully I'm coming through. Good
morning.
Yep. Good morning, Board Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm very pleased to join you this morning. And as Deputy Director Turnell explained in the first part of the presentation, a lot of the ins and outs of the outdoor standards. We would be remiss if we didn't at least go through the contents of the rest of the recommendations beyond just the standards themselves. So I'll spend just a little bit of time going over those contents, and then I will focus most of my remarks today on that stakeholder and public engagement process, which I know there's a lot of interest in. So starting on this top of the table here, variances. So that would include 8 specific variances that suppliers can use to seek approval for addressing unique water uses that they may have in their service area and accommodation for those that we heard through stakeholder engagement. Moving down the table, bonus incentives. Those are to encourage investment in potable reuse or recycling. And then the guidelines and methodologies for the associated calculations and what is needed for annual reporting. The last component here at the bottom is really about commercial, industrial, and institutional performance measures, which are those actions taken by suppliers that result in increased water use efficiency by CII water users. And the contents there are a classification system, being sure that it captures all CII uses, a minimum threshold for conversion of mixed use irrigation meters to dedicated irrigation meters for CII, establishing that threshold, and then also accommodating in lieu technologies to provide some flexibility and alternatives based on local conditions for those conversions to dedicated irrigation meters and challenges therein. And then lastly, those best management practices for CII water uses. And these would be for beyond the outdoor with dedicated irrigation meters, making sure that everyone is contributing in some way, even if it's not through that specific method. And that would CII, that would address both indoor and outdoor measures. So with that, I will move on to stakeholder engagement. If I can have the next slide. So first thing I should note is that the term stakeholder that I'm using here is a more expansive use of that word than maybe what we heard earlier in the context of water rights. So I just want to make sure I'm not kind of mixing those two terms there. So for the review and the development of our recommendations, the legislature directed DWR along with the Water Board to establish a robust public process involving a diverse group of stakeholders, including urban water suppliers, nonprofit organizations, and other interested parties. And this was an immense undertaking, and I am happy to report today that we were successful in getting broad participation and ensuring an inclusive process. And I'll go through some of the metrics and also some of the key feedback. If I could have the next slide, please. So for our design, we did convene 3 distinct stakeholder working groups. One was focused around water use studies and had 35 members, one around landscape area measurement with 20 members, and then a 33-member work group addressing standards, methodologies, and performance measures. And by design, these work groups were really the venue for that collaborative development, sharing of analysis, and to help inform the feasibility that Deputy Director Turnell mentioned earlier. We held 7 workshops. Participation ranged from 25 to 45 working group members. And in the main, those work group meetings were followed by public meetings where it was opened up for more discussion and sharing of the status and the development. We held 29 public meetings with between 20 and 300 participants. And then we also spent a lot of time over months and years having side meetings upon request. We had separate meetings with 175 interested stakeholders or other entities to receive input. And if I could have the next slide, please. So we did respond to approximately 200 inquiries. We were able to share draft recommendation materials for public review and comment. All of the comment letters that were received in our process, both through the indoor and outdoor and other recommendations, are all provided in the full reports, both shared with the Water Board and posted online. So you can find those specific comments there. And we did also do a couple of things that were innovative with the help from the Center for Consensus and Collaboration at Sacramento State. We were able to use some innovative survey techniques to really work efficiently and to target outreach around CII BMPs, variances and bonus incentives. Those were targeted surveys to try to help make sure that we were informed along the way and could focus our conversations. And if I could have the next slide, please. So I'll just pause here for a moment. So we have received a lot of questions about further engagement. And what we've done is ensured those asking that this is really a passing of the baton from DWR's engagement to the Water Board's rulemaking process and opportunities there to give input. So we see this as a continuum, just a passing of the baton. And we did want to share today some of the themes we'd heard through our engagement for the Water Board's continued consideration as they move through the process. One thing we heard about, existing landscapes. So Deputy Director Turnell explained that we only have a couple of handles to pull on when suppliers need to do more to reduce to that ETF that's proposed for their service area. It's really either modifications or changes to the landscape itself, or improvements to irrigation efficiency. Those are really the two things that suppliers have to work with. So we did hear a lot of feedback on that for those that are going to have to do more, it's going to require some real world investments, real world actions and programmatics, and it will have impacts in terms of how long it's going to take, resources and funds needed. We also heard concerns about cost, that overall costs are expected to increase with programmatics needed for meeting the new water efficiency standards and recommendations. And they did point out a number of affordability and equity issues there. Also, there are limitations for subsidizing assistance for specific components of their service area or certain customers that might need additional financial assistance. And then they also shared that overall, that those costs for programmatics and compliance are ultimately passed on to ratepayers. So they were wanting to make sure that this was all kind of taken into context in terms of, what can be done, how far can we go, and what is the feasibility. Impacts to wastewater and recycled water systems. I know that the Water Board has had some engagement already on those impacts. We're hearing from a lot of that segment, those wastewater agencies, that they want to get their head around what this is going to mean for their infrastructure, their systems, concerns that they may have stranded assets. So that continues to be a theme that we're hearing, and that I'm sure that the Water Board will continue to address as it moves forward. Next slide, please. And then authority. I think this is a big one. We've heard a couple of things here. So number one, I'll talk about this nexus between local cities and counties and the new development or major modifications and the reliance that suppliers have on that work. I think we heard a lot of concerns that this work needs to be carefully coordinated, and the outdoor standard for new construction and for major modifications, both for CII and residential. You saw some of those lowest ETF numbers that Deputy Director Turnell shared, the 0.45 and the 0.55. So interestingly enough, those are design standards that come out of MELO. So this is really going to require kind of getting away from a build it and forget it type of approach. If we're using a design standard, it's really going to require careful monitoring and maintenance by residents so that those design standards carry through into the real world. And that can't be done without improvements in compliance and coordination locally with those MELO programs. Another concern with authority was that we heard over and over again from suppliers that they can't, unilaterally make changes to turf or other types of improvements without participation by customers in their service area. So just the point that certainly they can make every effort, but they can't unilaterally act. They're very much reliant on that level of participation that they're able to get from customers. Shade trees, again, that's been a theme that both the Water Board and through our engagement has been a topic that we've kept alive and touched on at every opportunity. We want to make sure that shade trees are respected and are accommodated in all of this, and we don't have unintended consequences impacting trees. And then lastly, over and over again, we heard that to achieve this and to really, operationalize making water conservation the California way of life, it's going to require significant assistance from the state, both in the technical assistance, financial assistance, state outreach that can dovetail with local efforts, continued landscape area measurement to help suppliers be able to calculate their water use objective, and all those things working together will put us on a path towards successful implementation. I think that concludes can I have the next slide, please? I think that concludes my remarks. That brings us to questions. I can turn it back to Deputy Director Turnell and the team, I believe. And if there are any specific questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Great, really appreciate it. Appreciate the thorough presentation here. And I want to, again, just give thanks and acknowledge, as Chris said here, that it's been an incredible collaboration to be able to work on this on the indoor side, on the outdoor side. I know that these are not uncomplicated issues. As Mr. Turnell said, it's a complicated landscape we have. It's a variable and dynamic landscape and a lot of different types of systems. And it's why this budget process isn't about any one of these variables. It really is about best having a balance here and setting a fair budget that incorporates outdoor, indoor numbers, but no one has to actually meet any one of those individually, except for the water loss standard, which we'll just leave aside, but it is also part of the budget. But I think that what I just appreciate, and especially sitting in this chair these last couple of years, whether it's the stresses on the Colorado, whether it's the stresses on the Bay Delta, or just what we're finding ourselves with our changed climate, this work is so incredibly important. And it's not just the urban side that's looking to conserve and that we're doing work. It's what we're talking about here. But I hear that blush often from folks that it feels like we're over-focused on the urban sector. Why aren't we doing more with agriculture? That's because these are urban sector standards. And it's where we have the most information. But we also have an incredible amount of leadership in this state. And as we go to our basin states and as we talk about what California is doing to do its part, this conservation discussion is such a critical part of it. And I appreciate everyone understanding that. And for me, I feel a desire to be more aggressive here because of the circumstances we find, because of the pressures of the reality of our changed climate. But importantly, we have a whole year to determine those budgets and want to hear from folks the concerns and how we, as always, as a board here, keep front of mind the balance as we approach this aspect of what is a multi-pronged response around the challenges that our changed climate is putting on our water systems, and especially our urban water systems, which we all individually so depend on. I don't have any outright questions right now. I want to hear, I know we have a series of speakers. We have about 8 or 9, but I want to look to my fellow board colleagues for comments first. Please, Board Member Morgan.
Yep. Thank you. So thank you to the whole DWR team and state board team. So I do have a couple of questions, and I want to just say thank you guys. I know you guys have spent quite a bit of time already with me, just walking through and answering my questions helped me to gain a better understanding of just how we got to today, and just understanding just the methodologies that were used. And I appreciate you walking through them again today through the presentation and the 3 methodologies that were used. And just being the engineer, I greatly appreciate the taking not just one approach, but taking multiple approaches just to do that kind of that check, that reality check to say, hey, not what was our checking those assumptions to see were the assumptions that you used, and were they correct? And using, my understanding is you also used, data from the urban retail, the suppliers, and looked at that to see, how did that compare, and then also then working with them to then also again, verify that data and then move forward. And so, my understanding is that, through that process, you were able to verify your assumptions and then to move forward. So if anywhere here, if I get any of this, wrong, please correct me. And so then just, moving forward. And so my, understanding, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly is that, when we're looking at the recommendations, and so just on slide 10, when we're looking at the, the 0.8, that we just, I believe it's very similar to if we were to look at the suppliers, an infograph similar to slide 11, we have those that are above and those that are below. And so while you are recommending saying, hey, this is the starting point for 2023, you're going to have those that have made those investments and have been making them. And so they're going to be there. They're going to be 0.8 or they're going to be below. But then you're also going to have some who have some catching up to do. They're who are going to be above 0.8. They may be, above 0.1. There's additional conservation that needs to occur, additional work that has to happen with those suppliers, those areas. And some of that is change of human behavior of getting out, whether you can get retrofits. And so, I think that's kind of the first piece, but then also with looking at that and, starting to look at, so getting to that 2023 piece and then going, past there to the 2030, my understanding, so just looking at that, and so the new development in Wellow, and I, understand, I believe you started off with like 2018 data. And so and correct me if I'm wrong, but you also took a look at and said, hey, some of this, you have the new development and that's going to be with the Wellow standard. And so as you're looking at that, while you did not perhaps take a look at future trends, you did consider, hey, there will be perhaps, in which you don't know how much, we don't know if there will be new development or how much, but you did take in consideration of, well, there would be perhaps some, and then that plays into the number. So even just like the 0.8 of like today, if you take in consideration, hey, there's this new neighborhood and this new development coming on, it's, for if you have one supplier, it would be less because that's coming on with Wellow standard that is now being implemented. And then same thing for 2030. Is that correct?
I really appreciate that question, and I'll let the team add in some details. Maybe just another piece I'd throw into the mix there is part of the reason for the big difference between how we're proposing to treat existing landscapes versus new landscapes is when you're having a new home built, for example, you're starting from, let's say, bare earth. The opportunities to install from the outset and then to spread the cost of that across for example, the cost of the entire building construction, let's say, for the best efficient irrigation and the right plant palette for that climate, that's the opportunity. And so we wanted to make sure that the standards for that new development situation, whether it's residential in my example or CII, really did reflect that opportunity. And that's a big reason why there's a significant difference between those proposed standards and then for existing landscapes, where we're really looking at, what is that balance between pushing the envelope on increased efficiency, which of course we want to do, but also balanced with that sense of what's feasible and some of those other considerations like shade trees and whatnot. And so that, again, to the extent that's helpful, that it helps explain, at least in my mind, some of the variation in that existing versus new construction scenario.
So, as Chair Escobar reminded us that water suppliers have the opportunity, they have to meet their overall water budget, but they have the choice, well, some of them do, as to what they're going to focus on in order to meet that water budget. But assuming that they have to focus on outdoor water use, then you are correct. So for existing water use, let's say, the existing landscapes, let's say they start off at 0.8 and they keep working at it and they get down to 0.63. But there's also a whole bunch of new development that goes on in that area. And so now you're adding in the 0.55 or the 0.45, depending on where it is. So that 0.63 is not going to be for the whole service area. It'll be lower because of all the new development that came in subject to the more stringent standards. So you are absolutely correct in that sense.
Okay, thank you. And then let's see here. So then just with sorry, I lost my train of thought there. And so just looking at it as with the and so looking at the the setting of looking at okay, the 0.80, I think you've already answered this piece here too of just the setting of it. It's yes. So, and I think you guys you pretty much agreed of yes, that is where we are. Some suppliers are today, but that's still pushing some to do more today, with them also needing more and with more doing more in the future. And then the future. So then the future is the 65% of all water suppliers will need to do more as we're looking at the picture today.
That's correct. Across the entire portfolio or across the entire budget, water budget package. So both looking at indoor and the different outdoor components in both residential and CII, that were our recommendations to be adopted. Of course, that's up to you all. That 65% of urban suppliers would have more work to do to be able to get to their individualized and specialized objectives.
Okay, and so thank you for that clarification. So then that 65%, so that's the combination of the indoor and the outdoor. And so for today's conversation show with the outdoor, so that is through the I'm going to call them transformations, which can occur for existing landscaping, but then also through whether if they do have area for growth and new development, but then also CII. And so multiple different ways to bring that down to achieve the 2030 goal of 0.63. Okay. I think that is it for now. Then I'll want to hear the other comments.
Thank you, board member. What I think is helpful to note as well is that we'll be updating our water use objective exploration tool. It's an online tool that anyone can access. And to your questions, board member, can kind of play with the ETF factor, the indoor standard, set it to 2030 standards, set it to 2023 standards, and see what happens both at an individual supplier level and on those state averages. I flag it because I want to really be leaning on this tool the next year because it can help really unpack some of the complexity in a way that can visualize quickly, kind of what we're contemplating as we begin to look at the way these different standards actually add up to a budget. And I know Ms. Ely had noted that we'll be incorporating recent data, year's data in that tool soon. So it'll be even more current and reflective of what conditions are. So that'll be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask with that, I'm assuming that suppliers will also have the ability to just check their data within the tool and work with staff to make any, updates just so that we, or just engineer. I like double checking and triple checking.
Totally. And want suppliers to be using this with us so that they have confidence in the data as we're all kind of zeroing in on a discussion over the next year. So thank you for that, board member. Others? Yes, please, board member Firestone.
Thanks so much. And just another thank you, building on just the work together, certainly between our two agencies, your leadership on this whole effort, and just the partnership with all the stakeholders. This was a very involved process, really thoughtful, and appreciate the baton passed to us now to be able to put and get regulations set. So just another thank you on that. Let's see, I have a couple comments, but maybe I'll start with my really my questions to you all, which is, I guess first we saw that in the presentation just before, I think the current GPCD is down at 100 for residential, which is obviously far below the 130. I don't have it right in front of me. That was in the past. That was the baseline that you all were starting from. So it seems like we can, obviously we can. We are already doing a lot more in terms of accelerating those. The conservation that's happened in the emergency situation that we're in. And I'm just wondering to me, that suggests that we have a real opportunity to increase the pace of the adaptations that we're making. Certainly, many of the emergency conservation measures are not long-term changes, and making transitioning landscapes is I think as many of the comments said, takes time and resources, but we have seen Californians step up since that baseline and are achieving already far more efficiency, or conservation. So I'm curious how you all see that maybe playing into the targets that were set and potential goals and opportunities around that, and especially in terms of the pace.
Make some first comments and then pass it off to the team. I'm sure there's some other thoughts. I appreciate that question a lot. And I would also note that the SPX77 experience really did show us that even back then, when those requirements went into place and some of the preceding and subsequent emergency measures, that there was a locking in, if you will, of those gains in efficiency. And that should be part of the conversation. And that this is probably not going to be the most helpful comment, but part of the I think the interesting part and the challenge that's now with you all is really this public policy discussion of what is that how do we address that tension point, or maybe less negatively, just that intersection of actions taken in the context of an emergency versus, okay, what do we want to do long term to just continue turning the ratchet in the right direction? Again, understanding that we will probably, through this type of a measure, never be able to completely insulate any particular urban agency from the need for future emergency action. And so we can't go all the way there through an action like this, or I would suggest you can't go all the way there. But absolutely, that should be reflected in the action that you all eventually take. So again, maybe more of a kind of a perspective, philosophical observation of my own, and not maybe all that helpful to you all, but that is a really good question. And I'm curious if the team has any other thoughts on how to differentiate kind of between those two different approaches.
I would just like to bring up, so what, the water board staff team was showing you, that was residential only. And the numbers that we were showing you, the 137 and 126, et cetera, those are not just residential. Those are other components of the water use. So we didn't go from 137 to 100. We went from 137 to something because there's other water uses in that 137, not just residential. And the numbers that the staff was showing you was just residential. And so it's kind of, that other component is always a squishy thing, because when you're talking about commercial uses or other uses, it all depends on how well the business is doing, whether they're growing, people, population, and all sorts of things like that. That's also in there, along with the outdoor commercial, industrial, institutional landscape, which is not in the residential use, it's in the CII use. And so there's a number of other water uses that are included in the numbers that we presented, that's included in the SPX77 targets that were, calculated. And so they're not quite apples and oranges, but indeed, showing the downward trend in what residents have been able to do in this drought is, I think, telling a story that there are, savings that can be achieved. We can hope that they are long-term savings, And we hope that our long-term water use objectives will help move the whole state population into a new paradigm of not just freaking out when there's an emergency drought, but slowly getting better towards a more conservation mindset, which is why we call it conservation as a way of life.
Great. Okay. Oh, sorry. Were you going to add something? Sorry, I didn't.
I just wanted to add to what Sabrina said, that in addition to the items that Sabrina mentioned, the total water use that is shown in the graph that Deputy Director showed, SBX 77 target was 159, and expected GPCD. This is the total GPCD, and not the residential GPCD, is about 127, 130. And that was really the requirement of the legislation. The legislation has specifically directed us to develop the long-term standard such that the water savings would exceed the targets of the SBX 77, which is 159. So the reduction from 159 to 127 or so is a significant reduction. And I might add that the total water use excludes the processed water. So that's not included in it, but it includes all other CII water uses plus residential standard use.
Great. Okay, that's really helpful. Appreciate that. And I guess that also goes to, I think, my understanding from the report and all the work done is on CII and getting that's where we have a lot less data, and so a lot less ability to pull those numbers out. And so one of the things, I think this is a recommendation in there, but just in terms of continued partnership with water agencies and the state, being able to do what you did with residential in terms of mapping CII and maybe special landscape areas that might be able to help with agencies being able to make those estimations. It seems like there's a lot of data needs to be able to make this successful and really drive the changes. And so just wondering if you can speak to the potential readiness, at least of the agency and sort of technology to be able to help systems have that kind of data to be able to, for us to all get a better handle on potential and standards and use for CII and special landscape areas.
So CII is a tough one. You know, how much water a CII will use will depend on what actually it does or does not do. And, you know, you can take a McDonald's near a freeway and it's going to use more water than the McDonald's in a rural little town because there's just less people going to it and using it, right? And so how do you compare which one's efficient and which one isn't? So you got that kind of complexity that happens, even when they're exactly the same thing with the same recipe and producing the same product. So, you know, that's a complexity that it's part of the reason why one of the first things the legislation asked for is a classification system. Let's like get a standardized thing so that we can start looking at these over time, right? But for the landscape and the mapping, yeah, that's a tough one. There are a number of water suppliers that they have the resources, they are right on top of things, and they are getting their mapping done. And we're learning from them too. There's a lot of capes and where the meters are watering. Again, that's complicated. You can have a meter over here that's watering way over there. So it can be difficult. And to the extent that DWR is looking into helping the water suppliers with coming up with some sort of at least base type mapping product that they can work on and get the details that they need for. We're trying to get that going, pending contract approvals and funding and all that stuff that goes on with the state agencies. But we're going to try and at least, so that we don't want any supplier left behind, right? We're going to do our best.
Great. Okay, another question is maybe you can talk about the irrigable, non-irrigated um, uh, um, uh, methodology. And I know this was something that was in the legislation to be able to look at not just what's irrigated, but irrigable, non-irrigated. And I'm just wondering, when in the methodology that you all used, it seemed like there was, I think that you had a 20%, right, addition, almost kind of a buffer is the way it's oversimplified it, of where in addition to the areas that we know are irrigated, that there may be irrigation that wasn't seen in that mapping. And so I'm wondering how you got to the 20%, and maybe just speaking a little bit to the implications of that in terms of efficiency standards.
I can start, and then Bekele, who's online, can fill in the gaps that I miss. So you take a picture of a landscape. It's a point in time. It's just one point in time. And you can see what the green spots are, and you can see where the non-green spots are, and you can see where it looks like there's an irrigation system or something like that. So it could be green. That's the irrigable land. But it might not be green at the time, simplifying things, that you took that snapshot. So that's potentially irrigated, so it's irrigable. And the green stuff obviously is the irrigated. And then you can tell some stuff that's, we just toss that out. It's not irrigated. We don't worry about that. So now you've got this irrigable, not irrigated thing, and you just taken one picture in time. Now you don't know if the previous 2 weeks that stuff that doesn't look very green was irrigated, or in the next 2 weeks it's going to be irrigated. So you don't really know that, not from this one picture. So what the team did was they plotted all the numbers that they got, and they said, okay, if it was all irrigable but not irrigated, it would be down here. If all that land was irrigated, we would be here. And then they plotted all the numbers down, and they drew a line through it, and it intersected right at the point of 20%. And so it was the intersect of the Y slope for engineer. That's where the 20% comes from. So in other words, to explain where all the data was, there had to be 20% of this irrigable land that was contributing to the water needs of the landscape that wasn't captured in our pictures of our irrigated lands. And Bekele can explain it better if you want to, but you have to come off mute. There he is.
Okay, I'll try. I think you did it, Sabrina. Yeah, exactly. That is what happened. In our calculation, when we calculate ETF, first of all, we have to know what the outdoor residential water use is. Based on the data that we received from the water board, our consultants split that total residential water use into indoor and outdoor. And so we used the outdoor, and there was an equation that we didn't show today. So that is how we calculated ETF. Now, our estimate of the landscape area, we have 3 classes. One is irrigable irrigated, one is irrigable not irrigated. The irrigable irrigated is clear, it is green, and on the remote sensing, it shows some greenness in it. The other one shows some sign of irrigation, but it wasn't showing that greenness that it has been irrigated over the last couple of weeks, for example. So we wanted to know if the ETF that we calculated, by the way, that ETF, in another way of defining the ETF, Deputy Director Chanel explained this, is the plant factor over irrigation efficiency. So if we plot that data against the ratio of the irrigated to irrigable area, irrigable in this case means something that is irrigated, something that could also be irrigated. That is how we interpreted what is in the legislation. So when we plotted that ETF on the y-axis to the ratio on the x-axis, it shows some kind of an increasing trend. So when that ratio is 0, it shows us there is no irrigable irrigated. When that ratio is 1, it shows us all of that landscape is irrigated. So we have to look at the y-intercept on both ends, and that is how we came up the amount on. This is not for individual agencies, mind you. This is for the whole statewide data. So we have to fit that line, however scattered that distribution is. That is how we came up with statewide average number. But if you look at individual agencies, it will be all over the place, and that 20% is a statewide average contribution of the irrigable not irrigated into the ETF that we calculated.
I can ask a follow-up, remember. What is the water amount essentially that we're talking about? The difference between, say, a 20% irrigable, non-irrigated sort of buffer, if you will, and nothing. Just kind of wondering.
Yeah, to give you a perspective, the INI statewide is only about 10% of the total landscape area. Out of that, when we talk about 20%, it would make it much less than about 2%. So in terms of the GPCD, I think if I remember correctly, it was about 1.6 GPCD statewide, of course. But for individual, that's where the main issue is. For individual agencies, it might be all over the place, but statewide, it's about 1.6 GPCD.
Really helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's helpful to know kind of to what degree that buffer creates a buffer. So thank you.
Yeah, that's super helpful. Thank you. Last question I have is, so some of the all the concerns that were identified that you went over, I think are really valid, important concerns. And I think we can, not only did you all help us adapt these efforts to or recommendations to address that, I think they're all things that will be taken into account as we develop regulations. One of them is on affordability and impacts and limitations on targeting assistance to low-income or folks that otherwise couldn't benefit from or may not be able to afford to do the implementation of efficiency. And I guess this is an area where I think there's a couple things for me as I think about this. One is just as we look at our investment that we're going to have to make statewide to deal with this reduction in water supply. We have both population growth as well as a 10% reduction in water supply. And so there are going to be unprecedented investments that water agencies are going to have to make. Water conservation is the cheapest in most cases in terms of being able to free up water supply. So as we think about equity in investments in adaptation, by ensuring that we're doing, maximizing conservation, that is helping to offset the need for, which we still will need more investments in supply, but more expensive types of supply purchases, both in the short term and investments in supply sources in the long term. So I think just wanted to start with that's part of the context for me when I think about affordability. That said, there's going to need to be investments in changing this. And as stakeholders said, there's going to be, as we adapt, there's going to be investments that are going to be borne primarily by ratepayers. And in this state, we have, at least for publicly owned systems, these really extreme limitations on ability to subsidize low-income customers that agencies have to deal with. We don't have a statewide affordability program, but we do have, really unprecedented dollars that the administration and the legislature has put aside to invest in efficiency and resiliency across the state. Certainly, there's going to still be a lot that's on ratepayers' backs, but for the public subsidies that we are investing as a state, I think we have some of those funds for resiliency. I think DWR is the lead, and a number of others, including turf replacement, I think relevant to this discussion. So just wondering how you are looking at building in that equity and ability to enable targeted investments to help enable implementation in households that otherwise may not be able to afford it, so that these challenges that agencies have in terms of addressing maybe it's direct install or subsidizing folks that otherwise couldn't afford it, that they can avoid some of those Prop 218 challenges by utilizing state funds. So just wondering how you all are looking at that. I know that's an evolving program, but would love to hear more about it.
Yeah, happy to. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I would like to follow up with you actually on this. But in general, I will say the Department of Water Resources right now has about $300 million from recent drought appropriations, specifically for the urban sector. That looks like $200 million kind of general types of improvements, drought related for the urban sector. But in addition to that, there's $75 million for turf replacement, and then actually significantly there's even more money available for conservation, generally. So the types of replacement type investments. What's the word I'm looking for here? Fixture type replacement type investments. One of the things we're doing that's interesting on the turf replacement side is we are dedicating half of those funds specifically for 100% state cost share, no local cost share requirement, direct install of turf replacement in communities that otherwise couldn't afford to do it themselves. So really saying, look what can happen if you really invest public funds in these communities and have the communities themselves determine where those investments are best made. And so that's a really exciting piece of the turf replacement program. There's also minimums that we're dedicating across the board for investment in traditionally underserved populations. Can't remember what that is off the top of my head, but I think it's about 35 or 40%. So just off the top of focus in those areas. So some really exciting pieces coming out of the recent drought appropriations, making sure that really those communities that would benefit from it most, not just on the water saving side. I think it's fair to say there's savings that can be really seen across the board, but what are those communities that are less capitalized themselves, and where can the state come in and say, because of these 218 issues, for example, we're going to require zero local cost share to make sure that those investments get made. So I would like to follow up with you more on those details. I'm sorry I don't have those in front of me, but there's really exciting work being done there.
Thank you so much. It was really great. And thanks for all of the work.
Thank you both. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Fortunately, most of my questions have been answered by the good questions already from other board members. So I will try to be as concise here as possible. And certainly, I personally, this has been a focus and a priority area for me for several years now that I've been on the board. And so I've really appreciated the partnership with DWR, how that's grown and evolved over the last few years. And I know it's hard to go first to put these recommendations out there in the space in an area that we're all concerned with the future. With aridification, with the unknowns that we have before us in terms of water supply and how to hit that water budget, not knowing what that magic number truly is, but still needing to lean in and set goals that are ambitious and yet achievable. And so, a lot of my focus has been on both. How do we do that? How do we make the best decisions, the best balancing decisions possible? In a space that is readily achievable, and recognizing that in water conservation, it's so complex. And you kind of touched on it where you said, you're looking at statewide, the irrigated, non-irrigable, you're looking at a statewide level average of what's going on here, but really we're talking about transformations that have to happen on individual residential parcels. And we're talking about behavior modifications in terms of how folks water their yards and what types of decisions they make about what plants to plant and the availability of those plants and the cost and the affordability of making those types of investments. So this is hard. And so you had to go first, and you, I appreciate, the engagement process that you had. And I'm hoping that, and I know that our staff and here at the board will take that and hopefully be able to build upon that with our stakeholder engagement and continue to listen to the concerns that I know are out there as we try and craft the regulation that can meet those needs and best address some of these challenges. And so I have two questions. One is a little wonky and one's a little less so. And so I've been thinking about the water supply strategy and sort of its goals, and it's all about a water budget. And part of it is increasing recycled water use. Pretty ambitious goals there, I think up to 1.8 million acre feet per year by 2040. And on the other hand, it's increasing water use efficiency. And so something I've just been trying to better understand here is I know most of this focus is on potable water in urban sectors, but we've seen expansion of recycled water use in many areas in urban sectors as well. So if you could just touch on your recommendations and how you see recycled water playing into the efficiency standards, just maybe at a high level so I can understand its role here in what we're talking about.
So in water code, there is a bonus incentive for potable recycled water, potable reuse. And so that's part of things. There's certain percentages that they can take depending on what type it is. And that's built in there as basically on top of everything. So that's one way. The other way is in our outdoor recommendations, we maintained the special landscape area with a higher ETF of 1.0 for recycled water use. So that in other words, if you are in a CII, which is typically where they are on a dedicated meter, which is typically what you need because you got to separate the recycled water from the potable water, then in your irrigating a landscape, you can have a higher water budget because you're using recycled water. So that's one of the ways to keep the incentive going for use of recycled water instead of others. Now that's not to say, of course, that when we revisit things 2 decades from now, 1 decade from now, that things don't change as we move, because change happens. But that's what the current model water efficient landscape ordinance does. And so following those principles, we also included that in the CII outdoor standard to help incentivize, keep that recycled water going. And people are trying to use recycled water wherever they can because they need water. And it's going to probably get more and more and better treated to the point where it's potable reuse water. And then it becomes part of your potable supply and no longer, it's still recycled water, but it can be used for people drinking it instead of watering your lawns only. So
there's certainly a lot going on there as we're transitioning as well from kind of blurring the lines between what was once considered non-potable and now is. So I appreciate that, and also your recognition of the opportunities with recycled water, whether it's purple pipe or potable reuse ultimately, and how that's factored into your thinking. So thank you for that. My other question, and you've touched on this, but the chart on slide 11 with the line and kind of where systems fall, I think that really strikes me. In an area that I've been focused on are the outliers, if you will. Those that are going to have a big lift, a huge lift in some cases, because perhaps their indoor has been high historically and their outdoor has been high historically. And so they'll have a lot more work to do, both indoor and outdoor and other places to achieve these standards that you've set out and recommended. So just wondering if you could comment a little bit more on how you weighed that lift that some of those systems will have to do kind of relative to the average? And did that factor into your overall thinking and recommendations? Or, I know you have 20 plus memos and studies that were just released, and I have not had a chance to dig through all of those yet. So I'm just wondering if that was an area that you explored in terms of how to accommodate and work with those systems to help get them to the recommendations that you provided.
I guess I'll start. For one thing, some of those outliers, it doesn't matter where you set the standard, they're going to be outliers. It's that tough for them. But some of the outliers aren't as bad as they look necessarily, because they might be subject to a variance. In other words, they look high because they've got this unique use that has a material effect on what their perceived gallons per person per day is. For instance, if you're a vacation community, your permanent population isn't really that big, but when all those people come in vacationing, the water use is going to go way up. So when you divide water use by the numbers of people, it looks like a really high GPCD. So in that case, they probably will still have to come down because they have to meet an efficient use, but it's probably not as drastic as it appears, if they go through this. So a number of them will probably be subject to variances. And as much as we try, the water board staff and DWR staff try to do our best to get good data that we're working with, sometimes it could be a data error that was put in wrong and we couldn't get it corrected. There's that. Every time you got an anomaly, you got to think about that. So when they actually really do look down, because now they have to do a water budget, it's like, oh, we added an extra zero there. Oops. That could happen. We don't know. But so anytime you have an anomalies, you want to start looking at things like that, and they want to start looking at things like that. So we've got the variances that go on. We also have sometimes, so as we were, Chris mentioned and manager mentioned, processed water is not supposed to really be too much a part of this equation. It was allowed to be excluded from SBX 77, but some suppliers did not exclude it. So when you look at highly industrialized cities, they have this super high GPCD because they didn't exclude their processed water from the calculations. And so, we go forth and we have to do what they did. And so you could have situations like that. But to be sure, there are going to be a number of water suppliers that will have to do a lot. And we are hoping, to the best of all of our abilities, State Water Board, DWR, anybody else out there, that we can help them and, figure out how to at least start coming down.
Well, I appreciate that response and just the acknowledgement of the complexities of figuring this out, and knowing that there are lots of unique cases, and that's what the variances in large part are there to help address. And so I look forward to working with you all going forward over this next year through those details, because I do think it's the devil's in the details of how we get there. And I have concerns for those systems. I really do. And so I think as we get a better understanding of where they fall in the spectrum and the types of support and consideration they can be provided, that'll help with my comfort level ultimately. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I appreciate that. What calls to mind is just the difficulty of outliers when setting average standards, right? And focusing too much on them can kind of, they're difficult. And that's why the variances, I think, are meant to try to treat some of those outliers. But I think it's definitely a balance. I appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the time that you're taking to appear before us today. I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I think that it's just kind of the first of many that we're going to be having, and look forward to the comments that we'll be getting as well. But just also want to thank you for the time that you spent with us individually, and want to apologize because I think that I'm still sort of at the remedial level here. And some of the questions that I have are maybe a little too basic, but I do think that the public has a lot of those questions as well. So I'm going to just go ahead and hopefully you can work through some of these challenges that I continue to have. So just looking at current use and the ETF at 0.8, I want to better understand what went into that. And the reason I'm going to be asking a series of questions is that from a policy perspective, I really want to push this efficiency as far as we can go. But there at a certain point, I probably won't be comfortable. And in order for me personally to determine, what that point is, I think I need to better understand some of the assumptions that were made, what went into your calculations of existing use, and then the three different methods. And, maybe we can just focus, I know there's two based on MWELO, but then one, the horticultural standard. And so want to better understand where plant factor and irrigation efficiency and landscape area, where do all those get plugged in to these different formulas?
Okay. Okay, Bakala, you can do it.
All right, thank you. Using those three methods, the numbers that we came up with as a provisional standard and that we presented to the stakeholders and to everyone involved with was 0.7. Sort of an average of these three methods gave us about 0.7. Then when we presented that, we got, as mentioned earlier, we got feedback and the comments that we divided into two. One is for water suppliers, it would be hard to implement, and the data quality was also questioned. The irrigation efficiencies that we used in their presentation, they said it is too high, and it would be difficult for water suppliers to implement as is. And then the other side of things is, the climate is changing. We have more frequent drought, and we need to address long-term trends, and we have to ramp it down. So we did take that into consideration, and we looked at our numbers, and we said, what if we just use this 0.7 now? How many agencies will be affected and by how much? We categorize them in terms of percentage reductions they have to make, and we looked at that numbers. Based on that analysis, we came up with 0.8. That wasn't just a random number that we picked up. A lot of our analysis shows that 0.8 is more or less where things are now on average. For example, in one case, what we did was we looked at all the houses. About 80% of the houses are pre-MWELO, and then the remaining 20% are built after MWELO. So what if we assign the MWELO numbers to all of these houses, and what if we calculate the average statewide ETF number now? That gave us a number about 0.79. So that is that. It means currently that is where things are. And then for the 249 statewide representative samples that we talked about earlier, we looked at the average ETF for those. And the average ETF for those 249, remember, this is not the entire 400 or so, but only those 249. The number was about 0.76. And then we looked at the MWELO number itself, because the legislation directs us, we have to consider MWELO principles. In MWELO principles, one of the ETAF that is at the parcel level, by the way, ETAF is, for existing homes, it is 0.8. Based on all of these numbers, we thought that 0.8 is reasonable number to start from now, so that the water suppliers would have enough time to adjust to a much lower factor or ETF of 0.63 in 2030.
But the 0.63 is based on what?
For the 0.63, as mentioned earlier, we cannot do projections for example, for landscape area. We don't know what the landscape area would be in 2030, right? We don't know what the ETO number could be. We cannot project that. We don't know what the effective precipitation is. So we cannot calculate what it should be in 2030. So what we did was we looked at the agencies that more or less are consistent with current Muelo ETF numbers. That means in the range of 0.1 to 1. So when we looked at the average numbers for those agencies that are consistent with in their ETF with the Muelo numbers and the guidelines, the number is about 0.62. So we had that discussions. In all of this conversation, we had discussions with stakeholders, and that is how we came up with 0.63 for the 2013.
Okay, so, and I continue to have concerns about feasibility and irrigation efficiency. And from what I understand, MWELO is a design standard. It's not a performance standard. And so in any of the reports that you've provided or in your work, do you have information on irrigation efficiency in use?
The irrigation efficiency that we used mainly came from the Muelo guideline itself. Muelo right now has a regulation for spray heads, it is about 0.75 if I'm not mistaken, and for drip irrigation, it was 0.81. And we kind of average this because we don't know the proportions of irrigation systems statewide. We could not get that. And on top of that, the expectation was that this current regulation would be more stringent, more efficient than the existing one. So we rounded it up to the next. So that is why we use 0.8, but that is only one of the three methods. It is not the only method that we use to come up with the numbers.
In other words, the horticultural method has different irrigation efficiency assumptions?
No, that is the only place we use the irrigation efficiency to come up with ETF number. Mm-hmm. And that is the 0.8 that I just said that came from mainly from the Muelo numbers, averaging them and then rounding to the next 10 decimal place, which means 0.8 or 80%.
So I think this is just an area of ongoing confusion for me, because if irrigation efficiency was not accounted for in the MWELO approach, in either of the two MWELO approaches, then if we have a ETF that communities are going to employ, and as Mr. Bailey said earlier, in order to achieve the standard, there's going to have to be a change in plant factor, plant mix, and improved irrigation efficiency, or both. And so I think I'm following what you're saying, that it was utilized for the horticultural method, but it wasn't utilized for these other methods. So what's embedded in the assumption on irrigation efficiency so that we communities could look at the rate of change that they would have to go through for their irrigation? Like if you're a community that wants to, but I can't imagine that anybody would just want to focus on irrigation efficiency, but let's just say, to isolate the issue, if you just want to focus on irrigation efficiency, how to determine what that change, the improvement would have to be in order to achieve the standard.
So right now, if, irrigation efficiencies in the field vary from really bad to really good. I'm just going to say that. Probably averaging about and there's a lot of reasons for that because there are existing systems that were put in a long time ago and maintenance and all that other stuff. I did a rough back of the envelope calculation for a water supplier with the current statewide average of 0.76 ETF to go down to 0.63 ETF. If they had if they had a cruddy turf grass lawn with a not very good irrigation efficiency, and they just improved the irrigation efficiency, then it would take about 33% of the landscape area to be changed over to meet the 0.63. If they were going for a overall landscape transformation, they were going to take those cruddy, not water efficient landscapes, and they were going to just turn them into a really good landscape with good irrigation. It would take about half that. Maybe 14%, something like that would have to be changed out. So that I think might, like I said, back of the envelope, but it gives you, I think, a kind of a ballpark on, what kind of changes would need to happen in order to make that work.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. And so going forward, just trying to better tease that out so that we could better assess what does that mean for communities, and kind of getting back to the conversation earlier about outliers or those that are somewhat close. I'm trying to better assess what this is going to actually mean for communities. And for those that are pretty close, we just know through the activities that have gone on throughout the state. If you're pretty close, you're probably going to get there without too much of a heavy lift. But for those that are either the extreme outliers where they wouldn't have a variance or, not pretty close, trying to better understand what that might look like. And so to the extent that this back of the envelope calculation is something that, we could further utilize a tool like that, I think that would be really helpful. Getting back to the issue, Mr. Chernell, about possible state investments and partnerships, we know if we look at our goals for recycled water, we have kind of a sense of what that would look like in terms of investment. Do we have a sense of what this would look like in terms of investment for water suppliers? So you say that there's a $75 million turf rebate program. How many acres would that take out? I guess it just depends on, if it's 100% subsidy for disadvantaged communities, which I fully support, but then the money's going to run out sooner. And so is there any sense of what the total cost would be if we were to, or could we get there if we were to use the figures that you were just talking about, sort of the back of the envelope?
Might be able to do some kind of a calculation like that would be useful for the discussion. We've not so far. So I just want to be really clear about that. We've not run those numbers. I think it's also fair and reasonable to say that the funding that we have available, we're going to stretch as far as we possibly can. And where there are local agencies that are also able to bring their local dollars to the table, we can leverage those, incentivize more local dollars to be brought forth for this type of efficiency improvements. We're going to do that, and also work in communities that maybe don't have that kind of capital to make sure there's good balance there. All that being said, it's fair to say that we're going to need significantly more investment of this kind to work with agencies to help achieve these objectives. Absolutely.
Right. And I think it'd just be helpful to get a better handle on what that might actually mean. Another area that I think, we haven't met anyone yet that doesn't care or is concerned about unintended consequences. So I'd really like to get your input here on trees, maintaining the existing tree canopy that we have, encouraging further plantings of appropriate shade trees, and the heat island effect, because I think all of us have seen that, the change out that's occurred during the drought, some of those landscapes look terrific, and then others don't look so great. You see people that they've kind of hardscaped what used to be turf, And then, lots of examples of tree mortality that's occurred, as a result. And I know that one of the things that I asked for was water suppliers to report back to us on implementation of the emergency regs that we adopted in the CII sector. And, hopefully we're going to get some good, useful information on how they kept their trees alive without too much of a cost. And so that would be good news. But I'm concerned about, the other extreme, which is not yet getting there on behavioral change, people really focusing on how to keep the trees alive as they make the adjustments. And so just want to get your thoughts here on how can we account for that and what can be done, technical assistance and other things that you've thought about, because I know it's important to the department as well.
I'm sure others will have some comments on this. I think a good example of this is where we're making investments in turf replacement, for example. We are doing our best to make sure that the agencies that take advantage of those state financial incentives to augment their local funds, for example, that they have local requirements such that the landscape doesn't become something that contributes to the urban heat island effect. So there are things that we can do. That's one example, just in the financial assistance realm. I think there are others as it relates to technical assistance and local education that we can do as well. And I think Sabrina might have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, our Save Our Water campaign, I know that has been also pushing Save Our Water and Our Trees in coordination with CAL FIRE's urban forestry program. They have a whole program on that. And I missed a meeting this morning because I was here where we're trying to get together with CAL FIRE to do a study on the use of water in trees in the landscape in Wheelo and such with some pilot places so that there is data to back up. You can plant trees and it won't cost you water, maybe in the first year or two, just like any new planting, but once it gets going, and, other benefits, because there have been some studies that have come out recently too, how if you plant trees, you don't need as much water for your landscape. But of course, the messaging has to go out so that people, if they have trees, realize that they don't have to water their grass as much, but make sure they water their trees. I know I've heard some water suppliers give out special tree watering kits. And, so that, when there's all this conservation going on and the mandates to, cut back, they're getting also this, but hey, you can keep your trees alive by this process. And so, to the extent that all our agencies, public affairs people and press media can get the message out and can work with the local agencies, press and media, I think, it can go a long ways towards that. But there is, people say, oh, well, I gotta save water. Rock, that's easiest. I've got them in my neighborhood. It's just that simple. But to the extent that we could message it out, that the agency programs, some of them are probably maybe so strapped for water that they might accept rock because they'll take any bit that they can get. But most of the water suppliers that I've talked to, they don't want that kind of thing. They want a living landscape with ground cover and, not necessarily grass ground cover, but shrubs, 70%. Sacramento, I think there's Sacramento's here. I think it's a 70%, requirement that when it's fully grown that you're going to have coverage. You're not going to just have rock, to participate in their program. And so I think there's a lot of things that the water suppliers are doing, that DWR is doing, that Water Board is doing in coordination with other people, CAL FIRE doing, and hopefully, we continue to make it more. And I know that the Water Board staff in their impacts analysis, they are looking specifically at the impacts on shade trees. And I'm sure their studies and analysis will come out with many, many ways that we can make sure that shade trees continue to exist and hopefully actually even thrive and improve and we get more shade trees out there because God knows we need it.
I know I asked staff to look at including these issues in the CII performance measures. And I think they're probably going to be able to add something but just wondering if there's something that we could do in the residential sector as well. And I know that doesn't have that kind, the framework doesn't necessarily lend itself to it. So I think that there's, I agree. There are water suppliers that are really doing quite a bit to get the word out. And I know that the state is doing that as well, just concerned about those that, they're in a different situation. They're far off and, maybe disadvantaged communities, and this is going to cost a lot, and not the ability to be, really focused on some of these issues that we're talking about.
And I think, like the CAL FIRE Urban Forestry Program, recently when we had a grant funding, we worked with Relief California, and Relief also works with the U.S. Forest Service and some other people. And there's some other groups, some actual urban forestry groups that are also trying to make sure that in, underrepresented communities and other areas too, that trees are being planted. We just have to make sure that it continues through, that trees are watered after they're planted and they continue to get what they need. It can be kind of harder in some places, but I think, I think we can all work together to hopefully get that message out to the public so that, we can make this transformation.
Thank you again for your good work, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you all board members, and again for the presentation from DWR and engagement around what is not an uncomplicated topic. And as you can tell, this board is very engaged on it. We have been sitting here for 2 hours talking about this issue, and we still have folks to get to for comment. But it is time very well spent. It's an important moment, and thankfully we're not deciding it today, but this really sets us up well for what are just a lot of conversations I know that will go on. This is very important work. It's so critical to so many of us, and we want to get it right. And so in the vein of getting it right, let's hear from some folks on their thoughts as well. And so first I'd like to call up Chelsea Haynes, who will be followed by Melissa Baum-Haley, and then Joe Berg, all three here in person. I'm surprised your battery is still there. Yeah. Good to see you, Chelsea. Thank you for hanging on, and really appreciate all the engagement folks have had on this. Yeah, apologies. I'm gonna try to get us through comments so we don't hold you over through lunch. So don't be sorry in the least. I quickly went to comments. So thank you. No, I think you may need to turn on.
Technical. We are opening up. I am so sorry.
Just a note.
Or at least, yeah, don't worry.
Oh.
Yeah, by all means, board member.
Sorry, I think I just got a notification that the water is not working in the Cal EPA building, and I thought that was a very apt moment for us to just appreciate the importance of water.
Yeah, and access.
Thank you, Laurel.
And give Chelsea a second to
I don't know if I've been notified, so I'm glad you were notified. Chelsea, good to see you.
All right. I guess first off, just want to say thank you so much for including this as a board information item today, with the opportunity to hear some board discussion around it and provide some comments. And now, yet again, I've lost my notes. Okay. I have them printed.
Yeah, no worry. Thank you, Chelsea. I want to get to the root of this lack of access in the building now.
All right, so really appreciate DWR's presentation today. And by the way, I'm Chelsea Haynes. I'm Aqua's Regulatory Relations Manager for the Association of California Water Agencies. Over the past several years, we've had the opportunity to work really closely with DWR staff, Chris's team, Ryan, Sabrina, Fetty, Bakela, And we've done this in a number of ways. We've provided proactive technical and policy recommendations to DWR. We've hosted really robust working groups. I think this is probably one of the hottest issues right now for AQUA's members to be engaged on. We've provided numerous comment letters. Our members have engaged in some of DWR's working groups and provided their own data. And one thing we're really proud of is this year we successfully sponsored legislation AB 2142, which provided a tax exemption for turf rebate programs. So we're working hard, I think, in partnership with the state. We really appreciate the enormous task that DWR had in front of it this year, both in over the several years developing data it relied on and the recommendations. And we've worked hard to be a constructive and technical partner. We recognize that the administration has set some aggressive conservation goals, including what was recently called for in Goal 3.1 of the water supply strategy. And I think water suppliers have demonstrated time and time again that they're taking conservation very seriously. By the data demonstrated today on the water use update, just that most communities went into this drought using less water than in the 2012 to 2016 drought. And some of the ongoing savings since 1990, some of the largest water suppliers' water use, despite growing populations, declined 40%. So I think that we're walking the talk as much as we can here. We understand that the state, Chris, you've really outlined, I think, the challenges with this drought emergency and the desire for long-term climate resilience, that conservation is going to be an important piece of that puzzle. I think with that in mind, the discussions that we're having right now are that for many agencies, DWR's recommendations are going to be a really significant lift. There's concerns that for some of these agencies, that standard will be feasible. There's concerns with associated cost of meeting that standard and the potential for unintended impacts. And so we've been communicating those concerns, I think, to DWR over the past several years. And I guess, with the opportunity to stand in front of the board today, would just urge the board to give continued consideration to some of the topics that we've raised with DWR, including the methodology that was relied on, the exclusion of some of the relevant and credible data, timelines for suppliers to implement the actions necessary, associated costs, potential impacts, and just sort of the responsibility of customers also, and some of the water suppliers' limitations with this transformation. There's a bunch of folks after me, so I'll try to be brief, but just wanted to tee up at kind of a high level in a little bit more detail, and then allow experts to come in and speak and share some of their data. But related to the methodology, I think we continue to urge the board for a methodology that relies on horticultural science, is based on existing landscapes, real world performance. DWR's provisional standard is back calculated. I thought board member Diadamo's questions were interesting, and assumes the irrigation efficiency of 0.8. And we're concerned that this methodology is just subject to some errors and doesn't really reflect existing landscapes. Related to relevant and credible data, the assumption of 0.8 irrigation efficiency, we also think doesn't reflect the reality of irrigation efficiency. It doesn't support real world performance and manufacturer specifications. We've provided additional data to DWR, including from UC Davis, the Irrigation Association, and several water suppliers who have done a lot of their own work as well. And then another concern that we had was the trimming approach that DWR applied that excluded water use by urban retail water suppliers that fall outside of the 0.1 to 1.0 TF. And we had raised concerns that the trimming approach and the exclusion of data is potentially skewing existing landscaping, and so urged for all data to be included in DWR's analysis. There was some discussion by Bekele on the principles of MWELO and how DWR included those principles of MWELO, and so can provide a little bit more detail on that. I see the clock is ticking down. Just a note on board member Morgan's concerns with maybe land data errors and the opportunity to correct and adjust those over time to make sure that we're not over inflating the potential or understating the actual existing water use and inflating some of the savings. Related to cost, achieving the standard is going to require significant investment. Sabrina, I think you did a really nice job of teeing up what that will include. Turf replacement can be one of the more expensive, staff-intensive, resource-intensive water use efficiency measures, and it takes time often to see the savings from when you implement the transformation to plants rooting and needing less water. So I think just the cost, the time, the customer dependence are all considerations that cause us to have concern with the feasibility of the timeline, the methodology, the data. And I don't think it's, a stringency concern. Is this more, less stringent than it should be? I think there's just issues that we've raised around methodology, data, cost consideration, time feasibility, that we really see this as the opportunity to continue to have discussions around, and I think go into the development of a standard and the broader water use objective, sort of eyes wide open to what this is going to look like and the lift that we have ahead to make water conservation a California way of life. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Next, I'd like to call up Melissa Baum-Haley, and who will be followed by Joe Berg, and then remotely by Nate Adams. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, I think you can all hear me fine. I don't have to adjust this. Okay. So hello, I am Dr. Melissa Baum-Haley. I currently work for the Municipal Water District of Orange County. However, I'm actually here based on some of my background. I am by training an agricultural and biological engineer. My master's work was specifically focused on irrigation device efficiency, and my PhD work focused on irrigation management and program effectiveness. I also was the editor of the Landscape Irrigation Best Management Practice Guidebook prepared by the Irrigation Association and American Society of Irrigation Consultants. So I thank you for the opportunity today to make comment as you consider DWR's comprehensive prepared recommendations for the outdoor residential water use efficiency standard. And as you consider these guidelines and methodologies, I wanted to actually dive deep into one of the assumptions, which has specifically to do with irrigation efficiencies and the questions that were asked just a moment ago. So I was eagerly excited to make my comment. The methodology that I'm drawing our attention to is fundamental to the the methodology that I'm drawing our attention to is fundamental to the ETAF values recommended, as you have the plant factor over an irrigation efficiency. And when we look back at the MWILO guidelines, the irrigation efficiency of 80% was assumed in this recommendations to you. But as stated, and I believe Bikela just stated a moment ago, that the average irrigation efficiency is 75% for spray irrigation and 81% or 0.81 for drip irrigation systems. As we all know, MWILO is a design standard, but denoting those difference of efficiencies isn't a range of efficiency potential. It's actually specific to the device type. So the pop-up spray heads, which are the most prevalent irrigation device that we see in residential irrigation, does not have the ability to go up to 100% efficient. There is no 100% efficiency potential within irrigation systems, even as designed, but especially once installed. The irrigation efficiency does tend to degrade over time. We've all been common observances. We drive over a sprinkler head, a kid kicks a sprinkler head, things like that start to affect the irrigation efficiency. And so if I might, I'm going to just take a step backwards for a moment to define some terms that are used synonymously, one of which has to do with the concept within irrigation efficiency, which is made up of both the uniformity distribution and the irrigation effectiveness, which has to do with the management of the system. If I could indulge you for a moment, based on uniformity distribution, It's not a measure of efficiency itself. It's actually rather a way to characterize the evenness of application of the irrigation system. So how similar it might be to rainfall or even precipitation pattern. In landscape irrigation, this has a great importance, particularly on turfgrass irrigation. And that's not just because pop-up spray heads are used in turfgrass irrigation, and that's where uniformity distribution tends to be impacted the most, but because we observe it, and then it's the manager or the homeowner or the irrigation professional tends to regulate for that poor uniformity by making an adjustment or scheduling multiplier on their clock. And that ranges somewhere between 17 and 36% to account for even good uniformity. There was a question about how much is our irrigation uniformity distribution or irrigation efficiency within existing landscapes. And I will tell you that we do have some values for that. So there's absolutely room for irrigation efficiency improvements, uniformity distribution improvements. According to the Irrigation Association's Landscape Irrigation Auditor Manual, at maximum, a spray irrigation can achieve a distribution uniformity, or commonly referred to as DU, of 0.75. A distribution uniformity is always given in not a percentage, but a decimal point. So a well-designed system has about 0.75 at best based on its distribution. Now there's some lateral movement of water within the soil that can help it, but you're not going to get upwards of that value. Common practice, however, we have done thousands of DU tests. Historically, it's about 0.55. Where we work in Orange County, we see something not terribly dissimilar. We see around low end 0.45. That would be the that was referred to, I think. And the high end, it tends to be at best about 0.65. We have not seen DUs much higher than that. So the irrigation effectiveness, now that's the goal, to try to account for that poor distribution uniformity through management. How much additional water you need to do, or how appropriately you're putting the right water on at the right time, at the right place for the right types of plants. And so that management factor also gets weighed in. So why am I going into this detail of DU, which was kind of math burdensome? It's to emphasize that the assumption of an 80% irrigation efficiency is a large reach for most existing irrigation systems that are spray heads. And the reason I bring that up is because if we're trying to push beyond that, we need to be well aware of what that assumption does result in. It results in a change of not just landscape palette, but also the irrigation system itself. And touching on the unintended consequences of changing out an irrigation system itself, there is pressure related and other water losses that can occur when you do not step the pressure down appropriately when switching from a pop-up spray head irrigation system to a drip irrigation system. And so there is something that must be taken into consideration there. So stepping back up, the ET adjustment factor accounts for both that plant water need as well as the system efficiency, and mathematically to compensate for the efficiencies that are potentially higher than really achievable based on the types of devices that are installed, the plant palette must be lessened. And so that initial recommendation of 0.7 does have room for improvement on most existing landscapes. However, as the ET adjustment factor continues to be lowered with that guide path down to 0.63, that path timing does not account for system efficiency improvements that have become hardened. So where it is going to be that much more effort to have that meet that goal, which is going to require both change of device, change of management practices, and change of plant palette, all of them in combination. Included in that, we mean much more than just swapping out an irrigation pop-up spray head for drip irrigation, and more than just taking out some turf grass and putting in some other plants. To really have that achievement based on where we are in real life is going to be a full design and transplant of many, many systems. So we recognize that this is all of our shared goal, to have that water benefit of water savings from if you forgive me, but trimming the fat from these irrigation systems. There's huge superfluous use that is done. So there's huge area of potential. That said, we would be happy to discuss some of these nuances within the assumptions to make sure that it is achievable. And I thank you for that opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Baum-Haley. I appreciate the deep dive into some of the issues there. I think I'll just note, I think it is important to remember that we're setting budgets in aggregate, not meeting outdoor standards that we're setting. And so, although really important to understand the real specifics and details as to how that plays out on any given property, there comes a point where it may be marginal, the sorts of understandings we may gain from that, because we're talking about budgets at a larger and aggregate scale and not necessarily standards that anyone will directly meet. But important to understand that balance in it, should someone decide to meet each of the standards as they are and add up to their budget. So thank you. I appreciate it, Doctor.
Chair Escobar?
Yes, please.
May I make an observation on
please.
this?
Mr. Oppenheimer, please. Glad to.
And Ms. Ely can also comment as well as the department, but it is important that we understand the irrigation efficiency and how the ETF is generated using that irrigation efficiency. But my understanding is also, and this is the point I wanted to make, was that the department used multiple methods. And so one of those methods relied on making assumptions around irrigation efficiency, but the other methods that they used were more like mass balance methods that back calculated ETF, my words, and did not rely on that irrigation efficiency. So again, I'm not discounting it. It's important to understand it because it went into one of the methods. But it's also important to realize that there were multiple methods used to generate what is existing mean ETF.
Including observation, direct observation, right? So,
including basically taking, again, I'm way oversimplifying this, but taking existing landscape area and comparing that to outdoor water use. And there were assumptions that went into that Ms. Haynes brought up about like the way they trimmed the data and they eliminated water agencies that were either above 1.0 or below 0.1. And all that's important to understand, but I just want to make sure we're not putting an outsized emphasis on irrigation efficiency. And if I'm misstating something, I definitely would want the department to comment on it because it's their work, or I don't know if Charlotte Eli has anything else to add, but I do think it's an important point. I wanted to pause there.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, hi. Hello again. Just wanted to point stakeholders and also any here in the room and anyone sort of following virtually that within the department's recommendations for outdoor residential water use efficiency standards on page 71, there's a really excellent table, table 8.1, which describes the average statewide ETF values using the three other methods that the department considered in understanding what average sort of statewide use was, including the trimmed method that Chelsea spoke to earlier. And so we saw if we were to rely only on irrigated area, that the statewide averages were 0.74, 0.62, and 0.70 for an statewide average of 0.68. And if we were to rely on the 100% of irrigated area plus the 20% irrigable non-irrigated area buffer, the three different methods would produce averages of 0.66, 0.60, and 0.64 for a statewide average of 0.63. So, the department, in conducting this very robust analysis, did consider multiple methods, and the horticultural method is one and an important one, but I would encourage all of you here to also, take a look at those other methods.
Sabrina, please.
I'd just like to make one other comment. Like Charlotte said, there were three different methods. And like Eric said, one of them was a horticultural thing with the irrigation efficiency, and the other two were sort of mass balance. Now, those three calculations were to try and get a handle on what efficient water use outdoor would be. We also did, overall, the statewide average ETF is 0.76. But we did the trimming and the things like that to try and find out what is a reasonable, efficient landscape water use, not what characterizes the state, but what would be a reasonable average for efficient use. So of course, you're going to have much, much higher ones and much, much lower ones.
Yeah, the challenge of averaging with such a large state and different systems. Yeah, and I hope folks, I appreciate the unpacking of some of this. Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, a lot of this came up in our discussion last week, but then I asked the question of, regardless of what method you use, irrigation efficiency is still extremely important because, so if I'm running a water district and I determine, okay, we've got a problem here and accounting for indoor water loss, and now we've got, something that needs to be done on outdoor, and calculating what that something might be, whether it's, the 33% change out or maybe less with highly efficient systems. If you're wrong on that, then the only thing that you can do is adjust your plant factor. So irrigation efficiency and determining whether it's in the calculation for the actual standard versus implementation, it's still going to be important to have some assessment of how far you can push irrigation efficiency, correct?
So yes, it would be good if they had an idea of how far they could push efficiency. But that would be a very difficult thing possibly to do. And a number of water suppliers proactively preempt that type of situation by offering irrigation system audits, irrigation system tune-ups and maintenance programs, so that they can be doing already what to the ability the customer lets them, they can already be improving irrigation system efficiencies on the existing systems. And then maybe they would have an idea through these programs, okay, what else is left out there? People without that, suppliers without it, might have to start there and start just going out there and doing some simple improvements that require resources, of course, and some cost, but maybe not you're not going to necessarily tear the whole thing up, and see where it gets them. And then see where, okay, how much more do I need to do? So that might be a process that a supplier might take too. Instead of finding out, okay, what can I do with irrigation system efficiency? First, just start trying to see what they can do and see how far it gets them, what more they need to do, and then look at it in stages, because that might be enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if getting back to the issue of cost, it would be great to know, because I think, the sky is falling. A huge percentage is going to have to change out their yards and completely redo their systems at great expense. But it's quite likely that it could be what you've described, and that question then becomes, how far can you? Well, if the existing is, there's too many numbers floating around, but what you called to like okay, right? Pushing that as far as you can without having to change out what's possible.
Therein lies the conundrum.
Right.
Yeah, and I think what we start to get into are really implementation issues for agencies and how they go about their decision making, and less maybe what we do at this level for our standard setting. I will say I think there's sometimes a balance in what are ultimately us trying to figure out in detail what will be a lot of specifics per water agency and supplier. But I think we need to have our best sense so as to get the budgets right. And I think that's what, especially on the outdoor, as we've already done on the indoor, is really important, and is why things like what did we assume on natural trend on decreasing outdoor, things like that are also important and part of the conversation just as much as, say, the irrigation efficiency component of the ETS. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. Any other board members on this? And then we can continue to our commenters then.
Chair Esquivel, I'll just point out that Mr. Temesgen has indicated he's got his hand up. I don't know if he wants to add anything to this conversation.
Oh, yes, please, by all means.
All right, thank you.
No, thank you.
Very quickly, in terms of irrigation efficiency, I understand the concern, and this has been raised during the development process itself. My master's is in irrigation engineering from Utah State University, in terms of distribution uniformity and the way things are. When we started this process, there are two ways of looking at it. One is you find out what the plant factors are, and you find out what irrigation efficiencies are, and then you take the ratio and you come up with ETF. In this case, we were dealing with over 10 million parcels, residential parcels. It is very difficult to get that kind of study on a larger scale like that with the time and the resources that are available. That is why, as Eric mentioned earlier, we looked at what does it look like if we just use the actual water use on the outdoor, and they came up with ATF by using the Muelo equation, the MAWA equation for Muelo. That said, in the Muelo itself, I mentioned earlier this 0.75 and the 0.81. For us to really say we can, right now the irrigation efficiency is say 0.75, we are totally ignoring the drip irrigation component of that, and that is in the regulation. So that is just one component, as I mentioned earlier, and of the three methods. That is why we are balancing that with the current state of water use in terms of ETF for those that comply or at least are in agreement with Muelo principles. And we 0.8 seems to be reasonable based on that assumption, but that does not necessarily mean that every homeowner needs to be irrigating at 0.8, in my opinion. So I think it has to be looked at from that angle. It is at the service area wide level, and that is not the only method. That is one of the methods that we used. And in terms of a trimming approach, the reason that the trimming was used, the 249 sample suppliers, we have identified them, and we have verified that in terms of all the data that goes into this calculation, they represent statewide average. So when we used only the ones that are between 0.1 and the 1, the statistician that works with us was concerned that statewide representativeness may not be there. So instead of using the numbers that are greater than 1, he recommended that we trim it. But even if we remove that method and we ended up with the two methods, 0.1 to 1 range plus the other method, we still end up with 0.7, the original proposed standard. So it didn't really make quite a difference, but I just wanted to let you know where that trimming came from, and it is acceptable according to our statistician. It means just taking the excess amount of water to make it consistent with the Muelo principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Temesgen. I appreciate that. Next, I have up on my list Joe Berg, Mr. Berg, and then we follow by Nate Adams and then Amy McNulty.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments today. And I also want to extend a thank you to the state agency staff for being available on a regular basis through all the meetings, one-on-ones and everything that we've had with one another throughout this process. And they've always been available. So I very much appreciate that. So I am the Director of Water Use Efficiency at the Municipal Water District of Orange County, and we are a wholesaler to 27 retail water agencies throughout Orange County. We have quite a blend of agencies. There are a number of agencies that are going to be in good shape to be able to comply, and there are a number of agencies who are not. And so my focus is on getting all of them to comply. The approach we've taken in Orange County to implement water use efficiency programs is a regional approach. MODOC is the regional wholesaler, and we develop and implement and evaluate a broad variety of programs directly to consumers. and we do that in partnership with all of the retail water agencies. We have about 10 different landscape-related water use efficiency programs, low volume sprinkler nozzle rebates, irrigation audits, rain barrel rebates. The biggest hurdle for participation in our turf removal program is the design. And we do require a stormwater capture feature in the plan. And so we started offering a design assistance program. And because we want to make sure that our projects turn out aesthetically pleasing, we also offer a maintenance assistance program. And those are customized to each and every project. I want to touch on two programs. They're our most popular programs with some statistics. And so starting with our Smart Timer rebate program, we pioneered that technology in Orange County as a water savings tool. And in 2004, we completed a study known as the Residential Runoff Reduction Study, where we validated the savings that we had previously calculated in the statistical evaluation. But we also found that we reduced runoff by 50% in the neighborhood where we focused. And because the pollutants in that neighborhood didn't concentrate, we reduced pollution by 50%. That was, I think, the real turning point for that technology. And today there's a WaterSense label for smart timers. So that's nationally recognized. Since 2004, we've installed 33,500 smart timers throughout Orange County and have invested over $12 million to do that. That represents about 2.9% of the single family housing stock. And if you divide that out by year, that's less than 0.25% of the housing stock per year. So we've been at it a long, long time, and we're barely making a dent in what that opportunity is. Similarly, in our turf removal program, we've offered that since 2007. We've removed over 25 million square feet of turf at an investment of over $50 million. Cumulative water savings let me jump back to the smart timers. Cumulative savings to date is over 93,000 acre feet of water from smart timers alone. With regard to turf removal, cumulative savings is just short of 35,000 acre feet of water per year. We see a vast difference in terms of participation rates during drought and non-drought. Our peak in the 2016 drought was 1,200 rebate applications for turf removal alone in 1 month. During non-drought times, it drops down to as little as 7 per month. And turf removal, our penetration is similar. It's about 0.25% of the housing stock per year. So having a schedule to meet a 0.62 by 2030 is a Herculean lift in some cases. So in short, Orange County is definitely committed to continuing to implement and pioneer these programs. We've invested over $65 million in just these landscape programs, and transformations take time, and we can offer these programs, but ultimately it takes the public to participate in them to actually achieve the savings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Berg. Really appreciate the data and information. Next, I'd like to call up Nate Adams, who will be followed by Amy McNulty. Good afternoon. Thanks for sticking with us.
Yes, good afternoon. Hopefully I'm heard here. Seen is secondary, heard is good.
Heard and seen. Good to see you.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present today on this exciting and important task that's all before us. I represent Santa Margarita Water District, which serves over 200,000 people in South Orange County, provides water, wastewater, and recycled water to over 9 communities in this area. And back in 2015, we had the pleasure of implementing a budget-based rate structure for our single-family residential and our dedicated irrigation meters. And I will harken back to that here in a second. But all that's to say is we've been invested for over 30 years in implementing water conservation, implementing water resiliency programs, and developing our water recycling efforts and distribution system. So the process to develop an urban water use objective, it's definitely an important and impressive taking. And having been involved in various work groups that the state has put on, it's been impressive to see just how much focus and attention has been in developing these standards in the pursuit of maximizing efficiency. The open question that we all have right now is how these all standards come together, right, to produce and create an urban retailer water use objective that is achievable and cost effective for water retailers and its customers. So one thing that I want to do is go back to the idea that, one of the standards that is the CII dedicated irrigation meter, it's void of data right now because the state, to their credit, cannot know what the irrigable area associated with these dedicated irrigation meters are. And so because of that, there's a lot of assumptions that have to happen. And that's the only way that you can develop standards void of the data. And it's great that agencies have 5 years to procure this data. I can state, having done this effort back in 2015, it took our agency over $500,000, close to $700,000 actually, $700,000, multiple staff people to go out and map and find and know the irrigable area for all single family residential and our 3,000 dedicated irrigation meters. Having done so, it's really great just from our own perspective of knowing what efficient water use from our retail level is, but it's also great in checking the different assumptions and modeling our own actual water use against the standards being developed. And so one thing that I want to call the attention to is the slide with all the various dots scattered around that linear line there that show compliance or non-compliance with their objective. That's, to the state's credit, that's a pretty good guess. Having our own dedicated irrigation data, it's important to note that when we received our DWR data, a lot of the residential data is actually dedicated irrigation meter data, landscape area. What that means is that DWR provided residential landscape area that's inflated, that's above what it actually is because it's being served by dedicated irrigation meters. So what it means for us is that, and for the agencies at large in the state that don't know their DIMS, a lot of the initial forecasts are rosy in that their residential sector is getting the benefit of having more area than really is there. And so when I look at DWR and I take the area given from DWR and I apply it against our residential water use, right out of the gate, our residential water compliance, both indoor and outdoor, would be at 102, or excuse me, at 93%, because it's being supported and supported, if you will, by extra dedicated irrigation meter. When I plug in our actual known residential data, our lower landscape area, out of the gate, and after 30 years of doing efficiency and meeting our SBX targets by 40%, our residential compliance is at 102%. So we know that we have a lot of, there's something that we just all need to have a little comfort in and a little bit of a fact check or a little bit of a knowledge that there might be a blind spot on as shown today, how agencies are performing out of the gate. The other thing about the irrigation efficiency, I don't want to belabor a lot of it's there. The best analogy I can make to when I talk to my customers and other people that don't really want to get into the weeds on this, it's like a car efficiency, right? If you take a Prius that's designed for 50 miles per gallon, and over time the tires deflate a little bit, your air filter gets dirty, spark plugs get old, you might be getting 45 miles per gallon. Systems become inefficient over time. And as we stated, 80% of the homes in California were built before WELO design standards. So to assume and expect landscapes to perform at a standard that did not exist then and cannot be achieved is difficult to wrap our heads around. And finally, to get to some numbers, and I'll pick back up on what Joe Berg was just mentioning about timelines and costs. If we are pushing this ETF down because of assumptions and thinking that residential area is being supported by dedicated irrigation meter. I just want to look at our numbers, and the cost for a decent landscape transformation that involves both plants, irrigation, and even demolition. It's often misunderstood or forgotten that demolition is an important process of doing any project. Costs range anywhere from $10 to $15 per square foot. And so if you take a front yard residence, 1,000 square feet, 1,500 square feet, that cost for that resident can go anywhere between $15,000 to $20,000. 25% of that is only for the plants. And so I want to just remind all of us, when we're thinking about turf, and we all want to get turf out, we're always thinking just about the plants. And I want to caution us not to narrowly think of it just costing, $5, $6, $7. No, to do it right, you've got to do demolition, the plants, the irrigation, maybe some hardscaping. That's an all-in cost at around $10,000 to $20,000 for a front yard in a suburban home. And so when you look at the numbers, as Joe was mentioning, for 10 years, we've offered turf rebate programs. We've had 1,500 people take us up on the offer, right? So that's 4% of our parcels have taken us up on turf removal. We want more to happen. And there's great data and great studies showing that there's a neighborhood effect, right? For every one rebate, multiple neighbors, multiple people see that and say, I want to do similarly. And so we don't have to rebate those. So let's assume that we can jump up our participation level to get about 400 a year, 400 parcels per year. At this rate, it's going to take us 40 years to renovate half of our single family homes to achieve the landscape transformation that we're all thinking about in terms of meeting, or what would be needed to meet these ETFs as proposed. And just to provide one last little note, it's been said, and I've heard it a couple times, that retailers will adjust to a lower ETF. Water use will continue to go down, no doubt. But just a reminder that urban water retailers are not land use purveyors. We deliver the water, not use it. And so ultimately, it's the residents, it's the homeowners, it's the businesses that have to make that change and implement renovation at their yard, at their cost, and maybe use some public dollars at it. And then the final note I would just make is, I think it'd be great if the state could look at I&I, the irrigable, not irrigated component of what DWR mapped, place it and overlay it with the DAC communities and see how it changes over time. And if we start to see incidents of I&I areas expanding, and it's primarily happening or it's disproportionately happening in DAC areas, that's got to give all of us a little cause for concern, and making sure that we aren't creating these, let's just call it brown yards, urban heat islands, and potential issues such as that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And I appreciate that point. Something tells me that'd be worthwhile doing, even absent with an eye looking to see what the impacts of this are, just to see how good we've been about keeping our brown communities green, if you will. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Amy McNulty, who will then be followed by Greg Zoltnick.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
You can. Thank you for sticking with us. Good afternoon.
Great. My pleasure. This is my first public board meeting, so happy to be here. Thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I am the Water Efficiency Manager here at the Irvine Ranch Water District. And at IRWD, we are committed to water efficiency. And as you know, conservation is a way of life for us and has been incorporated into everything we've done since we implemented our budget-based rate structure back in 1991. And we will continue to be committed to improving water use efficiency both locally and throughout the state. Based on our experience, I wanted to share with the board some information, and while recognizing that not every agency is at the same level as IRWD, but it is because we are where we are that we do have our own landscape area measurement data, or LAM. as it's referred to. So our data, our LAM data is linked to the customer meter. We also have a lot of dedicated irrigation meters or DIMs, and a lot of them are supplying recycled water, over 6,100 meters in fact. We've learned that some of these recycled water meters supply residential parcels, both the front yards or sloped areas, or the entire landscapes, as in the case of most multifamily parcels. And the reason that this is important to understand is because this data, as Nate just kind of touched on, this is the data that was used to calculate the outdoor standard. DWR used a very logical approach based on the data that is widely available for all of the California water suppliers, but they didn't include other relevant data that was available for some suppliers, particularly the suppliers with a lot of DIMs and recycled water. The DWR LAM for all the residential parcels was compared with residential usage reported in the EAR. Because this data is available largely, for all of the suppliers throughout the state, which makes sense, but it left out the irrigation water that was used for the residential properties that were supplied by the DIMs and supplied by recycled water. So was this a large volume? Does this make a significant difference? I don't know, because our billing system does not capture data on the type of parcel that a DIM irrigates. We don't necessarily know if it's irrigating a city park or a residential front yard. So that's kind of a blind spot that we have. Also, the residential LAMs provided by DWR differed from the IRWD LAM data when we compared it by nearly 25%. But we only know this because we have our own LAM data, whereas there's many other suppliers throughout the state that do not have another data source to compare it to. And now maybe this doesn't make a big difference. Maybe it's not statistically significant for this small, tiny part of the overall objective. But I share this with you now because throughout the whole process with the DWR work groups and stakeholder process, where a lot of these data issues appeared, and many of them you've brought up today, with just the IEs and just all the different components, I keep finding myself asking the same question. How many insignificant data issues does it take before it becomes significant? Now I realize this analysis is way beyond the scope of what DWR was tasked with doing, and we're out of time for that part of the process. But over the course of the next 5 to 7 years, to comply with the recommended water use standards, agencies are going to need to collect new data, including the LAMs for their CII sector, align it with their customer billing systems, develop some creative tools to get their customers to reduce their water use. It's going to be a busy 5 years for everybody, and a considerable undertaking for some California homeowners and businesses who haven't already implemented changes to their landscapes. Even if they already have, if it wasn't enough of a water reduction, the first time they did it, they may be asked to do it again in 2030. For comparison, it's taken IRWD 30 years to get to where we are today. And it's the result of a combination of the budget-based rates and a multitude of water use efficiency programs at a cost of about $50 million. As agencies begin collecting the data necessary for compliance, there will likely be new data discoveries that may alter or impact the objective calculation as it's currently recommended by DWR. Maintaining the ability to adapt course based on new information and funding for customer water efficiency programs will be important. And we look forward to continuing to work with you and your staff on the standards to put California on the path to successfully make conservation a California way of life. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. And, I can hear what is going to be a long year already in this discussion. And I think what is important is to realize that we don't have to have a perfect system right away. Then, these regs won't take enforcement effect, and no, our priority won't be enforcement here in these next years. And so, there'll be a lot to unpack. Hopefully we can settle some things out as we get to full consideration and see where that leaves us. But thank you. I appreciate the points. Next, I'd like to call Greg Zlotnick, who followed by Elizabeth Lovestead. And then we have about 3 commenters after that. And thanks everyone for sticking with us. I know we're now way past the late lunch, so thanks. Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. I actually am just on this so I could listen on the phone, but I will comment very briefly that I'm with San Juan Water District, and we strongly support Aqua's comments and efforts on this along with our other water agency cohorts. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zlotnick. Appreciate that. Next, then, I'd like to call up Elizabeth Lovestead, who will be followed by Beth Olhasso.
All right, I think I'm unmuted now, so hopefully you can hear me, and I can
We
actually
can.
see
Good
that you can
afternoon.
see me. That's a really big picture. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I really appreciate this discussion. I mean, I think this has been a great back and forth. I think a lot of the concerns that we've expressed were also expressed by some of the board members, and some of the challenges. I think coming out of this, what we can be certain of is this is a highly technical and very challenging subject, and it's going to be an interesting year moving forward. I appreciate the ability to provide comments today. I just do want to echo the comments about DWR staff and State Board staff, and they're willing to meet with us and to go through all those work groups. There's been a lot of work done on this. I am Elizabeth Lovestead. I'm the Water Resources Manager at San Diego County Water Authority. Conservation is really important to the Water Authority and our 24 member agencies. Like some of the people that I've spoken today, really it's been a 3-decade effort to make sure that we're encouraging our community, educating our community, and working on conservation, having those regional programs that focus on indoor and outdoor, and really try to move forward on conservation. I look forward to continuing to have a robust discussion over the next year, and hope we can have more dialogue about this moving forward. I think that looking at the different methodologies to determine the ET factor for irrigation, I think we've heard that all of them have challenges between MWILO being a design standard, the irrigation efficiency, and then of course the trim method as well. I think what we have probably really shows what efficiency might be, and so but there's challenges with some of those. I also think that one of the other challenges that we might see is with the new development. Again, it's been brought up is that water suppliers are not land agencies in all cases, and we don't enforce MWILO. And so even if it's designed correctly, somebody has to make sure it's designed and installed correctly, and the homeowners actually keep that MWILO standard moving forward. And so that's going to be a challenge as well. And it's going to be up to us. We're going to need the resources to educate, new homeowners and to educate customers. Changing customer behavior in the landscape is a challenge, and it really needs resources. And one of the comments that I've heard a lot from many of my agencies is that looking at this standard, they need more resources moving forward. A lot of them have said they're going to be hiring new staff members just to kind of meet all the data requirements and the calculations. And it's kind of a shift of their current staff's requirement or abilities. And so again, I think this is going to be a challenge moving forward. I think that we're committed to conservation. Another thing that I think that we saw looking at those early numbers when we saw where we are now, where we are compared to 2020, nobody met their at least nobody that I know of met their 2020 targets and ended all their conservation efforts. It's important to us, and even those that are meeting the standard and have done the work over the years, conservation is going to continue because it's an important part of water use efficiency and resiliency. So again, appreciate your comments today and you listening to us, and look forward to working with you next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lovestead. Appreciate your good comments and acknowledgement that it is a continual discussion. It's a journey, not a destination. Ms. Olhasso, good to see you. And who will be followed by Ariel Flores and then Claire Norderly.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. Thanks for sticking in. We're all a little hungry. Beth Olasso on behalf of Water Reuse California. Water Reuse has been one of the very engaged stakeholders in this past 18 to 24 month process. We appreciate working with the department to recognize the value of recycled water, and we look forward to working with the state board. Great questions from Board Member McGuire on recycled water, and just making sure that that value is still maintained when crafting these regulations. There's a lot of pieces, and we've got some in the legislation and some in the regulations, but continuing that conversation and incentivizing recycled water, we know is a goal of all of ours. So we look forward to continuing that process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to call up Ariel Flores, and Claire Norderly will take us home.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Same. Thank you, Board Member Esquivel and board members. I am very honored to be able to speak today on these objectives. I'm actually really excited for this process. There's a lot of information we're eager to share and convey throughout the remainder of this period. So with that, just kind of want to start off. As the largest urban retail water supplier, LADWP supports the need for strong water conservation efforts, especially in light of climate change impacts on water resources, and has demonstrated a commitment of environmental stewardship through its continued and expanding availability of customer programs for water use efficiency. And although we do appreciate the acknowledgement of our decades worth of efforts given during this informational briefing when compared to standard recommendations that are still in the future, we'd like to highlight that there are still several key decision points and studies required to achieve the water use efficiency goals. Recently, LADWP has expended hundreds of millions of dollars into myriad of conservation programs, and that has contributed to double-digit drop in water usage, roughly 16% in our service area. And this is despite a generally upward population trend. The holistic framework that we're reviewing and undertaking with the board will be quite a lift for many suppliers, regardless of size. And we would recommend considerations of the potential implementation costs to suppliers and ultimately to customers, as well as the abbreviated implementation schedule of 2030 for many of the objectives. So, with that, we just want to wrap up and mention that we do look forward to the continued meaningful engagement with the board and all parties involved, and on providing help on future work towards evaluating the path forward for not only ourselves, but for other suppliers to reach these ambitious goals, making water conservation a California way of life. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Appreciate your comments as well, and engagement on what will be a fun discussion over the course of this next year and the long leadership that LADWP has had in this space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Claire Norderly, and I believe that'll be our last commenter.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Claire Nordley. I'm the Water Use Efficiency Coordinator for the City of Santa Rosa. So Santa Rosa is a mid-sized city. We've got about 56,000 customers in our service area, and we've really made long-term gains in water use efficiency over the years, really through investing financially in our conservation programs and in hiring staff. Actually, our total water use has decreased by 14% compared to 1990, despite a 53% increase in population. So as our population increases, our water use is still decreasing. But that reduction in water use has really been achieved over the past 32 years that we've had water use efficiency programs. So I want to highlight some of the efforts that we've made over those years. For example, we implemented a turf removal rebate program in 2007. So over those last 15 years, we've removed about 4 million square feet of turf in Santa Rosa. And that's been from over 3,700 locations, which is about 7% of our total service connections. So just as Joe Berg mentioned, in Orange County, they've removed about 0.25% of their population or of their service area per year. We've removed about 0.22% of our service area in turf every year. But still, that's taken us 15 years, and that is only 7% of our total service connections. It has taken us time, and it's a significant financial investment, as I mentioned. We've spent about $14 million over those last 15 years to implement, to market, for rebate payments, for example, for our grass removal rebate program. So for these reasons, we really recommend that the existing DWR recommendations are passed as written, and I'm sure we'll all have plenty of time to discuss them further over the next year. So we really appreciate the opportunity to comment, and I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nordley. Appreciate your comments and for sticking with us here. I know it has been a long discussion, but a really informative and great one, so thank you. Colleagues, I apologize because I thought my timing was off. I thought that we would be able to hit a decent lunch with this item, but we've blown past that. We're nearly at 2 o'clock now. But I didn't want to interrupt the flow of this. I thought taking a break would be, a bit much to ask for folks to carry over. So thank you. This has been an incredible discussion. Anything further to leave ourselves with? And if not, Board Member McGuire, please.
Yes, thank you. I appreciated all of the input today and the discussion and DWR's participation. And clearly there's work to do, and we're not going to have all the answers right now in this moment, but we'll continue to refine things as we move forward. So look forward to that collaboration. And so on that note, I did want to look over to staff, to Ms. Eli and Mr. Nachbauer, to ask if you could just give us a little bit of a sneak preview in terms of next steps. Now that the baton has been handed over, where do we go from here? What does this next year look like from staff perspective?
Sure, thanks. And before doing that, I wanted to read the entire Encyclopedia Britannica A to Z prior to any lunch breaks. It's okay, right? Okay. So yes, we expect initiating the formal rulemaking process sometime in the first quarter of 2023. And so at that time, we would make the staff proposal as well as all the associated regulatory documents available for public review and public comment. So that would be the first of what we assume will be several public comment periods. And ideally, we would be adopting a year after that. So first quarter 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you everyone for a great discussion. That concludes the item number 6. What we will now do is take a lunch. We'll take a 45-ish minute lunch. So we'll try to keep us, we still have a few items to get through. So let's go ahead and return at 2:45. I'll note the building, at least in the upper floors, has lost pressure. So we're on borrowed time, I think, down here at the bottom floor. Bathrooms still work. We seem to still have pressure for now. So we'll keep and hopefully get through our meeting here before we also run out of water pressure down at this level. So just want to note that. Let us know if you guys encounter any issues while you're out for your lunch. And we will gather back here at 2:45 to continue our agenda on to item number 7. Thanks for everyone's patience. It's been a great morning, afternoon now. Thank you. See you in 45-ish minutes.
Are you not? We're going to disposal, sure. You know, we're going to be pivoting, of course, to other things, but yeah, we're in this together with the state family. So,
provided we get the budget, you know, the VCT passed for next fiscal year, we also have to do all the analysis for FY 157, which is the quantitative impact analysis, affordability stuff, the end user thing, which I think will inform a lot of all.
yes, the things were extracted from us in between for those indoor water standards, even for the legislation. So some of the studies that are being required of us, depending on the timing, which might be the issue, but but so I mean, we can follow up on that. We're here to help. You know, thinking about the relative value of it, especially if it's big versus whatever as a relative value.
Well, I mean, I think open is great. I asked so many detailed questions in the competition. So we got to go with this. And that's what I'm going to get. You know, I know I can get there. I'm not understand that. I'm not so sure. I don't see it happening. But at least the other piece, the recommendations, like it's real life. A little more time, probably.
You and your team are available.
Yeah, exactly. Draw pictures. Okay, thank you so much.
Sure. Yeah, thank you both. Yeah, good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you.
Well, enjoy your dinner. I gotta get out. I can't go. Thank you. Thank you. Did I wait too long? Oh, we do. I put it right there on the side. I'll get it. Oh, not smart. There's 3 different kinds in there. So it was a cost of get some snacks and stuff for free for lunch. Oh, and I looked at that bag and I couldn't find it. So yeah, that one has pineapple, banana chips, coconut, cranberry, walnut, cashew, and pineapple. And the antioxidant one, raspberry or raisin, walnut, dark chocolate, blueberries, pecans, and yeah.
Hi, everyone. I know it's 2:47. We're still waiting for a couple board members to return, and would also note we are going to take number 9 out of order. And so we will hear item number 9 next. Our amazing colleagues at the Santa Ana Santa Ana Water Quality Control Board have flights to catch. So want to be able to make sure you get those. We'll start here in a couple of minutes. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we have a quorum. I think we can begin. And we'll start, as I said, actually with item number 9 here. And appreciate everyone's patience as we take this out of order. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Terry Reeder. I'm a senior engineering geologist and head of our coastal waters and CEQA section at the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'd also like to introduce Catherine Bramble, our liaison attorney from OCC, and on team or Zoom, I guess it would be, we have our executive officer, Jane Joy, and our assistant executive officer, Ann Sturdivant. So today we're going to discuss an amendment to the water quality control plan for the Santa Ana River Basin to revise the schedule for attaining the fecal coliform total maximum daily loads for attaining the shellfish harvesting beneficial use in Newport Bay. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go over the purpose of the Basin Plan Amendment, the beneficial uses in Newport Bay, the fecal coliform TMDLs, the shellfish harvesting beneficial use, and a history of how we ended up with the water quality objectives that we have now for shellfish. I'm also, next slide, please. I'm going to talk about the results of our phase 1 dry season shellfish study, our planned phase 2 wet season shellfish study, which is starting right now as I speak, the fecal coliform TMDL facilitated meetings that we had, public comments and staff responses, both for the regional board hearing in June, as well as this hearing, and staff's recommendation. So the purpose of the Basin Plan Amendment, next slide, please. The first is to extend the schedule for attaining the shellfish beneficial use, which is water quality objectives for fecal coliform water. We want to update the implementation plan to incorporate the studies that we're currently doing, which is the dry and wet weather studies for shellfish to determine if the current water quality objectives are scientifically supported and to correlate with actual pathogens in shellfish tissue, and to make some editorial changes to the language in the Basin Plan to provide more clarity. Next slide, please. Okay, Newport Bay is in Orange County, California, and there are 3 major tributaries that come into upper Newport Bay. These are freshwater tributaries. There's the Santa Ana Delhi at the very top of the slide, and then going clockwise from that is the San Diego Creek tributary watershed, which provides about 85% or more of the freshwater flows to the bay, and then Big Canyon Creek. Upper Newport Bay has habitats of special biological significance. It's a state marine conservation area, and it's also an ecological reserve. The dividing line between Upper Bay and Lower Bay is the Pacific Coast Highway, and Lower Newport Bay has the largest recreational boat harbor in the United States. Next slide, please. So what are the beneficial uses? Well, as you can imagine, they're fairly different between the two parts of the bay. We have biological habitats, as I said before, special significance, estuarine habitat, wild, rare, threatened or endangered species, primarily birds, but we also have a plant, salt marsh birdsbeak. Spawning high quality areas for reproduction spawning of several important fish and shellfish species, marine ecosystems, commercial and sport fishing, shellfish harvesting, and Rec 1 and Rec 2, which are water contact and non-water contact recreation. Next slide. Beneficials in lower Newport Bay is we still have wild and rare and spawn and marine, but you can see we also have one we don't have in Upper Bay, which is navigation. And those navigational channels are maintained by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And the U.S. Coast Guard provides information and rules for boats, especially large vessels that are entering the harbor. Next slide. So the fecal coliform TMDLs were established for Newport Bay in 1999. The purpose was to restore and protect rec beneficial uses, as well as the shellfish harvesting beneficial use. I'm just in case some folks don't know what these are, I've put them on there, but the shellfish harvesting is for oysters, mussels, and clams, essentially bivalves for human consumption, commercial or sport purposes. There has been no commercial shellfish harvesting in Newport Bay since the early 1930s. There's not much known at all about it, other than they did harvest shellfish for cocktail oysters at the time, which would have been the native Olympia shellfish. There's no records on how much or for how long they operated. Apparently went out of business during the Great Depression. There has been no commercial operations since then, and only recreational shellfish harvesting is allowed for bait or for consumption. Next slide, please. This is kind of parallel to the shellfish, which is the main focus of today's talk, but we do have a time schedule order, our order R8 2019-0050, for the fact that the TMDL attainment date for the Rec 1 beneficial use expired in December of 2014, and the MS4 permittees are still not in compliance with the waste load allocations. And it requires several tasks to be completed, which I've listed here, including a human source identification study that's in progress, and that will feed into a pollution prevention plan. And while these aim at rec, all of the reductions in bacteria that will be gained from these activities will also result in reducing bacteria in shellfish. So next slide.
Just out of curiosity.
Yes, sir.
How far off are we from attaining the standards? Like,
Lower Bay, we're pretty close. There are a couple of problem areas, and that's part of what the Source ID study is doing. Upper Bay is more problematic because we have all the freshwater inputs coming through Upper Newport Bay, and it's also a wildlife, area. So there's going to be a lot of work still done for that, probably having to determine whether the bacteria is actually going to result in risk to recreational users of Upper Bay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So for the shellfish harvesting beneficial use, right now, we have the following water quality objectives for fecal coliform bacteria, and that's the median concentration, not more than 14 most probable number, which is a method for estimating viable numbers of bacteria in food or water or in seawater. Per 100 milliliters, and not more than 10% of those samples to exceed 43 MPN per 100 milliliters. And why do we care about this? People can get sick from consuming uncooked shellfish harvested from the bay, from bacteria as well as other organisms such as cyanobacteria. And I would mention that there are many other coastal regions that have also adopted these water quality objectives into their basin plan. Next slide. And I'll be talking about that shortly. So what are the sources of bacteria? Well, obviously sewage spills. We still unfortunately have those that occur periodically. Leaking sewage pipes or septic systems, that we don't have nearly as many septic systems as we used to. Homeless encampments, pet waste, trash, birds and wildlife, and bacterial regrowth, which can occur in storm drains, it can occur on vegetal mats, it can occur in trash, So that's one of the problems we've even found with some of the engineering or BMPs that we put in place to try and capture trash. There's problems with regrowth in some of those as well. So it's a common occurrence.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So you commented not seeing as many sewage spills and septic issues, which is helpful. What about homeless encampments?
They're doing studies about that right now. We do know that there's a homeless encampment in the San Diego Creek subwatershed on Lane Channel. And the MS4 permittees have been tested above and below the homeless encampment, and then they removed the homeless encampment, and they were going to do additional testing on that. Results of that I have not seen yet, but they're doing both for the bacteria as well as for, which I'll talk a little more, I don't know if you've heard of the HF183 human marker, which is a genetic marker associated with fecal coliform. So they're doing that as well. That's part of that human source ID study.
Similar work may have been done by Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board for the American River for some of those places.
Yes, and they've done similar work down in Region 9, the San Diego board as well. Okay, next slide, please. I've got my stuff all out of order, but forget it. I'll just go from here. So I wanted to give you an overview of the shellfish water quality objectives because there's been a lot of pushback on this extension because folks are saying, well, it's a scientifically peer-reviewed water quality objective, and it isn't. There was a Salmonella typhi outbreak on the East Coast in 1925. That triggered the development of the National Shellfish Sanitation Program, or the NSSP. And they collected data on the illnesses there, and they looked at it and they said, well, we think, if we look at this, we can identify potential direct sewage contamination of commercial shellfish beds. And if the median concentration at that time, not more than 70 MPN total coliforms, not fecal coliform per 100 milliliter, and less than 10% of the samples are greater than 230, then we should be safe. People should be safe from eating that shellfish. And in 1972, the NSMP, which is meant to be guidance, and it's supposed to be for commercial shellfish harvesting, for total coliform, was adopted as water quality objectives into the ocean plan. Next slide, please. In 1973, following that, the Santa Ana Water Board incorporated the ocean plan's water quality objective for total coliform for shell into an interim basin plan for quote unquote clamming and shellfish harvesting. In 1974, the NSMP total coliforms water quality objectives, or excuse me, guidance, I should say, were extrapolated to the 14 MPN per 100 mil of fecal coliforms. In 1976, US EPA established water quality criteria based on the NSSP fecal coliform guidance, or what they called at that time US EPA's Red Book. Then in 1983, the Santa Ana River Basin Plan incorporated US EPA's water quality criteria for fecal coliform into our basin plan. So that's how we ended up with this very low number that was actually meant for commercial shellfish harvesting in our basin plan. Next slide. Thank you. I was losing track of them. So, okay, sorry, I lost track of where I am. All right, so the water quality objectives for shell carried through revisions of both the ocean plan and the Santa Ana River Basin Plan since first adopted. They've never been scientifically peer reviewed. That to my knowledge, they haven't been really tested for how well they actually correlate with pathogen levels in shellfish tissue, which is what people eat. And California is the only state in the nation that has incorporated waste load allocations based on this 1443 MPN numbers into actual stormwater permits. No one else has ever done that, not even the East Coast. So commercial, and also want to point out commercial shellfish harvesting and recreational shellfish harvesting are physically very different activities, and they should be regulated separately. And recreational shellfish harvesting is not regulated under federal law, neither but under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act or the Clean Water Act. Directly refers to recreational harvesting of shellfish for personal consumption as a regulated activity. Next slide, please. And so why did these end up in here? Well, for one thing, prior to 1993, there was no official peer review requirements for our water quality objectives, or EPA's parlance, water quality criteria. US EPA didn't adopt a policy until 93, and they didn't institute it, start implementing it until 1994. Now, in 1997, California adopted the statute for external scientific peer review, but since the TMDLs were already in the process and they'd already just used water quality objective in the basin plan, I think assumed it was peer reviewed, they moved forward with it and adopted in 1999. And those are the TMDLs we've had in place ever since. Okay, next slide, please. So the original attainment date for meeting the Shell water quality objectives was December 30th, 2019. We knew at that time we needed additional time to develop and complete studies to determine if the current Shell water quality objectives are scientifically supported and protective of the beneficial use. And we did at that time extend it for 2 years to December 31st, 2022, thinking we would be able to get some shellfish studies completed in that time. However, with the new science that has come along, and the fact that we had budget constraints prevented initiation of these studies until 2019. And the first phase 1 study wasn't even completed until sometime in 2021. So we need to, that was a dry weather study, which I'll talk about that in a minute, but we need to extend that time period to provide us time to do a wet season study and possibly additional follow-on studies, because we really need to develop something that is going to tell people whether the shellfish are safe to eat. Okay. Next slide, please. Sorry, I got a little wind blown out there today. So additional extension is needed to conduct these studies to determine if there's a correlation between the water quality objectives and bacteria and pathogens in shellfish. And we also need to revise the fecal coliform TMDLs and or possibly develop site-specific objectives to replace the current water quality objectives if we do not find a correlation between those objectives and pathogens in shellfish. So next slide, please. So we did the phase 1 dry weather study. We got funding in 2018. It was started in 2019. We were not allowed to import oysters from a commercial operation by California Department of Fish and Game. What they had to do was go out, collect Pacific oysters, which are actually not native to Newport Bay. So they had no problem with us collecting those, knowing that we were going to eventually get rid of them. And they were deployed at 12 sites within Newport Bay over a 6-week period from August to September. And then they harvested the oysters at different time periods. And they measured the oyster tissue for fecal indicator bacteria and viral pathogens. Matching water column samples were analyzed for fecal indicator bacteria, and that included E. coli, fecal coliform, and male-specific coliphages, which are actually a virus that invades bacteria, fecal matter bacteria, and can be used as a marker for those. Viral pathogens were also analyzed from the oyster's digestive glands for norovirus, which is a very common illness. In fact, that's the major illness that comes on, at least on the West Coast, where salmonella was a concern on the East Coast, and human adenovirus, and again, the HF183 human marker. Next slide, please. So as part of that study, we found no statistical correlation between the fecal coliform levels in water and the presence of pathogens in oyster tissues. Sometimes we would have an exceedance of the water quality objective, but there was no pathogen exceedance in the shellfish tissue, and vice versa. The Southern California Coastal Water Research Project did that study. They're also conducting the phase 2 study to determine if there's a correlation during the wet season, when obviously we've got much higher bacteria loads coming from the freshwater and urban runoff into the upper bay. So next slide. So the phase 2 study has begun. They're going to begin collecting shellfish. Those shellfish have to be put into clean tanks and depurated, which means basically washing their filter feeders, so washing everything that's out of them to make sure that they're clean and they're not already carrying something from the bay that would skew the scientific results. And then we expect to start deploying them in January. Now, the problem with that is, as we know, in the past 10, 20 years, the precipitation events have been highly unpredictable and erratic in California, and they seem to be getting worse. We need multiple rain events of different magnitudes for the study to be scientifically defensible. So we're estimating that sampling and analysis portion could take anywhere from 2 to 6 years, depending on whether we get enough events for statistical correlation of the data. We also are aware we may need to do follow-up studies. We may need an additional dry weather study. There was a question that there was a couple of very small sewage spills, that there was an exceedance in a couple of sample locations, but in staff's opinion, those sewage spills were too small in volume and too far. And in fact, one of them didn't even get into the bay to be able to correlate those. And there are only 2, so you need a lot more than that to, make sure you do have a positive correlation. Okay, next slide. So we think, or are hopeful anyway, that the wet and dry season studies will assist us in determining whether or not those current water quality objectives are scientifically valid and correlate with shellfish tissue. If the wet season study also shows that there's not a good correlation, then depending on if we have sufficient data and don't need to do additional supporting studies, we may move towards creating either a site-specific and/or likely a region-specific objective, because it wouldn't make much sense to adopt one for Newport Bay and not for our other estuaries and beaches in the region. Even though it's a very small length of coast we have, it's, as you know, highly, heavily used. So next slide, please. So when this became obvious to us, and plus the fact is that we still need to also revise the REC 1 objectives to be consistent with the new bacteria provisions, in addition to the shell, that we needed to have an extension to give us more time to do that. And so we held, there were 4 professionally facilitated meetings held with the Orange County TMDL funding partners, as well as Orange County Coastkeeper, who only attended 3 of those meetings. Now, myself and my program manager had envisioned a 10-year extension to do what we needed to do, given our staffing resources and the amount of discretionary contract funds that we would have each year to put towards these shellfish studies. Orange County Coastkeeper wanted only 5 to 6 years at the most. We thought we had reached an 8-year compromise at the last meeting. So that's why we decided to move forward with the 8-year extension. And we also are aware, however, that the outcome of the phase 2 study could trigger additional studies, and that anything less than an 8-year extension could delay needed revisions to these TMDLs. Next slide. So we had a comment period from April 28th through May 31st. We received 4 comment documents, 1 from the City of Newport Beach, 1 from Orange County Coastkeeper, and 2 from Orange County Public Works. We provided those responses to comments and posted them on our webpage, and incorporated revisions as appropriate into our basin plan amendment. Next slide, please. So we had a 30-day comment period for the state board hearing, and that closed on September 23rd. We received 2 comment documents, 1 from Orange County Public Works with support from the TMDL funding partners that supported the extension, and 1 from Orange County Coastkeeper that opposed the extension. There were only a few new comments, and most of them were mainly to support their earlier comments, and they repeated a lot of their earlier comments, which is why I haven't gone into detail on those. And there was no explanation provided by Coastkeeper as to why they weren't able to raise those comments, those new comments, before the Santa Ana Water Board. And we provided a response to comments link and the State Water Board's agenda for this board meeting, so folks would be able to see those comments and our responses to them. Next slide, please. So I'm going to run through some of the major comments here. So they stated that the amendment does not provide a schedule for compliance with the adopted TMDL or interim guidelines. The amendment updates the final compliance deadline and updates the implementation plan for the fecal coliforms TMDLs as well. So the TMDL includes a description of the various interim investigations, plans, and reports that the responsible parties need to undertake to make progress. And the dry and wet weather studies were incorporated into the implementation plan in Task 10B of Table 6G, along with target completion deadlines. To date, progress has been made on all the scheduled interim investigations, plans, and reports that were identified in the implementation plan and pursuant to Time Schedule Order R8 2019-0050. Next slide, please. The regional board could do nothing from now until 2030 with no consequences and achieve no progress on attaining objectives or revising the TMDLs. We've had a stakeholder process to address the shell beneficial use in place since 2017. The state's funds are being matched by the Orange County TMDL funding partners. These shellfish studies are quite expensive, anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000. And so we have a limited amount of discretionary funds that we have per fiscal year, and the stakeholders match that so that we can get these studies completed. They did propose and incorporate those studies, as I said previously, to the implementation plan. We have committed discretionary contract funds for this fiscal year and next fiscal year for the phase 2 study, and also reserved discretionary contract funds for fiscal year 23-24 for any additional studies if those are needed. And the state's contract with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project includes setting up a technical advisory committee to assist both in assessing the results from the phase 1 and 2 studies, but also provide direction on the next steps that we need to continue assessment of appropriate water quality objectives to protect the shell beneficial use. Next slide, please. The 8-year extension is merely to conduct further studies, no description or reason given for why studies were not performed over the past 23 years. Well, we are going to first require verification that a change to the TMDL is actually warranted. That's what the purpose of these studies are. And unfortunately, the methods and strategies that we're using to approach the questions of updating food safety risk for shellfish are commercially new. And I mean, for commercial shellfish are very new, relatively new. There have been no definitive parameters suggested as thresholds for management actions at this point in time. Food safety risk assessment models have only been published by FDA since 2021. And there's really not much else guidance out there for us to be able to tee off of to do these type of studies. The technologies that are needed are relatively new. And it took staff quite a while to actually determine the fact and digging through all of the old basin plans to find out what the history of this water quality objective was and how we ended up with it in the first place. And I'd like to point out too that the current studies in Newport Bay are the only studies of this type that are designed specifically to compare water column indicator bacteria with tissue pathogen levels, with the intention of applying it to non-commercial shellfish from shore accessible sources in the bay. So there's no one else doing this throughout the nation as far as we know. Next slide, please. During the phase 1 dry weather study, there was a sewage spill that showed a correlation between pathogens and shellfish. As I said previously, this was actually a comment that was raised by the city of Newport Beach, though Coastkeeper did not raise it at that time. Our staff do not agree that the data and the SWRCB report supports an association between those sewage spills and the presence of fecal markers in shellfish tissue. The statement from the report is an observation, but it's not an actual correlation based on statistical hypothesis testing, which is what you need in order to ensure that that is defensible and will protect people consuming shellfish in the bay. Next slide, please. The Coastkeeper also wanted to recommend an interim standard of 0 pathogens in shellfish tissue based on that, their correlation between potential correlation or observation of the sewage spill and pathogens in shellfish. And then they referred to this document, EPA and FDA Fish and Fishery Products Hazards and Control Guidance, 4th edition, Appendix 5, Safety Levels and Regulation and Guidance. One of the things that I want to note is that the length of time needed to actually analyze tissue samples would not promptly notify the public when, where, and for how long they should not collect shellfish for human consumption as a result of bacteria or pathogen concentrations or any other pollutant, frankly, that are in shellfish at specified locations. This would be given a very resource-intensive nature of adopting a tissue-based interim waste load allocation, and we didn't think it advisable to pursue this particular interim standard. The guidance document they're citing is for the fish and fishery products industry, and it's guidance. It's not intended for use as water quality objectives. And the other issue we have is, what is the mechanism? If we have a water quality objective, whether it's a tissue objective or a water column objective being exceeded for a health issue, we don't have the authority to post and tell people. That is CDPH or Orange County Healthcare Agency. So there would have to be some mechanism or partnership for working with them to actually do the posting. Next slide, please.
Could you go back to that?
Yes, please.
I think in the meantime, because it is going to take a while to get the study results. What else could you add to that in terms of any preliminary discussions you may have had with others on this posting issue?
This is something that is relatively new that honestly wasn't on our radar at first till we started digging through the whole NSSP history and realized there's a California Department of Public Health that does the notifications for when they need to close commercial aquaculture beds. So it's been a very big learning process for us. And so then we kind of had an aha moment actually when we had finished it was actually my staff, Dr. Jason Freshwater, that really did the digging into this and realized, okay, even if we have a number, how do we get the information out to the public? Because that's not really our job, because it's a health issue at that point versus a water quality issue that can potentially impact human health. And it's a risk issue. What is the risk of someone actually getting norovirus if they eat a couple of shellfish from the bay without cooking them? That's not something that we as an agency can do. So that is, again,
on that, Ms. Reeder, I think Mr. Bishop wanted to make a comment.
So this is not a unique situation for shellfish. This is the exact same situation we have for beach water quality. Our bacteria standards actually are not the same as the public health guidance for closing beaches. They use a standard that was adopted in the legislation, and I can't remember the year now, but it's something like 2010 or something to that effect. And so the public health agencies have posting and requirements that are in their statute that are not related to our water quality objective. And so it's not even even if whatever water quality objective we have, there isn't a mechanism at this point for converting that to a public health advisory. The state Department of Public Health does that based on their own set of criteria.
Well, but nonetheless, they have a process. So if there were an event.
Yeah, they have a process that they follow that's independent of ours.
Board Member McGuire.
Just, because we don't have the authority doesn't necessarily mean we shouldn't set an objective.
No, I wasn't saying that we shouldn't have.
I know, but I think that's some of the discussion here. So I just, want to hear a little bit more about the response that you have.
Yeah, I think the issue is what we really want is to ensure that the shellfish are safe to eat. In an urban area, it's going to be difficult to do that all of the time unless we eliminate every source of human or other animals' bacteria that could potentially cause illness from consuming shellfish. It would probably take legislative action ultimately. And as John just pointed out, AB 411 has a different mechanism, and it doesn't match up exactly with our water quality objectives that we do. So while we're in charge of the water quality end, there's kind of this gray area when it comes into determining the risk level associated with that activity. So I don't know if John can add more. He's got a lot more experience at this than I do, but it is difficult. And I think a lot of our stakeholders are confused over that, how we have a water quality objective, but then how postings like beach postings are done.
So I can try and shed a little light on it. Our water quality objectives are meant to protect human health. That's what they're meant for, and that's what we base them on. That is a separate issue than the health advisories postings by the Department of Public Health, and I think we need to kind of keep those a little bit separate in our discussion. We shouldn't be insinuating that that we are water quality objectives are irregardless of public health. They are totally tied to that. That's what the protection of the use is. And so we do set them protective use. I think that what we've been trying to convey here is that the recreational shellfish harvesting is not is a very difficult risk analysis. And over many years, our folks in the standards units and the regional boards have recognized that we have an imperfect standard associated with recreational use, was designed for commercial use. And there's a process in place for commercial closures during high bacteria events. And there really isn't the same level of response associated with recreational use. And it's not clear that stormwater exceedances of bacteria in different from a large sewage spill has the same impact on shellfish that these standards were based on, which was based on large releases of human sewage that caused illnesses from eating shellfish. So we just recently at the State Water Board had a convening on bacteria standards, both recreation and shellfish. We heard a lot of input on that. We're going to have another one in February. So we are also looking at this issue as, is there has the science advanced to a point where we can use a different indicator for shellfish that would be both protective and more correlated to illness? But we don't have those answers today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So as John was pointing out, one of the problems is the timeliness as well. And so one of the things we really need is to find a quicker way of analyzing for bacteria and pathogens in the water column and/or shellfish tissue. And that's not something we have at this point in time either. People are working on it, but it's not available yet. Okay, next slide, please, if there are no more comments. Okay. So another comment was that instead of extending the shell attainment deadline, a time schedule order should be issued to the Orange County MS4 permittees. We feel that this extension is preferable to the deadline for extending it is preferable to issuance of a time schedule order. They're already subject to a time schedule order to reduce bacteria concentrations in the MS4 discharge to meet the REC 1 water quality objective. So we don't feel a separate TSO requiring additional actions, which we're not even sure what those actions would be at this point in time, would be the best use of resources. And, as John, I'd like to point out too that we anticipate development of site-specific objectives, and the State Water Board recognized as part of their integrated report as well that revision of shell objectives is needed on a statewide basis. And that finding, they also had recommended that people hold off on establishing TMDLs for bacteria and shellfish until we are able to come forward be able to do that. However, Santa Ana Water Board already has a TMDL for fecal coliform and shellfish. So that's why we're moving forward with trying to tackle this issue at this time. Next slide. A second dry weather study should be required, focusing on testing shellfish after sewage spills when human pathogens or bacterial contamination are more likely present. We have allowed for the possibility of an additional dry weather study or any other study. We did mention specifically another dry weather study in the staff report. And we will do that if the consensus of the Technical Advisory Committee is that a second dry weather study should be performed. And then Coast Keeper's recommendations at that time could be considered. However, given the infrequent, unknown, and unpredictable occurrence of sewage spills, which we hope are not as common as they used to be, and the fact that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has protocols for harvesting and redeployment of shellfish within Newport Bay, including the fact you have to have a scientific collection permit, you have to deprate the shellfish, and that's a lengthy process. It's like 3 or 4 weeks. The study could be difficult to implement and take several years to complete, because it's not like we want to go ask one of the sand districts to spill some sewage just so we can see if there's a correlation. So next slide, please. They also commented that the source identification study should be required, and that the stakeholders should review the list of sewer spills tracked by Orange County Healthcare Agency and evaluate the cause of each spill over 1,000 gallons and propose a project to eliminate the reoccurrence of that spill. This was not timely raised before the Santa Ana Water Board, and therefore we feel the issue has been waived. But we wanted to point out there are a lot of other sources of bacteria as well. And that the TDSO includes a human source identification study that's currently underway and actions to reduce those bacteria concentrations in the MS4 discharges. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation is to ask that we approve an 8-year extension until December 31st, 2030. We feel this is the time that will be needed to conduct the phase 2 wet season shell study and any follow-up studies that are needed, and to develop new TMDLs for the shell beneficial use in Newport Bay and/or develop site-specific objectives. Actually, we'll probably have to do both. Staff are very willing to provide periodic updates on the progress that we're making, both to our board as well as to the State Water Board. So we ask that you adopt resolution number R8-2022-0017 as presented. Next slide, please.
Just to note that resolution number is actually incorrect. That was the regional board's resolution number. So.
Oops, my apologies.
That's fair. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thanks for the presentation. We have a couple of commenters checking if there's any questions from fellow board colleagues and on the platform where Board Member Firestone is joining us. Seeing none, we can move on to our first commenter, which is Amanda Carr, who will be followed by Luke Ginger.
And Ms. Carr is no longer with us. We've invited her to join us on Zoom. She'd been here in the room, but is, I believe, traveling right now.
Okay, that's fair. And apologies to you, Ms. Carr. I know the day has gone long. And then so we will call up Luke Ginger if Ms. Carr is not able to join us currently remotely. Mr.
Hello.
Ginger, good to see you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Luke Ginger, and I'm speaking on behalf of Heal the Bay. I would like to thank Chair Esquivel and the other members of the board for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Heal the Bay does not support the amendment extending the compliance deadline for fecal coliform TMDLs for the shellfish harvesting beneficial use in Newport Bay. These TMDLs were first adopted 23 years ago, and now permittees are asking for an 8-year extension to conduct more studies. So we're concerned why these research projects were not conducted over those last 23 years. And subsequently, we don't really have a reason to be confident that these studies will be conducted in the next 8. In addition to that, Heal the Bay does not support the amendment because the requirements for the TMDL compliance contained in the amendment are not in compliance with the water code. Permittees are required to describe the actions that will be taken over the next 8 years, including a time schedule for those actions. But these crucial elements are missing from the proposed amendment, which again is not in compliance with the code. And we can't really find any logical justification for that. So we believe it's time for this cycle of TMDL extensions to end. We've observed numerous TMDL extensions being granted across the state over the last few years. We think it's time that permittees are held accountable for the lack of progress on their TMDLs. 23 years of inaction is inexcusable, and there must be some consequences for allowing pollution to flow into our waters and endanger public health for decades. We acknowledge that the current shellfish standards are flawed and need more research. However, Orange County Coastkeeper has already made the board aware of existing research that can provide an interim standard. Also, since there should be zero fecal matter in our waters in the first place, there's no reason why permittees can't make progress towards TMDL compliance without these additional studies or while these studies are being conducted. So we are asking that you please reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ginger. I do appreciate your comments, even though, again, if not aligned with adoption currently and the engagement around the issue. So thank you. And it looks like Ms. Carr, I don't believe, is on the platform here with us yet. Board members, any thoughts, questions? Vice Chair.
Yeah, this is actually the region that I'm liaison to, and I'm comfortable with the report and just appreciate you coming here and spending the additional time with us. I think you've outlined the reasons why you're moving diligently, the need to move diligently, but it is going to take some additional time. So with that, I'd move adoption.
Thank you, board member.
I'll second, and I'll just also say I appreciate the correlation with the Rec 1 standards and how you do have a TSO there and are making progress in achieving the bacteria-related objectives through that mechanism. So for me, that really helps build some confidence, and knowing that the studies are underway and you're going to be continuing here in the early part of 2023. I trust that you're committed to move forward as quickly as possible with the second part of the work. So with that, I'm comfortable making a second.
Thank you, board member. Any other thoughts? And then otherwise, Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan. Aye. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the item is adopted. Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation and work. Next, we can now go back to our agenda as calendared and can go to item number 7, which is our Office of Operator Certification Program update. Thanks everyone for sticking with us. I know it has been a longer day, but it's been a good discussion and really looking forward to these next 2 items for sure, which will really cap off well a good day of discussion and information. We'll give a moment for folks to transition over. Thank you. Thank you. Really looking forward to this. It's Gordon. Oh, the mic may not be on.
There it is. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and the members of the board. My name is Christine Gordon. I am the Assistant Deputy Director of the Administration Operator Certification Branch with the Division of Financial Assistance. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce the folks to my right. They are the Operator Certification Management Team. We have Annette Caraway, Neil Funson, and Allie Langen. And lastly, I'd like to introduce our legal counsel, Julie Osborne. Next slide. So this slide really gives you a background of the Office of Operator Certification. The State Water Board is responsible for administering the operator certification programs. The Drinking Water Operator Certification Program certifies drinking water distribution and treatment system operators. The Wastewater Operator Certification Program certifies wastewater treatment plant operators as well as classifies wastewater treatment plants. Both programs are governed by statute and regulations. Next slide. So this gives you a snapshot of the wastewater and drinking water operator certificate holders by grade and type. The total as of September 30th of 2022, the wastewater is over 6,000, which includes the operator and training certificates. And the drinking water treatment and distribution is a combined total of over 33,000. And as well, I'll note that the operators can hold multiple types of certificates. Next slide. So we want to talk about the issues and the recommendations that were brought forth on May 10th. The meeting, the California Nevada section of the American Water Works Association, which is AWWA, and the California Water Environment Association, which is CWEA, presented a white paper outlining the water sector concerns and issues related to the operator certification and the workforce challenges. Next slide. So today, what we want to go over is really our responses to those issues and recommendations. So since that meeting, the Office of Operator Certification has initiated monthly meetings with AWWA and CWEA to discuss these issues and concerns. The meetings are going well, and we are gaining clarity on the issues and concerns and how we can build a partnership to address them. From these discussions, the sub-work groups, as you see here, were formed in late July to focus on the 4 specific areas: Assembly Bill 1588, guidelines of reporting drinking water operator experience, one water regime, and lastly, wastewater operator and training requirements and experience. I will provide you a summary of each sub-work group during this presentation. The sub-work groups are having robust discussions on the specific topics and are committed to bring forth recommendations to the respective advisory committees by June 30th of 2023. Next slide. These are some other responses to the recommendations. A customer service satisfaction survey has been developed by the Office of Operator Certification and will be sent out to the stakeholders in January of 2023. As such, an operator and training survey has been developed by CWEA to receive feedback on the impacts of the operator certification program. The survey was sent out to the stakeholders on November 2nd, 2022, and they are receiving responses. And I believe it's open until they receive enough responses. Next slide. So the next 4 slides provides a summary of each of the sub-work groups that I mentioned. You'll see here that it has the initial work group objectives, and I want to basically stress the fact that these may change based off of the discussions that are being had during those meetings. You'll also see the initial kickoffs for the meeting date kickoffs, and then a list of the members who are subject matter experts from both of the water industries and the State Water Board, which balances the various perspectives and experiences needed to collaborate in developing recommendations. So here you'll see the slide of the AB 1588. The objective is basically to evaluate the military work experience and education and identify those opportunities for issuing the water treatment, water distribution, and water treatment, wastewater treatment credit for the comparable military duties. And then you'll see here that the kickoff meeting was held September 12th, and there are 5 members that you see listed here. Next slide. The next subwork group is focusing on the guidelines of reporting drinking water operator experience. And their objective is to establish the guidelines and procedures for operator experience and really on the reporting in regards to applying for certification. So they're really looking at what experience is needed and what the procedures will be in terms of the teams reviewing that experience and making them eligible for the certification. The kickoff meeting for this work group was held September 22nd, and there are 8 members that are listed here that are on this team. Next slide. Next, we have the One Water regime. This is one of the big topics here. This is to define the One Water concept and to identify policy changes that are needed. And as I mentioned, the initial objectives here, but as we're getting more so into the discussions, I think these objectives are evolving, and so be excited to see what comes out of that. The kickoff meeting was held September 9th, and you'll see here that we have 8 members that are on this subwork group. Next slide. And lastly, we have the wastewater operator and training requirements and experience. The objective was to evaluate and develop the legislative proposal for amending or to eliminate or modify the OIT requirements for wastewater treatment operators. The kickoff meeting was held September 13th, and as you see here, there are 8 members on this subwork group. Next slide. So this is some of the program improvements. So I just want to highlight a few in terms of our processing times. Effective September 1st, the OpSERT teams returned to the office full-time 5 days a week due to critical operational needs, and also to evaluate our current work processes to identify any inefficiencies and to streamline the procedures. We also initiated project scoping in coordination with the Division of Information Technology on the online application submittal portal. So we're real excited about this project. The kickoff meeting was held July 26th, and the project will be implemented in a phased approach. Phase 1 will include the drinking water and wastewater examination applications, and that will be for grades 1 and 2. And the phase will be operational in calendar year 2023. It is anticipated that the full project will be completed by calendar year 2024. Some other notes to note is we are actively hiring some additional support staff. And then also we are actively filling our current vacancy positions. So that's in terms of our processing time. Next slide. And this is more so with our relationships. As we mentioned, the subwork groups, earlier in the presentation, we have assigned a chair and a vice chair to facilitate those discussions. We are also continuing our engagement. The Office of Operator Certification will continue participating in Water Association conferences and workshops to educate attendees of the program, receive feedback, and answer questions. And then lastly, our advisory committee appointments. So since June of 2022, the Wastewater Advisory Committee has filled 6 positions, and there are currently 5 vacant positions. The Office of Operator Certification is seeking approval to fill 2 of the 5 vacancies. And if approved, there will be a total of 8 filled positions and 3 vacancies. The Office of Operator Certification has reached out to agencies to solicit nominations to fill those remaining vacant positions. And then on the Drinking Water Advisory Committee side, we have 4 positions that were filled, and there's currently 1 position vacant. This brings a total to 10 positions filled and 1 vacant position. Both advisory committees have a quorum and can resume taking action on items at their respective meetings. Next slide. So I'll talk a little bit about some program updates. On July 1, the computer-based testing, the state service contract was renewed with Prometric for a 3-year contract, which expires June 30th of 2025. And excuse the typo, it should be June 30th of 2025. The Office of Operator Certification will initiate a new contract through the competitive bid process prior to the current contract expiration date. Next slide. So here, this gives you a snapshot of the computer-based testing, the pass-fail rates for wastewater and drinking water examinations. Since the inception of the computer-based testing, which is February 20th of 2021 through September 30th of 2022, has been over 11,000 examinees, of which 7,000 has passed the examinations, which displays an average pass rate of 62% for the computer-based testing. The drinking water treatment grade 5 examination is not conducted through computer-based testing, as you see here. The last column will display the historical pass rate for the paper examinations. The numbers for drinking water distribution and treatments are the pass rates for the fall 2019 examination paper cycle, which is 62% and 59% respectively. The number for the wastewater is an average rate for the previous 13 cycles of paper examinations. From October 5th, 2013 through October 12th, 2019, the rates were ranging from 40% to 65% for each cycle. Next slide. And then lastly, I want to give you some program updates. Recently, the Drinking Water Advisory Committee meeting was held October 26th at the AWWA Fall Conference. We received some really good feedback from the conference, and they were excited that we came and we had our meeting there. And the sub-work groups, they presented an update of their progress. So it was a really good meeting. And so our upcoming meeting is the Wastewater Advisory Committee, which is scheduled for December 7th of 2022. So this gives you some program updates, program improvements. And with that, can you go to the next slide? I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the operator certification team. And this concludes our presentations, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Just thank you, Ms. Gordon, and the entire team. This program is just so critical when we think of workforce development, when we think of ensuring that we have enough operators to operate in our communities. It is such a core program and backbone to just getting people certified and helping people actually advance in their careers. And so, and I know there have been a lot of pressures on the program. But seeing the transition to computer-based training, testing rather, and here just the further digitization of our process to really help create an experience that allows us to not be an impediment to getting folks into the workforce, but instead a real partner, and appreciate the stand-up of all the committees as well, where I think there's a real desire, and we've seen that from the engagement that we've had from our wastewater and drinking water communities and sector to participate with us, to help us build and support this program. So thank you all for the leadership. I know it has not been easy. It is sometimes stressful. It's not an over-resourced program as well, but it is just front of mind for me so many times, and just very thankful for the work that you're all doing here around it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Fellow board colleagues, yes, Board Member Morgan.
I too just want to, express my appreciation for all the work that you guys do in this program. I know that, there's a lot that you guys have on your plate, and a lot going on, and just really appreciate the, creating the sub work groups to move these 4 areas forward, and then also the, looking at getting more things online to streamline more of the processes. I think that it's great, as looking at how the program is moving forward. And then just want to plus up what the chair just said, just about workforce development, and just going to the conferences and working with the industry and the associations to keep looking at how do we partner with them. And then also for me, looking at also, I know you guys don't have a lot of resources, just as we look to workforce development and within this area, we know that there's going to be a great need of it. How do we help to get that word out about this great program. And, with the, Workforce Development Board and just others, just ways to just say, hey, there is this great program and that there's the certification that is run through the water board. And so just looking for those different types of opportunities, very supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Definitely. Board member Firestone, please.
Yeah, I'll just add on. I just think this is a really great example of important feedback coming from stakeholders and staff really listening and the leadership to take action, develop a really clear process for how we're engaging with stakeholders, getting feedback, and then looking at what we can do to improve services in California. And it's just, I think, a great example of what I see us do in many ways, but particularly want to give a shout out and thanks to the leadership here with this program, and also to the stakeholders that I think have just been really constructive and helpful and raised important issues that I think will not only help us, ensure adequate access to drinking water and wastewater services, but are really needed for developing resiliency in the state, and for racial equity goals. I know that's something around that both the chair and board member Morgan have talked about. That's a goal within the whole industry. And so I think many, these are great forums. These, I think work groups and partnerships that are being developed are to help us leverage and identify strategies collectively that can help advance outcomes around racial diversity within the workforce, particularly around certified operators, since those are really good jobs. And I guess I'll just note, in particular, I think the efforts to look at sort of shifting to one water are vital for the water supply strategies that the governor's outlined, and the veterans military experience work. I think just based on, I guess, statistics, has a likelihood of also supporting better racial equity or diversity within workforce as well. So I think these are examples of ways as we look at implementing the racial equity action plan across all of our programs that, we can be understanding the outcomes that we're seeing in this area and partnering with the industry folks that are helping us improve our programs and developing a stronger, more diverse sector within the water and wastewater space, or clean water space, one water space. So thanks.
Hear, hear. Thank you, board member. Yeah, in reflecting on both your remarks, it's really a generational moment we're at, where we see this transition of so many retirements happening, and then these programs are so critical to be able to make sure we have that pipeline of operators to replace them, let alone rise to these challenges. Really appreciate it. We have one commenter, and we can go to her if there aren't any other comments. And it's Sue Mossberg, longtime leader in this space. Good to see you, Ms. Mossberg. And thank you for joining us and sticking in there. I know it's getting long in the day.
Ooh, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, it is a long day, but well worth sticking around for. So I just wanted to say thank you. I'm Sue Mossberg, Executive Director of the California, Nevada section of the American Water Works Association. And on behalf of California, Nevada, AWWA, as well as our friends at CWEA, I just wanted to express our industry appreciation and support of all the work that staff has done to really start to address those matters of concern and the recommendations which we as industry brought forward at that May 10th meeting in our white paper and presentation to the board. There has been so much work, and staff has really opened up their their offices and their calendars to work with industry and make this program come forward in ways that we wouldn't have imagined a year or two ago. Specifically, just designating those advisory committee members so that the advisory committees could do work and have a forum to address and make decisions was really big. There was a time when there was frustration amongst those advisory committees, and that I think is what you heard when we came to you in May, and that is gone. And really, the water board staff has fostered some improved relations. Committee members are interested in attending the meetings and actively have stepped up to be part of these subcommittees to move the initiatives forward in really new ways. The activity and support that has been provided to reduce the processing times and get those applications and exam documents flowing has been incredibly appreciated. Getting the operator certification subgroups set up so that these topics could really be discussed and dived into in a positive way has been incredibly helpful as we look towards what the needs are in certification and how to even improve the programs in the next few years through regulation and possibly legislative fixes for some of the outstanding issues. But I can't stress enough that the participation that we have seen staff make time for in the activities of our professional associations, to attend water education seminar in August, for example, in Southern California, and present not only the information that you saw today in a similar way of what the program is and what the numbers are, but to then stick around afterwards and be available for one-on-one questions and to actually listen to the issues that the operators have and be responsive to those, as well as come to the annual fall conference in Sacramento and be there amongst the operators to truly listen and understand and answer their questions in real time for them. It means so much to the industry and to the operators to realize that they are being heard. So I do come to you today, not to comment on things that could be changed, as much as to thank and really appreciate for the work that is already taking place, to really just recognize the process changes that are underway. Cal Nevada looks forward to continuing to engage with water board staff on this really important issue. We know that there's still some challenges ahead. We know that there's activity that is going to require a lot of conversation and discussion and collaboration, but we're here to work with you to be a partner to ensure that sufficient pool of qualified water system operators is ready to address the challenges of both today and tomorrow as we look towards what the workforce is going to need and what those jobs are going to require. So thank you.
Huge thanks to you as well. And I appreciate the acknowledgement and thanks. And it is still a lot of work that obviously is ahead of us, but it's been great to see just how quickly we've been able to move. And again, I can't help it, moving to computer-based testing was long coming. COVID kind of forced it on us, and it's helped us kind of, I think, reinvigorate a lot of need around the program. So just thanks. It's really appreciated. It's great and amazing to see. So thank you for all the great progress. Other colleagues, any last thoughts? Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. And we wrap up then item number 7 with that. Thank you. And as we come now to getting to the tail end of our agenda, we actually have saved the best for last. And we have a presentation on our fiscal year annual performance report. And just appreciate the accountability that I know Board Member Dodek really brought to the agency and first helping develop our performance report and standards. It continues to be a place of refreshment in innovation, if you will, especially as I know when I first joined the board, this performance report was still on, I think we were transitioning to Google Cards. That was, or maybe off, but either way, it's great to see the continued evolution of this work and the way it's able to actually really represent what is an incredible amount of activity that happens that we don't talk about often here, but that we're able to capture through this. So good to see you, Mr. Gerhardt. Good afternoon, evening nearly. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks. We used to do it on punch cards, is what you're trying to say, I think. Yeah. This item is going to be presented by Bev Anderson, Anderson Abs, who works in OEMA with me. I'm Deputy Director for Information Management and Analysis. Greg Gerhardt, it's good to see you all. And we'll just get started.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Bev Anderson Abs, and I'm the lead for the performance reports for Water Resource Control Board, working in the Office of Information Management Analysis. I'll be presenting a summary of the fiscal year 2021-2022 performance report today. Next slide, please. Thank you. This past fiscal year was the 14th year for the performance reports, which draws on data from many databases used by the programs of the water boards. Over the past few years, we've spent much of the time migrating the report into a business intelligence platform, replacing over 170 separate web pages with 26 interactive dashboards. This past year, we added recycled water and have been getting more dashboards connected directly to data to improve efficiency. We've also added location maps to several cards where geospatial data are available, and other ways of displaying data are being explored. We're still working on developing outcome-based measures, the water quality report cards and non-point source success stories being the best examples that we have. Currently, of the 227 adopted TMDLs, alternatives, and vision projects, 186 have had at least one report card written, and 21 non-point source success stories have been written and submitted to US EPA for publication. Next slide, please. The reports have been a web-based summary organized by major functions such as enforcement, regulation, planning, and assessment. They document efforts to protect and allocate the waters of California. These reports have been used to help us learn from success and challenges in major mission areas and to systematically manage and evaluate programs, activities, and priorities and to improve efficiencies while we've also been improving the efficiencies of the reporting itself. Next slide, please. And now on to the report. As you know, the Water Board is large with offices throughout the state. Staff are charged with regulating over 54,000 discharger facilities and determining water rights allocations to about 35,000 water right holders, as well as monitoring and tracking of water quality, enforcing regulations, and funding various programs. You can see there's a lot of numbers associated, just summarizing everything that gets done at the water boards. Next slide, please. In case you've forgotten how to access the performance reports, on every page of the water board website, you can scroll down to the bottom, and way down at the bottom in a blue bar, performance report link is down there. It's circled in red on that. And that will get you to the most up-to-date performance report. Next slide, please. That currently will take you to this year's performance report with also access to previous years, although now data from previous years is available on most of the dashboards, and we're working to make it available on all of the dashboards so that we can minimize the number of separate pages that are still being posted on the website. The next few slides provide a brief summary of some of the major targets and measures that are tracked by the performance reports. So next slide, please. 21-22 continued to present some challenges as hybrid work situations arose with COVID restrictions loosening, and many vacancies opened up as staff retired and moved around the water boards. In-person inspections and other tasks increased, while some regions adopted new ways of doing old tasks, such as using video conferencing, cameras, and drones for inspections. This slide shows that inspections fell off in fiscal year 2020-2021, but started picking up this year, and we're starting to get back up in inspections numbers. Next slide, please. So at the beginning of each fiscal year, the state and regional boards, divisions, and offices establish goals or targets for the workload to be achieved in the upcoming year. Then at the end of the fiscal year, we determine the actual work that was completed and compare it to the targets to assess program performance. This graph shows the statewide targets achieved across the regional water boards and the state water boards, divisions, and offices by 3 categories: overall inspections, permitting targets, and then all other targets, including things like TMDLs and basin plan amendments passed, cleanup activities, and funding targets. And this is showing for the last 3 years. Statewide for fiscal year 21-22, the water boards accomplished 93% of the inspection targets, and this is up from the last couple of years, largely because of those new ways that regions found to access the inspections that they were able to do. So we saw quite an improvement in meeting the inspections targets. Next slide, please. And then this slide shows the percent of targets achieved by organization. So broken down by the different regions and the state board. And you can see the last 2 years, a lot of regional targets are very different for how the regions are meeting them. This should not be taken as a comparison between the regions, but just simply to show how the regions are doing on setting and meeting their targets. And you can see there's, in many cases, the target meeting has gone up in this last year from the previous fiscal year. Next slide, please.
Can I just ask a quick question so make sure I'm tracking with what this chart is showing? So when it says the state board, does that, you said it includes all divisions, I think. Does it include water rights? Does it include drinking water?
For the state board targets, yes, it does. We have a couple of drinking water targets. We have, I think, 4 or 5 water rights targets. And then some enforcement targets, and offhand, I don't recall.
So to the extent there are inspection targets and other things in those divisions, that would all be rolled up into this number here. Okay, thank you.
Where was I? Oh, thank you. The last 2 slides showed how well we set and achieve our workload goals, but they don't give a full picture in terms of the total amount of work that's being done with the water boards. So this is just a summary of some big picture numbers of facilities, associated regulatory work, as well as enforcement actions taken, some of the planning work, the TMDLs being adopted by the regions, and the financial assistance allocated statewide in a couple of the funds that we have for, in this case, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Funds. Next slide, please. And then this, we're not going to go to the actual page, but this would take you to the performance report. So if you don't want to go to the bottom of page on the website, you can use this link and it'll take you straight to the performance report. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this year we added one of the last programs with a dashboard for recycled water use. And working closely with the program to capture the data and the changes in how data are being collected. Data can be explored on this dashboard by use category, by region, by type of facility that it has recycled water associated and things like that. Next slide, please. And because they have really good geospatial data, we were able to create a map that you can explore even further into the data that they've got. So you can look at the actual facilities, where they are, what kind of facility they are, whether they have recycled water or not. So a lot of interesting data that you can start digging into on this map version of the dashboard. Next slide, please. We also have a funding dashboard, and this has been part of the performance reports since the beginning, I believe, but it's never really been played up. I took this opportunity to pull up the funding dashboard to show that the water boards is increasing the funding to various programs pretty steadily. And in this case, you can see over the last few years, we added drinking water to the water boards, and you can see that kind of orangey brown bar is the drinking water loans portion of the funding. So the most project funding is in form of loans with Clean Water Act loans and drinking water loans. So this is showing that we are seeing increases in the amount of funding going out and in the numbers, generally the numbers of projects that are being funded as well. Next slide, please. And again, with good quality geospatial data, we were able to produce a nice map for the funding. This is only the funding for fiscal year 2021-2022, but I'll be working with the program to expand that as much as we can. With this map, you can start really going into the data because it is the background data here, and look into counties, funding programs, are the projects in disadvantaged communities, things like that. So a lot of ability to work with the data on this. Next slide, please. And then we also have enforcement cards. These are a couple of trend graphs that I've pulled out from the violations. And we can see here now we've got some pretty long-term trends that we can start looking at what's going on. We can see with the NPDES wastewater violations are trending down over the past 11 years, while in stormwater, the violations seem to be trending up. So we've got some good trends starting to show up with the way that we can access the data that's available. And then next slide, please. I mentioned the TMDL, or Total Maximum Daily Load program, earlier, and I just want to call out a few things here. As I mentioned, we have 258 water quality report cards that have been written by the regions, covering 186 different projects. Some projects have one or more updates to the cards in the data. So cards illustrating projects with improving conditions or targets being met are slightly more numerous now, with 96 projects versus 89 projects where improvement is needed or the data are inconclusive. So again, we can start seeing some trends with what's being done with the TMDL program. Next slide, please. And when you go into the data that are available with these cards, we can start pulling out a few things that I just would like to point out here. A few take-home messages. The nutrients and bacteria are assessed and reassessed most often by regions, with 55 nutrient cards and 40 bacteria report cards. Report cards assessing point source pollutants, try that again, shows slightly better success rates than non-point source pollutants. Report cards assessing pesticides tend to show the most improvement, with 19 projects indicating improved conditions or targets met. And this is often associated with discontinued use of pesticides when they're banned or simply no longer used. And then nutrient assessments also have pretty good improvement shown in the report cards, with 15 projects showing improvement. Next slide, please. And then although some regions have embraced the use of story maps to be able to give more comprehensive stories of their watersheds, most still come as the single page summary stories. And this is a simple one that was blown up. This is the grasslands, marshes, selenium report card, and showing that they've definitely had improvements in selenium concentrations. These are nice report cards to have because they're easy to print off. It's one page that gives you background, some major outcome information, some graphs. They're just a nice, concise little way of seeing what's going on. Next slide, please. And now I'm just going to summarize a few things that we've been working on just to go over some of our past enhancements. We are continuing to modernize and improve the performance reports, and we've come a long way from the static web pages that that Chair Escoval mentioned at the beginning, and which I started with. The time commitment from Division of Information Technology to update the pages each year has been reduced about tenfold since we have done this. And my time has been reduced drastically with getting the cards into this format, and no longer having the need for hand entry of all of the data into the web pages has pretty much eliminated the human error associated with getting these report cards produced. Next slide, please. And this, I'm going to hand this one over to Mr. Gearhart.
So we threw this in as a demonstration card for something in the future when we talk about the water boards by the numbers, who we are. It kind of started because of a dialogue I had about, well, how many people really work at the water board and where do they work? And this is a prototype of a workforce demographics report card that is actually available now using 2020 and older data to look at trends. But we don't quite know how and where exactly we would put it in the performance report going forward, but we wanted to show you that we are thinking of these kinds of cards as candidate prototypes for moving forward, racial equity and climate justice and things like that.
And next slide, please. And just as a wrap up, we do have things planned for the future. We are working on a refresh plan to span the next 3 to 5 years. We're looking at filling in some missing program areas that have come about in the last few years. We are missing things like cannabis and SAFER and some other things that are out there and actually have measures that we should be able to pull fairly easily into the performance report. We still have some issues with data connections. I'm still getting some Excel spreadsheets sent to me, so we're working on improving those data connections and getting things better set up that way. Some of the data connections we could go to real-time updates, so we're looking at, what would that take, and can we get that going for some of these cards? Looking again at adding more outcomes-based measures and potentially targets at some point, including things like racial equity, climate adaptation, things like that. And then we've already been talking to many of the program areas about updating measures and targets for the future. We have some targets that have not really been updated for a lot of years, and they no longer fully capture what certain programs are doing. So we have a lot of things on the plate, and we're excited to keep moving forward and make this better every year. And with that, I think my last slide says questions. So, I almost forgot
shout
this.
Out.
I am sorry. Just to give you a little bit about the team. The main team for the performance program is myself, Allison Callalang, who also works in OWEMA. And up until a month or so ago, Susan Kelly has been the lead on the web pages and instrumental in making the shift to open data. And we miss her horribly. She retired and actually sent me a text last night to make sure it was all going to go okay today. So thank you to her. And we're looking forward to working with Brandon and the new people in DIT as we continue to move with these. So thank you.
So I want to say real quickly that this is not just a data and a numbers exercise. There's a whole people process behind this too. John and Bev met independently with every executive function within the organization to talk about this year's targets and look at last year's. That's something they do every year. The executive connection at the top is really important part of this whole process. So it doesn't show up in the cards, but I want to make sure that people understand this is a living human process as well as it is a data thing. And many of the regions are very passionate about their report cards and the numbers that show up here. And then I also just want to acknowledge that Bev and the team have done an amazing job of turning this into operational and not just a thing that shows up on a board item once a year. And the Recycle Water Program is probably the best example of something that's moving toward the future where they help design the card for themselves so that now they use that same card on their page and for their own operational purposes. So we want to move towards that, and it's been great. So thanks.
Just thank you both. It's been exciting to see over the years the evolution of data management at the water boards in the state, but we'll say here at the water boards. And the performance report is really, in many ways, just kind of front and center for that. And I'm glad and excited to see the evolution that it'll continue to have as we do actually move to maybe a more real-time understanding of where we are on things. And I see just so much leadership, whether it's in the Division of Drinking Water, at DFA, at Water Rights, at Water Quality, but importantly, OWEMA having led so much of this conversation where you have a lot of folks just picking up the baton. And here, like you said, ownership on the water recycling data from the unit is very similar to what we're seeing. We had a discussion earlier with Eric Zuniga around the electronic annual report, and then also the more real-time, the other data portal that we've created, which the name of it is escaping me right now, but the Clearinghouse, thank you. And it was good to hear just, how, again, we're all thinking about how we ensure that the data that's reported to us, that the data report internally to ourselves, all kind of continues to aggregate into a way that doesn't create a lot of work staff time to produce these documents or importantly, these visualizations that help us just better understand what we're all collectively doing together. So thank you. It's been fun to see. Others with any questions on, I would just, my one note would be, I know that we have our strategic work plan and I appreciated the nod on goals and outcomes. Trying to see how, not unlike on that data side, how we're doing good to make sure it all, creates a cogent decision-making space, figuring out how the strategic work plan, the direction that's there, trying to judge, kind of how we bridge those two, I know has been a discussion we've had. And I think it is really around how we create the performance report to be a little more outcomes-based. So yes, it's about the widgets, but then it's also about how we continue to categorize the progress we're making, I think, in all of these fronts. So any thought there is great, but I know that there'll be a lot more discussion.
Yeah, I'd just jump in. I think that the recycled water is an outcome-based that we actually have good data for. We had to collect that data and we had to essentially order people to give us that data over the last few years, but now we have it and it's not just widgets, it's the amount of recycled water, it's also the amount of influent. So you can then figure out what the potential is. It's going to be part of our reporting on the water supply strategy. So it's where we can identify information, data that is important to us to make decisions that we can get, in a electronic format, in a consistent manner, we can turn into information that is useful to us. It doesn't help us to say, we'd love to be able to figure out how many sea otters we saved if we don't measure sea otters and we don't measure the material that we're doing to save them. So, but picking these things that we are doing now and changing our approach to our collecting information that is based on our programs, besides inspections and things that are important, but they don't show the outcomes, will help us do this.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. And I look forward to the sea otter metric and one of our future performance reports. Board Member Firestone, please.
Yeah, I just building on that. I did want to just acknowledge that there are a lot of outcome goals or scorecards and visualizations and metrics, and I really appreciate that. They're amazing. It always strikes me when we have this, and especially as they're just getting better and better and more powerful, these visualizations that and metrics, that we are making sure that people are accessing them, and that this is getting out, and we're getting feedback from folks about how they either whether this is information that is meaningful. We certainly think it is internally, but it's so powerful. And I think just making sure that we're looking at how we use it through our communication strategies, and then engaging with folks to make sure it's meeting the needs of the public, because the whole point of this is being really transparent. So I know we're doing that. Just, that's front of mind when I see how impressive this is, and how much, so much work goes into it, and the leadership here, but also it's having built the systems, as you all have said, so that it's not, so that we're able to do this kind of thing. So just appreciate that. And then also just recognizing, I think, appreciate the laying out kind of next steps or work that you're going to be focused on continuing to improve over the next year and into the future. In addition to really linking kind of our goals and outcomes with the concrete information and on outcomes and metrics, is just on racial equity. And I think as we set a big function here is us setting targets and that really drives prioritizing our work and how we do our work. And so just, I know we're going to be developing metrics with the Racial Equity Action Plan, but just recognizing that really needs to be integrated here. There may be an additional piece that's separate from this, but if we're creating targets, how and where we target really matters, not just numbers. And I know we all know that, but being able to figure out how we can integrate that in so we can see progress around that is something that I think as we move forward, I'm appreciative of the efforts and focus on. And like you said, I think there is a lot of important work that is already going on, that already has data on outcomes that we can continue to integrate from SAFER and I think some other of the drinking water and potentially water rights stuff into the future as well. So I wanted to say thanks. And again, I really would love to hear over the course of the year, maybe how, or, before the next iteration of this, just how we can be working with stakeholders and our comms team to make sure that this is really accessible and used. And I mean, it's just because it's so valuable, and it's it would be a waste if it's not a waste for us. We're still using it internally, but I think missed opportunity.
Here, completely agree, board member. I think we should definitely make sure that we're just circling back around the product, less document, but the product, and using it as we are presenting or talking about the board's work. Using those graphics as snapshots and such. I think it's a really good idea. Thank you, board member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask for a performance report on the performance report, but I feel like that might be getting a little carried away. But I agree. I think, the opportunity with the refresh that you're, being very intentional about, saying, hey, it's going to take some time and really thoughtful consideration for what makes sense to invest. You're limited, you have a small but mighty team, investing the effort and resources of that team into kind of envisioning where this can go. You've made so much good progress with the report cards and all of that. There's such a rich amount of information in there. I agree wholeheartedly with the other board members in terms of where they think there's room, for additional enhancements as we go forward. And I'm just thinking too about, the water right, ERIMS modernization. I think SMARTS is going to be updated and modernized. I'm sure there will be other databases that are, going to be moving, converging more towards that real time.
SIDWIS, I was just going to throw it in. I know drinking water is in the middle trying to do that as well. So
I'm running out of acronyms for the day. So yeah, exactly. And so this is just a real good opportunity, I think, to be just engaging with stakeholders and really listening as we're working through those processes of updating our tools to really be hearing where, they could find better value out of the performance report as we've been talking about. And, I will say, it's there, and I think I can eventually find everything, but there's always room for improvement in terms of just usability and being able to dive in. So I think it's really an important space to start hearing, reach out to some of the stakeholder groups. I think last year at the performance report, we got some input. So just making sure we have a process here for listening and thinking through the refresh about what would be most useful, not only internally, but also externally. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I think I'm reminded that the performance report is also a bridge to our fee discussion, because it's, there's all these data points all in there that are very much connected to each other as to, what we're doing in the programs and how we're helping make sure we get our funds even. And having confidence that and that's what the performance report really does for me. I have incredible confidence that the resources we do receive are being expended well, and you see that in just the scope of work that we're doing and all of it that encompasses. So thank you. Any other colleagues with comments? We don't have any commenters. So okay.
A couple
please,
of treasures to note since you brought them up. One is under the targets tab, you can access the resources page that has historic and current, or at least last fiscal year's resources for where money was spent on programs by region, by what have you. Another treasure trove in there that doesn't receive enough attention in my mind is the sanitary sewer overflow data and the page and the maps associated with that. Maps that show spills by volume, exactly where they occur historically, including filterability by type. So you can get down to the level of, how many were rag-based sewer overflows in Compton in 2020 kind of stuff. So really cool data in the sewer overflow data set. And then finally, to Board Member Firestone's point, and Board Member McGuire's also, we plan to develop a draft sort of plan for how we need to triage and prioritize some of the fixes. With limited resources, we're going to have to phase this out over a couple of years to do this work. So we will set up some briefings to get your feedback on that as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Great work. Really appreciate it. Look forward to further discussion around it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that concludes item number 8 and brings us to item 10, since we took item 9 out of order. And we have board member reports. Who would like to begin on various reports? I have to pull my calendar. Thank you, Board Member Morgan.
So I only have one item, and it actually was mentioned earlier. On October 20th, I participated in a Save Our Water event in Folsom with Secretary Crowfoot. It was recognizing a CII landscape transformation. There was the local business there actually received funding from the Regional Water Authority. They had an innovative rebate program that offered businesses funding when located within 5 miles of the American River. And so, basically, it helped to prevent runoff from entering the river. So multi-benefit there. Besides saving water, also helped with, water quality of, our precious American River. It was really interesting just to hear from the business owner, and just, he was really excited just about the transformation and just about how much water he was able to save and just the additional savings for the project. And as his project was going in, the business owner across the street got interested. And as we were there doing the event, yard across the street actually started its transformation. So just that, effect of just how one can start, transforming their space, and how that has kind of this, domino effect, how others can see how they can also make a difference. And so that was really cool to see. And, while there, we got to also plant a tree.
Very, very cool. Thank you, board member. I can start to jump in as well. We didn't have, so I'm going to go quick. I'll try to go quick here. So after our last board meeting, I drove that evening to Tulare because the next day I participated in the Tulare Basin Watershed Network State of the Basin event. It was their first gathering, and it was about just the overlapping, complex, as we all know, intertwined issues that are being faced by the Tulare Basin, whether it's agriculture, drinking water, all of the above, and how they all interplay. It was great to be invited to that. It was hosted by University of California's Agricultural and Natural Resources folks. So thanks for that. That was on the 20th, and then it looks like I don't have anything to report then after that until the next week, where I spoke at the California Nevada American Waterworks Association's annual fall conference. I gave the keynote on Monday morning on the 24th. I then drove up to South Lake Tahoe and participated the next few days in our Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Forum. And that's a meeting of all the basin states where we were discussing the salinity program, but obviously front of mind as well were the quantity issues and the pressures that's placing onto the basin, and the interplay actually between the two. I really appreciate being able to spend that time with our colleagues in the basin states, and look forward to continue to engage on those water quality issues. On the 27th and 28th were our annual Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, and it was great. It was a good full 2 days. We had a delegation of Danish folks from the Danish government, their Environmental Protection Agency. They were in the state anyway, and so we invited them over to participate and really enriched our discussion, and appreciate all the regional board members, state board members for their participation and engagement. It was a really worthwhile 2 days. Even had Carla Namath, Director of the Department of Water Resources, discussing our water supply strategy. That brings us then to the week of the 31st, and participated on the 2nd in an event with Regional Administrator Martha Guzman and our Cali PA Secretary Yana Garcia to celebrate this year's $600-ish million investment from the federal government through the bipartisan infrastructure law into the state for drinking water and wastewater. And it was a great event that we had down in Keys, celebrated what are multiple victories for that community in addressing their issues, consolidating their system, and then also here now soon receiving a grant for 123 TCP on the system. I then drove that evening to the Coachella Valley, and then on the 3rd was part of a groundbreaking at the Castro Mobile Home Park in Coachella, where the Department of Water Resources helped fund an intertie with the city of Coachella, and that mobile home park. Was glad to be able to get down back home, see my parents, participate, and importantly talk about the great projects that we have across the state in partnership with DWR, but also in the Eastern Coachella Valley, where there is a significant consolidation project that continues to go on there. And that actually brings me to the end of my calendar, because last week I just didn't travel, and I was just here, and I didn't have any speaking events. So that was nice. Other colleagues?
I thank you for the time. I think I figured out what I did. I think it's only two dates. So one is October 25th. I also spoke at the Cal Nevada AWWA conference, I think the day after you. And it was an early one. And I focused on the California water supply strategy and implementation and drought and what it meant for water systems. That same day, I spoke at the Cal Mutual's annual meeting conference and focused there on drinking water standards and that process and what that meant for small systems and how it impacts small systems. And I'll just note that they had a good, before I talked, they had a good panel discussion about consolidation opportunities, ways they can partner with larger water agencies to accelerate consolidations, and also encouraged the mutual water agencies to start thinking about SB 552 and the resilience measures. So some of the things we talked about this morning, I thought was good to hear about. And then on November 2nd, I pinch hit for Dee Dee. And thank you, by the way. I was able, on very short notice, same day notice, was able to go to a winery in Sacramento for a meeting of the California Water Action Collaborative, which is a really interesting group of for-profit and nonprofit organizations, businesses and companies coming together to identify ways to enhance water investments. And so again, was part of a panel there and also spoke about the water strategy and its relevance. And so I thought we had a good discussion. There was also a speaker from Phil Saska from Blue Forest Conservation, talking about water resilience bonds and some of the work that they're doing to invest in offsetting climate change impacts. And so I just thought that was fascinating hearing from him and took a lot away from that. So those are my items. Thank you.
Board member. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I got sick, so thank you for stepping in for me. Yeah, I had to cancel several events and a tour that I really wanted to go on as well. So thank you, Board Member McGuire. I was disappointed I couldn't attend, but glad to hear about your interaction with the group. The only thing that I would add is that during WQCC, I ran down to Southern California to Long Beach to be the keynote for the Southern California Water Coalition. And it was great to be down there, really well-attended event. And I spoke about the water supply strategy.
Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
The only thing I wanted to mention is just some coordination with the California Public Utilities Commission around and Commissioner Sharoma and Hauk around a proceeding that they're leading through their process on acquisitions, which is basically consolidations in the investor and utility space. There's a proceeding going on that they've broken it up into different phases, and they're working closely with our staff. But the first workshop is November 29th. I think we're all busy with Aqua, so can't participate, but the Commission is interested in inviting any of us that want to participate in having joint workshops as they go through topics that are really relevant to the work we're doing in trying to accelerate consolidations that make sense and are going to serve communities in California. And so this one's coming up is on acquisitions of underperforming systems. And then after that, we'll be looking at, there'll be additional workshops on things like valuation and rate setting for consolidated acquisitions and implications around that. And really, really relevant to a lot of the work going on with our SAFER team. So just wanted to mention that and give everyone a heads up. I think there will be opportunities and that will receive if folks are interested in participating in those upcoming workshops.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, Board Member. Thank you for tracking and helping make sure to bridge across to that really important investor-owned sector of the water sector. So thank you. Okay, I think that concludes our board member reports and brings us to our last item. Ms. Sobek, I apologize. I should have acknowledged your virtual presence with us. I panic and I just look at who's in the room. Good to see you. Thanks for being here with us. Anything on the executive director's report?
Yeah, not a problem at all. But I did want to just make sure that the board members and others knew that we have a new feature in the executive director's report, which is at the very top of the report. We're going to start tracking progress or milestones or opportunities for public participation that the water board is involved in with regard to the hotter dryer strategy, the water supply strategy. As we get farther into that strategy, there might be other ways of tracking it, but for now we wanted to at least have the highlights available on a monthly basis, especially since we have a number of divisions within the water boards, DWQ, ORPP, and the regions at some point. So I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. And if there's anything else that people want to ask about that, I'm here to respond to that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sobek. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anything on the report, and then otherwise we have a couple of commenters on the report to go to. Okay, seeing none. Mr. Webb? You should be, yeah, there you are. Good to see you.
Thank you. This is David Webb speaking as a member of Friends of the Shasta River. And throughout the meeting today, there were a couple times when we've touched on drought issues, and this seemed like the place to comment. I hope it's correct. As with all past droughts, one of the important benefits, if benefit is the right word, is to be forced to try different approaches and then do a hard-eyed evaluation of how they did and didn't work. Looking at flow data and the curtailment in the Shasta, while we had some problems with compliance, we saw far better flows than we've seen in almost any past living year that I can remember in the fall. And I really thank the board for the efforts they took to preserve our in-stream flows in the Shasta River, and hope we can find a way to make that also work in non-drought years that are just as important as these drought years. But I cannot be as favorable when looking at the LCS process as it has currently been implemented. I would like to suggest several aspects that I think should be revised going forwards. First, the LCS proposals completely lacked an opportunity for public review or comment. I think it's unreasonable to expect Water Resources Control Board staff to be fully aware of all local details, and not embracing local knowledge constitutes a potentially significant loss and one that can be readily corrected going forwards. We are, after all, dealing with a public resources in an emergency with little or no margin for error. We all have a stake in how the conditions are responded to and should have an opportunity to weigh in on the details of those responses. Secondly, there seems to be no defined expiration of any LCS nor any formal review process to determine their collective or individual effectiveness. Again, something that can be readily corrected. I believe all such agreements should expire at the end of each calendar year, and a review occurring prior to issuances of any new LCSs. Third, there is no publicly accessible basis for understanding the rationale for the percent reduction in water demand chosen for either the Scott or the Shasta rivers. Again, this lack of public transparency should be worrisome to everyone and can be corrected. Fourth, the apparent impossibility of the Shasta LCS to work in terms of meeting the flow minimum if it were fully implemented. I'm sure there must have been some basis for choosing the 15% reduction minimum for the Shasta. Presumably that reduction should have yielded 15% additional in-stream flow, with the overall goal of thereby achieving the mandated 50 cubic feet per second. But looking at the underlying math, if everyone managed that 15% reduction, doesn't look like it could. Using simple algebra, 50 cubic feet per second would necessarily have been 15% of some naturally available base flow number. Or put in algebraic terms, 50 equals 0.15 times x. In that equation, X, the natural summer base flow, would have needed to be 333 cubic feet per second to yield 50 cubic feet per second of summer flow. We never see that much flow. In fact, flows greater than 200 cubic feet per second are out of channel flows that we'd call a flood. What that means is that the more LCSs are approved at the 15% reduction in demand, the further we will get from achieving the 50 CFS flow target without going ever deeper into senior water rights, and in effect, making junior water rights with an LCS senior to senior water rights without. I think that's a slippery slope. As Eric Ekdahl noted earlier today, the current flow in the river is about 116 cubic feet per second. That is after all irrigation has ended, after evapotranspiration by repairing plants has ceased, after wasteful stock water withdrawals are curtailed, and after any storage water rights are likewise curtailed. What we're currently seeing is what we now have by way of a reliable base flow. Given that, to achieve 50 cubic feet per second would again require basic algebra, with the equation being 50 cubic feet per second equals X percent times 116 cubic feet per second, yielding a needed percent reduction of 43%, not 15, since we essentially dry up the river every year. And the more that if drought continues, we can expect that base flow to be further reduced. I pointed this math out months ago in public comment. If we continue to follow this 15% path with guaranteed failure as the predictable outcome, this seems nonsensical. The math in the Scott may be more obscure, but what is painfully apparent is that the groundwater account there has been so far overdrawn that new rainfall deposits have been unable to achieve meaningful recharge. We are left relying on what little groundwater discharge remains after a summer of heavy use, albeit with many LCS in place. LCS which clearly proved inadequate to leave enough groundwater remaining to yield adequate discharge to provide any functional in-stream flows. At this point, I'd like to note that I have followed Chairman Esquivel's identification several months ago of the Open ET online program as a useful tool for tracking water management. In watching it, it appears to me that ET in the Scott Valley is essentially unchanged from previous years, despite multiple LCSs reportedly reducing demand by 30% each. That suggests that no significant real reduction in actual consumptive demand occurred, and may partially explain the dismal in-stream flows we are seeing. That said, I think an extended workshop on proper use of Open ET would be really helpful to all of us if the Water Board could arrange it. I'd now like to shift to a specific Shasta watershed LCS, one that was somehow approved in arrears for the Montague Water Conservation District. In past drought years, the Montague Water Conservation District applied for and was given emergency permits to use the river as a conduit for delivering reservoir water to the city of Montague. Their ongoing desire to continue to do so, to use the river as a conduit, was well known to them in advance, and the emergency petition process could and should have been relied on again for this year. Instead, they went down the LCS path. And I would note that while the Water Resources Control Board documents indicate that the Montague Water Conservation District applied for that LCS in April, it was never posted as pending, as were apparently all other LCS under considerations, until October when it was actually approved. This disparity seems to indicate either special treatment for the Montague Water Conservation District, perhaps in the face of threats of non-compliance with relevant laws, or along what one might suspiciously call an effort to exclude public awareness and hence public input in any form. I think the reasons for not listing it as pending should be explained, as should Montague Water Conservation District use of the river all summer as if it had been approved when in fact it had not. This Montague Water Conservation District LCS, as approved, does cause environmental harm. That harm should have been the basis for appropriate mitigations, as would have been required through the emergency permit process, but were dodged what I believe was a misapplication of the LCS process. The LCS process should not be subverted into an end run around your long-standing processes designed to provide proper balance between water use and environmental protection. The harms resulting from this LCS include the resist of water at up to 18 degrees centigrade, a temperature that has been found to displace rearing coho in the Shasta River, where displacement has been found to result in substantially increased percent mortality in summer. That 18 degrees centigrade is contrary to the maximum release temperature identified by the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, following extensive literature review, which found 16 degrees centigrade to be the maximum temperature to be still protective of cold water fish. To have the Water Resources Control Board, without apparent justification, ignore Regional Water Quality's recommendations substantially undermines Regional Water Quality's delegated authority, robs them of their ability to perform their mandated responsibilities, and denies the validity of their long-standing site-specific knowledge and expertise. It's something that should not happen with a very transparent public process. Now, releasing water at 18 degrees.
Mr. Webb, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I do want to hear your comments, but also want to respect a bit of time here. So if you don't mind trying to wrap up a bit, it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Appreciate that. The LCS has no real-time or even monthly reporting requirement, unlike previous emergency permits. And Montague Irrigation District has refused to release any data when asked. The specifics of this LCS emphasize the need for a more open process, and I really thank you for the opportunity to comment on this overall process. Thank you.
No, thank you as well, Mr. Webb. And I think what we'll do is make sure that your comments are referred to water rights. The comment probably could have been either part of public comment or the drought item, but either or. I don't think we'll have comment for this item on your points, but no, we will get them over to our water rights folks, and we'll take your comments as part of general drought concerns and comments around water rights administration. But really do appreciate your points and concerns around the LCS's LCS, the local cooperative solutions, and appreciate that. Board Member Firestone.
I just wanted to add that during the drought item, I know Vice Chair Diadamo flagged, and we have in the past, just wanting to make sure that staff are looking at how we understand and what we're learning from why we have such low flows despite curtailments especially in the Scott. And so that's something that we have asked staff to work on and report back, or even hold some kind of a process around. And just encourage you to also, if you have comments that you weren't able to get through on this, it's an area, as we said, we've already flagged and are concerned about. So if you want to share those in writing, you could, I'd be interested to see them, or you could send them to the clerk of the board potentially to share as well.
Yeah, definitely. If there was any additional materials, Mr. Webb, please just do send it to the clerk of the board, and we'll be able to have them as well. And I would thank you for sticking through all day, and would note we'll want to take your comments as they're related to the Shasta or any of those things, part of the drought conversation earlier in the day, so you don't have to hang on to the end at the executive director's report to provide your good comments. And I really do appreciate your engagement on that. Thank you, Mr. Webb. And we have a second commenter as well, Regina Chicazola. Ms. Chicazola, thank you as well for sticking in there throughout a long day.
Thank you. And I actually did have to leave for a meeting on toxic algae blooms in the middle of the day, and just got back like an hour ago, or less than an hour ago. So I apologize for not being able to make it through. I also had to pick my kid up from school. But the reason I wanted to speak on the executive director's report and after the board members' reports is I'm not going to speak to the Scottish Shasta at all, because I did that earlier in the day and you heard me, so I don't need to repeat myself. But I just wanted to really bring home the need to prioritize dealing with the surface water issue and the in-stream flow issues within the year ahead. a lot of the state does rely on surface water for their drinking water. And a lot of times when we do talk about drinking water, it's just the conversations are about groundwater and Sigma, and it's understandable. These are new issues we have to deal with. But last week I was at a conference where there was, they were laying out the governor's plan with DWR, and Water Board was there also as far as water savings. And it showed that they wanted to do 4 million acre feet more of water storage in Northern California. And it showed there being no people in Northern California and all the people being in Southern California. And that's where the people are, but the water is up here. And that is inherently not looking at any of the processes that this board is looking forward to, dealing with the racial equity, dealing with tribal beneficial uses, dealing with making sure to protect important species, dealing with toxic algae blooms. We really have to get control over our surface water and pollution issues in the North State for everyone in the state. I mean, even if all the water here does flow to LA, like all the little maps showed in those meetings, that means LA is going to be getting toxic algae bloom water also. So I just wanted to bring that home. I wanted to identify that the Trinity Reservoir is now the lowest at the state in its critical levels, where we almost did not have that water to release to stop a Klamath River fish kill this year. And so as we go forward with both the reconsultation process and dealing with the government's water plan process, dealing with the Delta Tunnel, this board has a lot of authority that's going into the permitting process. And I just really want the racial equity resolution and action plan and the tribal beneficial uses and phase 1 and 2 and all these processes that you've worked so hard at to be considered when you see those permits in front of you. And then I also just really wanted to identify the need to move forward quicker with some of these in-stream flow processes. They are so critical to salmon being able to continue to exist, but also to our communities having clean water. I mean, we don't talk about it a lot, but we have toxic algae in the Trinity River, and we have a reservoir that's completely depleted, and whole towns rely on that water for their drinking water supplies too. And there are people that live here. And so of course the salmon are so critical, but I just don't want you to forget us when you're thinking about toxic algae blooms, when you're thinking about drinking water supplies. And I really want, if someone's going for new water rights and it's going to impact toxic algae and it's going to impact Trinity storage and Shasta storage, then I want this board to think about being tough and saying no, and I want the enforcement. I want us to look at what happened with the enforcement on the Scott and Shasta rivers this year, and the fact that they're saying that it's just the price of business for them. In the newspaper, they're saying that they don't care, and so, and that's a racial equity issue for us because we have to confront those people every day up here. Those are our neighbors and they don't care about our lives the same way, and so I really would love to thank the board for changing some of the policies to be more just and thinking through some of these issues. And I just in the year ahead really want to urge the board to protect our surface water and to make sure that this part of the state, the North State, is considered to be an important and existing and not just a conduit for LA to get more water and to keep doing whatever they want. And with that, I look forward to working with you in enforcement on in-stream flows and all these plans. And I do thank you for what you've done, and I just hope we can be stronger together in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. And regrettable as an oversimplification, it sounds like, of a presentation, at a presentation, is know that this board doesn't see it that way. I know very well that we understand that the North isn't a conduit of water for the South. And in fact, it is around how we best balance what are these quality issues, these quantity issues, and have a rational decision-making space. I think that's definitely a common vision we all share in this. So I appreciate that. And, acknowledge that there are tensions, but I know that communities can come together and see their common need and good, even if there are real tensions that we have to acknowledge and are part of our discussion. Vice Chair, please.
I just had one other comment on the executive director's report. Ms. Sobek, I imagine you heard the comments earlier today under public comment about Chrome 6. And I just wanted to, again, reiterate that having some way of more frequent updates, I had indicated, whether Mr. Polhemus could come before us periodically or additional information in the executive director's report. And I do see that it's under the policies and the permits table. It's still listed as a top priority, but it doesn't have anything posted since the peer review comments were received and responses prepared in December of last year. And so just again, noting that it would be great if we could, I think, even highlight it within the report under the Division of Drinking Water, some additional narrative would be helpful. I know there's going to be a response to that letter. Maybe there could be a link to the letter once that comes out as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah. Thank you, Executive Director Sobek. Okay, I think that looking across, I think that concludes item number 11. Thank you, Ms. Sobek. That concludes our agenda for the day. I really appreciate everyone's longer than expected, but really worthwhile and needed discussions. So thank you. We do have a closed session. Let's keep that. I don't think we need to last too long at closed session. And so we are not yet adjourned. We'll go to closed session. And then otherwise, though, our next board meeting is December 6th. And we'll close out officially for Mr. Loffer once we're done with closed session. But then otherwise, anything I missed?
No, that covers it all. And just for benefit of the board members who are either already participating electronically or who may need to participate electronically, we can have about 10 minutes just to get reset in the closed session meeting room.
Sounds good. And I believe everyone should have a link already on their calendars for that closed session. So
that's correct. And importantly, make sure to use the Zoom link. Don't default to Microsoft trying to seize a Teams meeting out of this.
Yeah,
it won't work.
It's tricky that way. I can see. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Incredible discussion. Great day. And we will see you all on December 6th next. Be